Chapter 989. That night, Zhang Xiaobao had a good sleep. He had not done any strenuous exercise for a long time. After he was exhausted, he slept very soundly. When he woke up in the morning, there were still a few small places on his body that were sore and numb. He slowly got up and did some exercises to ease the discomfort in those places. Wang Wan came in. Last night, she had stayed with her mother. Today, her mother, mother-in-law, and Xiao Bei were going out. She had arranged for a train to go to Hong Nong first. Wash up and eat. After eating, we can go to the station to send them off. Xiao Bei and the rest want to play around, so you indulge them. You even specially accompanied them on a train. In addition to the guards and the people who carry things, there are 1,500 to 600 people. It's good to save this money and do some public welfare. Moreover, it's wasted. Once they go out, it's enough for a normal county's annual revenue. Wang Wan came over to help Zhang Xiaobao rub the uncomfortable places and complained. All right, I don't object to investing money for public welfare. Haven't we been investing all this time? We have money, so why can't we spend it? What kind of logic is this? I let Xiao Bei and the rest spend the money we earned. If this is not allowed, how can we live? Tell me, have I done anything immoral ever since I brought you here? I don't think so. If people in the past knew about this, they would laugh me to death. I realized that after so many years, the halo on my head is getting brighter and brighter. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a cheeky smile, making Wang Wan laugh. Do you dare to say this to the Tibetans, Turks, Japanese, and Xinhua people? What halo? Let me see if there are any wings. Don't. That place on my back hurts. When I attacked yesterday, who was behind me? It's bruised. I guarantee it's bruised. These people don't have any skills at all. We're the Tibetans and Turks. There's only the place. Now, they're all Tang people. Don't cause ethnic division. Do the Japanese dare to oppose me? Wife, take the soldiers and let me kill them. As for Xinhua, you can ask Li Mao. He's the one who wants to be county magistrate. Am I good? Without me, would they be able to recognize the evil nature of their officials? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. After all, he had already done what he had to do. If there was any infamy, he would bear it himself. Maybe if he attacked a few more places, he would be praised as a general contributor. As Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao outside, she said, "Time really flies. We don't have to worry about the small income of the farmers like before. The farmers are all rich now. Look at how many people came to accompany us during the new year. Back then, they were half-grown boys. Now, their children have all gone to school. Oh, if it were you, you could just do whatever you want. Every one of them has at least 10,000 strings of cash at home. When you ask them to go out and live on their own, they insist on keeping their indentured servitude contracts and refuse no matter what. Where we come from, there's no such thing. If we're talking about people with backbone, the Ge family Zhuangzi is also not bad. After Ge Fugui's days are good, they say that they don't need to pay a ransom and that they can change families or go out to live. At that time, I thought that some people would come to our family, but in the end, not a single person moved. When the martial arts examination is over in Xiao Bei and the others come back, when we go to the original place of the Tujue, we have to go back to Sanshui County to take a look. After a long time, I want to. Okay, I want it too. I even dreamed about it. The old man in the dream scared me so much that I broke out in a sweat. When I dream about him again, I have to find him and have a good talk. The Ge family Zhuangzi is their good days. Think about it. If it were you, would you come to our family Zhuangzi? That's called treachery. They have to consider it. Today, they can betray the Ge family in the future. Tomorrow, they can betray our Zhang family and Wang family. Also, the people of the Li family Zhuangzi are not bad. They are really lucky. Li Sun wanted to snatch our family Zhuangzi between the clouds and the water. In the end, he found someone else and got them a Zhuangzi. Now, I don't know how they're doing. When this topic was brought up, Zhang Xiaobao was also filled with emotions. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. In the blink of an eye, a lot of things had changed. Many people who should have died did not die. Many people who should have had their positions were no longer there, and there were fewer wars. Wang Wan sighed and said, "Time really can't stand the passing of time. The Li family Zhuangzi is not bad. Although Li Sun left, the people of Zhuangzi still recognize Li Sun as their master. They even arranged a marriage with our people of Zhuangzi. Before the new year, they held a banquet. Didn't you hear the villagers say that it was very extravagant? Just the hot air balloons alone were rented. The 4 people of Zhuangzi all went to the banquet. Taking advantage of the half-price discount between the clouds and the water, they booked all the surrounding pavilions. Many people who went there to play cursed. In the end, they had no choice but to invite the people who went there to play as well. Only then did the matter calm down. That wedding cost at least 8,000 strings of cash, if not 10,000 strings of cash. They are really willing to spend money. How can they not be willing? He is marrying our daughter of Zhuangzi. How can 10,000 strings of cash be considered money? Just you wait. When we get married, look at what I have prepared for you. That's... Ugh. Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Xiaobao was proud. He puffed out his chest as Wang Wan pressed his head into the basin of hot water. Wang Wan chuckled. Hurry up and wash up. Aren't you good at swimming? Look at how well you have taught your sister. She even dares to jump into the Yellow River and can even fling her clothes in the air. If there is a diving competition, she will be considered an athlete. Don't brag about your achievements. I know you are capable and rich. You have made Beijing people want to keep a low profile when they want to get married. You only know how to use money to cheat your wife. How can you brush your teeth so cleanly? Brush your teeth for a while more. Zhang Xiaobao had just taken out the toothbrush from his mouth, but he had no choice but to put it back. He continued. After he was done, he let out a sigh of relief. I can't let you follow me around next time. It's so torturous. On the day of the wedding, I will prepare slightly less. I will only spend a few dozen strings of cash. For ordinary people, a few dozen strings of cash is considered a big banquet. You dare? I want the best wedding. It's your fault for making so much money. Wang Wan objected again. Let me give you a plane, okay? The kind with double wings. I don't have the ability to fly at supersonic speeds. It's easy to fly. Install 2 diesel engines and fly. When the time comes, we will fly on the Yellow River and not go anywhere else. If something goes wrong, we can jump down. What do you think will happen if we get a few planes on the Yellow River? Zhang Xiaobao opened his arms and flew towards the direction of the dining room. Wang Wan quickened her pace and entered the house first. When Zhang Xiaobao flew in, she said, with your flying speed and height, a stone can show the effect. It's not important that you can fly. What's important is how much you can carry. Who says it's not important? What are we eating this morning? Master Zhang, what did you make? Is this porridge? Zhang Xiaobao sat at the table and looked at the food in the bowl. He did not recognize what it was. There was something black in the bowl. It was cooked like paste. This was not to his taste. He liked to drink soy milk, the kind without sugar. It's dog food. Zhang who found it and asked me to make it. Puppies just came out. Female dogs don't have milk. He waited all night yesterday, but the milk has not been squeezed out. He can't wait, so he asked me to make some porridge first. Master Zhang, who made breakfast, directly told him what was in the bowl. Okay, I'll taste it and see if it's suitable for dogs. Zhang Xiaobao said, and lowered his head to eat. Wang Wan stopped him. Zhang who knows whether it's edible or not. If you eat it, what if the puppies don't have enough to eat? Wang Wan did not think that Zhang Xiaobao ate dog food. The dogs raised by Zhang who were good helpers, just like Zhang Ying Shui Yin. When they hunted with their masters, the dogs were really risking their lives. Even tigers were afraid of bears, but the dogs would rush up to protect their masters. She was really worried that if they did not make enough food, the puppies would starve. I don't have any status in the family. Master Zhang, I eat soy milk and youtiao. Cuckoo eats porridge and steamed buns. What's the filling for the steamed buns today? Zhang Xiaobao had to put the food that the puppies ate on another table and ordered something. There are a few dandelions growing in the greenhouse of the Sinong Temple. They were sent here, and I wrapped them into steamed buns. I don't know if you like it. What Master Zhang meant was that he thought the best today was this. If she was not used to it, there were other options. Wang Wan was happy when she heard that. It was just the beginning of spring, and the dandelions had not grown yet. It was really good to eat them. She nodded and said, just eat this. Don't eat porridge. Change it to tofu pudding with meat sauce. Master Zhang quickly sent the food over and went back to teach his apprentice how to make breakfast. He told his apprentice what breakfast should be like and what the master usually liked to eat. Although it looked simple, it was very particular. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the youqiao with chopsticks and pressed it into the soy milk. He took it out and took a sip. He closed his eyes and savored the taste for a moment. He said, "It's good that I can eat something in the morning. I like this. People should be content. For example, when the oldest plane is built, it doesn't need to fly too fast. It just needs to be able to carry people. Reconnaissance planes are more useful than hot air balloons. If you carry 3 people, 2 of them can become airborne soldiers. During a battle, they can be thrown to key positions, such as the enemy's back, and scare them to death." Wang Wan did not immediately answer. She ate in small bites. When she ate a steamed bun, she first praised Master Zhang's good cooking skills. Then she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "There are still some small territories in our territory. There are still a few small countries in the territory we occupy. Before the war starts, you should deal with them first. I don't want me stabbed in the back like that guy, surnamed Gao. He fought the war smoothly, but neglected many things. In the end, he lost. Once he lost, it was all over. It's different. We're not like that guy surnamed Gao. He only wants to use force to conquer. I have other means. When the time comes, I will give them an order in advance and ask them to raise Chinese medicinal herbs or more yaks. I will give them money first and then send more food over. It's easy to fight them, but after the fight, who will live there? If you ask people from Jiangnan to go there, 8 out of 10 people will die of illness. People in the northeast can't do it either. They can't adapt to the climate. It's like Tufan. Now it's said to belong to the Tang Empire. But it's still Zuzan child who was released to take charge of the affairs there. We have to do it bit by bit and let people adapt to the environment there. Only then can it truly become a place of the Tang Empire." Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop eating while talking. After a while, a fried dough stick was in his stomach. This was not a single one, but a double one. He also finished the soy milk. He carried the bowl to the kitchen and said, "Master Zhang, one more bowl. I'm thirsty today." Master Zhang personally poured the soy milk for him, and then turned around to busy himself with his disciple. It was as if he didn't hear what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at all, because he and his disciple were the inner courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They knew the rules. They didn't avoid talking about the master's family. Wang Wan was still eating in small bites. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao coming back, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Xiaobao, I just remembered that Zuzan child is coming over. He said 2 months before the new year, so he should be here soon. He said that Princess Jinsheng is homesick and is bringing him back for a visit. There's such a thing? Okay, then let's invite them to watch the military selections. Don't give him a chance to be arrogant. The weapons used during the sword meet of Hua Mountain are much worse compared to now. Princess Jinsheng is having a good life now, right?" Zhang Xiaobao stopped eating and followed Wang Wan's words. "How can it not be good? You scare them like that. A woman who should have the Li status is now in Tufan. Her words are more effective than Zuzan child's. This shows that Tufan is not democratic enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this," Wang Wan said casually. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, "Don't mention democracy. Everything is relative. Democracy is their own business. Speaking of this, I have to say a few words. Don't look at me." Speaking up to this point, Zhang Xiaobao's mouth was moving, but his voice was gone. "Even though I was always outside at that time, I didn't look down on the country. That's because I knew that those who looked down on the country should feel lucky that there was a country that they didn't see as good. That's why they had the chance to look down on this country when they were enjoying equality and democracy outside. The stronger this country that they looked down on was, the more democracy they could enjoy outside, and the more they could look down on it. However, when this country was gone one day, they would have to consider whether they would be looked down on by others when they wanted to look down on them again. The Jews used to be so powerful and controlled a large group of non-Jews. In the end, they didn't have a country and were killed like animals. Later, they had to find a place to revive their country. That was how they got their status. That's why I never scold my own country when I'm outside. I can nitpick and oppose some situations, but I'm really worried that she's gone. If that's the case, I'll be a real animal. It won't be as simple as being scolded as an animal by the people living in this country when I scold this country." Wang Wan nodded silently and didn't say anything. Eating the buns, she felt that the person she should thank the most was the director. Not far from Chang, and in a place that was only a day's journey, there was also someone who was thanking her country. She was the princess of Jinsheng, Li Nunu. In October before the new year, she wanted to come back and take a look, so she made this request to Zhu Zhenchild. Zhu Zhenchild didn't say anything. He immediately organized people and started to prepare all kinds of things. There were gifts, tributes to the emperor of Tang Empire, and little things to give to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then the group set off slowly. During the new year of Tang Empire, they were all on the road. Hearing the sound of firecrackers from time to time, Zhu Zhenchild would always think of that letter, the sound of the firecrackers on Mount Hua. That letter said, "West meets Brahma, north is full of grass. Yazhou hangs, Penglai immortals. For barbarians come to court, 8 sides celebrate together. I invite you to visit Mount Hua to discuss the sword." Then he came. He was forced to come because his wife wrote a letter to Zhang Xiaobao and the others. There was also a letter inviting his wife. Oh, that letter had many mistakes. It was written by Zhang Xiaobei. From then on, Tufan didn't seem to belong to him anymore. "Husband, look, the grass is green again. There are some places where the snow hasn't melted, but the grass is already growing." The carriage that Princess Jinsheng was in also had glass windows. She pulled open the curtains and looked outside happily. She was talking to Zhu Zhenchild. She changed the way she addressed him because Zhu Zhenchild was no longer the king of Tufan. He was just a governor of a province. "That's right. Another spring has arrived. This time, I brought you back because I want to stay for a few more days. I heard that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo followed the emperor to the north of Hebei province before the new year. After the imperial examinations, I don't know what they are planning to do. Sigh, they finally have some free time." Zhu Zhenchild looked at Li Nunu beside him. His heart was filled with emotions. Li Nunu was indeed beautiful and had a good upbringing. But when they were in Tufan, he didn't need to pay too much attention to her. If he doted on her a little, she would be very grateful. Now that she was in a good mood, he felt more at ease. It wasn't important whether she was a weak woman or not. What was important was her identity, her status in Great Tang and Great Tang's strength. In the past, the princesses that were married off were treated like weeds. Now, the pigs and dogs that were given away were treated like treasures. This was because Zhang Xiaobao had said, "In the Great Tang, let alone a person, even a dog would not be killed by any country." Princess Jinsheng, Li Nunu, was very clear on how she obtained her status. In the past, when she was in Tufan, her husband was bullied by his other wives. She was always worried that she couldn't coax her husband. When she was bullied, her husband wouldn't even say a word of fairness. Now, in Tufan, who dare to not look at her face? Even Xiaobei calls me aunt. Can't I control you all? Could it be that I have to call Xiaobao and Cuckoo over and ask the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed nearby to come over? Just like how I came back this time, I can come back as I wish. I don't care if you all have to wait for the new year or not. If anyone is unconvinced, come forward. Li Nunu was very grateful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Without them, she wouldn't be where she was now. Of course, Li Nunu also knew what Zhu Zhanqi meant. Just like the previous time, he wanted her to help put in a good word for him. Especially, he wanted her to think of a way to meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and ask them about their plans. That's right. He was asking the two of them what the Great Tang would do to Tubo. Would they suddenly kill Zhu Zhan of Red Virtue and send someone else here? She also didn't want them to kill her husband. After all, he was her husband. Furthermore, she already had a son who was almost 2 years old. This time, she brought him back for everyone to take a look. Princess Jinsheng didn't know that from what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew, she didn't have this son. Instead, she had another son who was very controversial. Hearing Zhu Zhanqi's words, Li Nunu thought for a long time before saying, "Husband, you don't have to think too much. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo won't send troops to Tufan again. Furthermore, husband is managing that place well." When Zhu Zanqi heard his wife's words of assurance, he finally felt a little relieved. He said, "Then I still have to meet Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, as well as Xiao Bei and the others. I miss Xiao Bei too. What a good child." When Zhu Zanqi spoke, he was very sincere. He knew that he had to constantly think that he was a family with great Tang. Otherwise, if he showed even a little bit of dissatisfaction, Zhang Xiaobao would realize that Zhang Xiaobao shouldn't exist in this world. He was clearly a demon. He still remembered that when the team from the sword competition on Mount Hua was blocked by a protruding rock, he rushed over and said, "I'll do it." Tufan was schemed against time and time again because of him. However, he still wanted to ask them what they were going to do this year. They couldn't have set their sights on Tufan, right? Tufan had already recognized the status of a local government. Yes, he wanted to ask the two of them. In Great Tang, Li Longji would support whoever they wanted to attack. Li Longji rarely schemed against such things, unless he had a good idea, or if some country's envoy angered him. It was only at this time that he would take the initiative to care about Great Tang's foreign wars. However, even if he won a war, he would still ask for advice from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He would send other generals to attack first. If they couldn't win after a long time, that country would have to pray for its own good. This was because at that time, Li Longji would probably send Wang Wan to battle. If it was just Wang Wan, it would just be a clash of swords. What he feared the most was that Zhang Xiaobao would play tricks behind the scenes. Zhang Xiaobao's methods were almost always to destroy the enemy. When Zhu Zanqi thought of this, he sighed. "Madam, to be honest, I am really unwilling to accept this. I lost so vexingly. In a daze, I was schemed against by Zhang Xiaobao. Only then did I know that a knife doesn't have to be used to kill people." Princess Jinsheng understood Zhu Zanqi very well. However, understanding was one thing. She couldn't agree with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have her current status. She could only persuade him. "Husband, the lives of the people in Tufan are much better than before. In the past, they would always come over to steal things. When did they not die? It's because we don't have enough food. Now that our food supply is slightly affected, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will immediately send a large amount of food over. Not only will we be able to eat delicious rice and noodles, we will also be able to eat seafood by the seaside. In the past, we could only eat fried and barbecued food. It's because Xiaobao and Cuckoo didn't say that there wasn't enough pressure and that we couldn't cook rice with water. Last year, they sent something called a pressure cooker. We can steam rice and eat it. I used to eat it when I was in Tang Dynasty. That pressure cooker has some kind of sealing technology. They weren't worried that we would leak it out. They even sent us a lot of radio stations so that we could send the news over in time. Last year, there was a heavy snowfall. If there wasn't a radio station, how many people would have died? After we sent out the news, 7 days later, the horses that they sent over came. Didn't you understand before? That time, they exhausted more than 3,000 horses. Isn't that good? Good. It's indeed better than before. Even though Zhu Zanqi wasn't willing to admit it from his perspective, when he evaluated objectively, he couldn't help but admit that Tang Dynasty did a good job. When Zhang Xiaobao was scheming against the Tufan Empire, he was sharp. But when he helped them, he was just as swift. More than 3,000 horses died from exhaustion or cold just to deliver the goods. He didn't even say a word. When the person who delivered the goods came over, he asked about how many people died and whether there were any diseases. "I know that they are good, and I know that they are amazing. Last summer, you said that you wanted to eat drunken crabs. You even specially ordered the lake Thai drunken crabs. In the end, they immediately picked out the best crabs. While the southeast wind was blowing, they took over 30 hot air balloons and flew to our place. Along the way, they used the water from Lake Tai to raise the crabs. In autumn, which was right before you returned to Tang Dynasty, they sent the crabs over. At that time, the crabs were ready to be eaten. They cooked them in front of us. When I was the king, I couldn't do this. I know that they didn't just send us crabs. They also wanted to show Tang Dynasty's strength. But I'm afraid that they..." When Zhu Zan said this, he didn't know what to say. If he said that he was afraid of death, he would be too weak. But if he didn't say it clearly, he was worried that he would be killed. Princess Jinsheng quickly persuaded, "No, my husband. We have always been together. There's also our little Tang Puzon. Even if it was according to the thoughts of the previous emperor, if my brother emperor wanted to kill someone, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not agree. Xiao Bao likes children the most." Zuzan thought for a while and nodded. "I know. I hope that little Tang Puzon can be liked by Xiao Bao. Tomorrow, we will arrive at the capital. I heard that the capital is bigger than before." That night, Princess Jinsheng and the others set up camp in the wilderness. They didn't want to trouble other people, so they stayed in tents. They were used to staying in tents. When Zhu Zan was waiting for dinner, he suddenly found something. His subordinates reported that after entering Tang Dynasty, the soldiers in charge of protecting every place should be the soldiers of Shannon East Road. Hearing this news, Zhu Zan was not happy. He thought that the other party was not guarding against him. Instead, he became worried. He thought that the other party was looking for an excuse to get rid of him. So he quickly went into Princess Jinsheng's tent and picked up his son. No matter what, he didn't want to go out. It was too dangerous outside. Princess Jinsheng was also a little nervous. If Zuzan died, what would she do? No matter what happened in the past, they had been together for so many years. They even had a son. She didn't want her child to lose his father. Just when the two of them were worried that the child would be curious about everything, the curtain of the tent was lifted. A soldier came in and said in a panic, "There are people coming from the direction of Chang'an. There are many of them. Listening to the sound of the horses, we can't guess how many people there are." "What?" Zuzan was shocked. He ordered the soldier who came in, "Check and report again." The soldier obeyed and left. Zuzan lost all his strength and threw his son to the ground. The child started crying. At this time, Princess Jinsheng pulled out her knife and said to Zuzan, "Husband, don't worry. If they want to deal with you, I will die in front of them." Zuzan was really touched. He couldn't pull out his knife. "Let's die together." At this time, it was suddenly bright outside, and a lot of light shone down from the sky. Needless to say, Zuzan and Princess Jinsheng knew that the light was from the hot air balloon. They heard that the Great Tang had developed a new thing that was very useful and could do anything. The two of them took a deep breath. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Tang Dynasty's emperor has arrived. Hebei province's Jidushi Zhang Xiao Bao and Wang Wan have arrived." With a pa sound, the two of them dropped their knives and heaved a sigh of relief. The emperor of Tang Dynasty, Zhang Xiao Bao, and Wang Wan had arrived. Naturally, they weren't here to kill anyone. There was no need to alarm the three of them. If anything were to go wrong during the killing, the three of them would be finished. The entire Tang Dynasty would be finished as well. Li Longji had indeed arrived. When he heard that Zuzan was coming, he looked for Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang wanted to discuss whether they should go and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and finally agreed. If he didn't agree, Li Longji wouldn't be able to come. This meant that he wasn't prepared and was in danger. However, Wang Wan, who was accompanying him, knew very well that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to see a child who was about the same age as Pan. As for danger, what danger could there be? When they arrived, the guards had to be changed to Tang Dynasty's soldiers. They couldn't let Zhu Zan's guards stand by the side. Thus, the three of them came out on horseback. Li Longji didn't have an imperial carriage. That thing was too troublesome and slow. Most importantly, Li Longji's personality had become very mild. He felt that putting on airs in front of his sister was too hypocritical. What was the point? Back then, his sister had married him for the sake of peace between Tang Dynasty and Tubo. She had suffered a lot in the beginning. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hadn't fully revealed their abilities. If he really wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being useless. He had sent his sister away, regardless of whether she was his biological sister or a distant relative. Who would dare to propose a marriage alliance with him now? According to Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo, if they couldn't deal with him, Tang Dynasty no longer needed to sell women in exchange for peace. Whoever dared to cause trouble would have a taste of guns and cannons. Thus, Li Longji always felt that he had let down his sister, Princess Jinsheng. When he came to welcome them, he just rode a horse and didn't put on any airs. In the sky, There was also a group of eagles led by Shui Yun. They were responsible for part of the protection mission. Shui Yun's children were already able to fly. However, his 11 children were still unable to do so. Their bodies were too big, and he was afraid that the children's wings wouldn't be able to handle it. One was probably because of good genes, and the other was because they had sufficient nutrition. With 11 children, even if they wanted to eat grasshoppers in winter, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would still prepare it for them. That was how arrogant they were. They didn't care about money. They had strength. Thus, the intelligent Shui Yun decided to wait a while before letting the children learn to fly. She had to inform the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family first, and have them prepare everything. Otherwise, what would she do if they fell to their deaths? She had to be good to her own children. There was nothing to be afraid of if they could fly later. She couldn't compare them to other eagles. What was there to compare? Could the children of other eagles sleep in nests made of cotton flowers? Could they eat lamb every day? In this way, even if Li Longji didn't show off the imperial carriage of an emperor, he was still very awe-inspiring. Just by looking at the eagle in the sky that covered the stars and blocked the moon, ordinary people couldn't enjoy it. When the sound of horses' hooves surrounded the tent, Zhu Zan and his family came out. Under the illumination of the lights in the sky, they saw the flag of the Tibetan Metro Cavalry Battalion, followed by the Imperial Army, followed by the Jinwu Guards, and finally the flag of the Rice Seedlings, which was the protection team of the Rice Seedlings. Li Longji and his family's horses came over. He didn't need others to take care of him. He directly turned over and dismounted from the horse to show his horse skills. Under the accompaniment of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he came to the front of Zhu Zan and his family. This slave greets the emperor. Princess Jinsheng was so moved that she was about to cry. Her eyes were red. The emperor personally came to greet her. She knew that he was giving her face. Li Longji nodded to her and took 2 steps forward to help Zhu Zan, who was about to kneel down and kowtow. He didn't let him kneel down and said, "You're finally here. I've been looking forward to it every day. Ever since you said you were coming, I've been counting the days and asked people to report to me several times a day. It's too slow. Why don't you walk faster? I'm so impatient." He was very easygoing. Zhang Xiaobao was very nervous. He was really afraid that Zhu Zan would suddenly pull out a knife. Wang Wan also prepared the knife in her sleeve. At this time, the use of a gun was not very useful. It was too close to the enemy. It was not as convenient as a knife. Zhu Zan was stunned for a moment. He had imagined countless possibilities, but he had never imagined that the Emperor of the Great Tang would not ask for him to be excused, nor did he put on airs. Instead, he very naturally supported him and did not let him kneel. Then, he said something that ordinary people would say when their relatives came. At this time, Li Longji spoke again. "We'll talk later. There's no need to be polite. Carry my nephew over and let me see. Isn't he very handsome? Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you two also take a look. It's a pity that you were far away when you were born, so you didn't see it. Xiao Bao, you have to build the railway as soon as possible. When Nu's second child is born, I have to see it personally. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Zhu Zizan's tears began to flow. He had never imagined that the Emperor of the Great Tang, Li Longji, would become like this. The words he said were truly heartwarming. The sovereign of a country was speaking to him, the sovereign of a fallen country, in such a manner. At first glance, he didn't care about him and knew. But he mentioned his son, which meant that he didn't regard him as an outsider. Otherwise, why did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear in the Tang Empire? The emperor was so good. He couldn't compare to him. Zhu Zan was very happy today. There was something flying in the sky, and it was so bright. The night was almost the same as the day. There was also a person who smiled and made him feel very comfortable hugging him. Beside them, there were 2 people who were also smiling. There were so many people around. It was very lively. "Xiao Bao, help me with this." Li Longji took out a big jelly from his sleeve. It was wrapped in oil paper and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look to know that it was definitely something from the precious candy house. He cursed in his heart. "Li Longji, you are too careless. You even want something that belongs to my younger brother and sister. Do you think it's easy for them to earn some money? However, his hands didn't stop moving. With a flip of his hand, the knife first came out. Then, he kept it back and replaced it with another small knife wrapped in oil paper. He cut the jelly into small pieces and carried it over with the oil paper. Zuzan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's movements. His body couldn't help but tremble. He understood. Just now, Zhang Xiaobao was ready to kill at any time. That knife changed too quickly. Li Longji didn't care about what other people thought. He used a very small spoon to scoop up a small piece of jelly and fed it to Zuzan. He said, "My good nephew, try this. This is the jelly from the Precious Candy House. It's very expensive." Zuzan didn't know what Precious Candy House was. When he saw food, he opened his mouth and ate it. When his tongue touched the jelly, he narrowed his eyes. The taste was really good. The texture was also not bad. He swallowed it in 2 mouths and continued to ask for more. He even said in a vague voice, "Good, good, delicious." Of course, how can the things from the Precious Candy House not be delicious? This is something that your sister Xiao Bei and other brothers and sisters eat. Zuzanu, you guys try it too. It will be convenient for you to eat it in the future. Li Longji kissed Tang Puzan and said. Zuzan wasn't stupid. He immediately realized that the last sentence was not simple. He really took a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He asked, "Your Majesty, is Xiao Bei's Precious Candy House going to open a branch there?" It's not just the Precious Candy House. Many businesses have to open there. Xiao Bao said that the railway is too difficult, but the land road also needs to be fixed. At least hundreds of thousands of people need to transport food. 1 year later, in the northwest, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will make a move. Li Longji was still chatting casually. Zuzan's heart twitched. He said seriously, "Your Majesty, this subject understands. This subject guarantees that the logistics and transportation will be unimpeded. This subject will bring my head to you. Don't. It's not a big deal. It's a small matter. When the time comes, I will also go to your place for a stroll. I always wanted to go, but I never had the chance. The main reason is that the people in the court opposed it. Fortunately, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo supported it. When I go, there will be a lot of good things. You should prepare to receive them." Li Longji was still so peaceful. Chapter 990. Hearing Li Longji's words, Zuzanchai's heart was both warm and shocked. Li Longji's words implied that he did not intend to transfer him to the capital and wanted him to stay in his original place. He was shocked that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were finally going to make a move. After a period of silence, he pointed his sword at Duoshi. Yes, Duoshi, not those small countries. Fighting those small countries was not worth the two of them personally making a move. Furthermore, his own country was gone. So how could those small countries dare to not submit? Zhang Xiaobao and Zuzanchai probably just need to send a messenger, and those small countries would submit. Princess Jincheng was relieved and was also happy. "Your Majesty, what are the good things? It would be best if there are horses that can farm." At that time, a large number of horses were exchanged for food to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Princess Jincheng said that it was an exchange, but in reality, it was a gift. Since there was no resistance, why did Tubo still need so many horses? Could it be that they were still thinking of reviving their country? Thus, they were all given to the Iron Cavalry camp in Tubo. The Iron Cavalry camp used them to fight a few battles. They were all Tubo's nobles who did not agree to submit. In the end, they were trained by Wang Wan into 8 battalions of elite cavalry. Although there were only 8,000 people, as long as there were not many mountains and rivers, they could destroy cities and strongholds. Li Longji thought for a while and waved his hand. The horses are gone. They were all taken out by Xiao Bao and rented to the people here. There are steam engines for you to use. The Ministry of Works is still researching hydroelectric power. It is very difficult. When the time comes, if they can make a small unit, they will send it to you. However, this thing requires too much technology and must be heavily guarded. If it is attacked, it is better to destroy it than to let it fall into the hands of others. My main purpose is to deliver seeds to you. Corn, potato, and other seeds can't always eat highland barley. Wudo wudo eat. When Tang Puzon heard the familiar name, he clasped his hands together and made an eating action. He did not forget to wipe his mouth with the back of his hands. As soon as he did this, everyone understood that he had eaten the roasted potato and had a black mark on his mouth. Ancestor Chida's eyes lit up. Last year, he had eaten various new varieties of food that the great Tang had sent to Li Nunu. The taste was really good, but it was a pity that it was gone after a few tries. There were many people, and they all wanted to try it. It was said that the requirements for the growing environment were not too high, and the output was high. There was also news that the various nobles in the capital were going crazy over this year's seeds. If they could really go over and plant them, the lives of the people in his area would be much better. Those 2 years without food would be really hard to bear. Thinking of this, Ancestor Chida couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaobao. It was all his fault. He had used all kinds of underhanded methods. Zhang Xiaobao pretended not to know. He reached out and took Tang Puzon over. He hugged him and said, "Potato, let's eat potatoes again today, okay?" Tang Puzon probably understood. He swallowed twice and wiped the corner of his mouth to express his agreement. "A child came once, and you gave her a potato?" Wang Wan said unhappily. "Are potatoes not good? If it's not good to eat, it means that the person who made it is not good enough. I'll roast potato chips for her to eat. Roast them until they're golden brown and crispy, and then put tomato sauce on them." Zhang Xiaobao retorted. Ancestor Chida and Princess Jinsheng looked and listened. They were completely relaxed. Zhang Xiaobao really liked children. He was willing to personally cook for his son to eat. Princess Jinsheng took Wang Wan's hand and pushed a string of bead from her arm to Wang Wan's arm. She said with a smile, "Cuckoo is getting more and more beautiful. It makes people feel happy when they look at you." Wang Wan glanced at the string of beads and understood. The golden outer layer was wrapped with smaller red beads inside. There were 12 of them. This was the Z beads, the top-grade Z beads. If this string was sold in Chong, and it would cost 500,000 strings of coins, there would be people who would fight to buy it. This kind of golden and red color, this kind of jelly-like texture, it was usually difficult to find one, let alone 12 of the same size. But it was really a treasure. However, Wang Wan understood the value, but she didn't seem to be excited. She accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, Princess. Don't call me Princess, call me Sister. I'm not much older than you. Princess is too far away." Princess Jinsheng didn't expect a string of Z beads to make the other party not dare to accept it. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention giving it to them, they would probably be scared to death. But what was Wang Wan's identity? With Zhang Xiaobao's money box next to her, why would she care about jewelry? How many people were shocked when Najing shocked? Countless gold and silver were scattered. Just the house made of crystal made countless people tremble, not to mention the countless hot air balloons covering the sky above Chang'an. She was already giving face by accepting the gift. Perhaps she would give a more valuable gift in return. As expected, Wang Wan accepted the gift and agreed with the title of Princess Jinsheng. She said, "Sister Nunu, Xiaobao, and I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. We also brought a pair of little turtles. They're still alive. I want to give them to you to raise. Men, bring the pair of little guys that Lu Zhou sent here." Immediately, someone came over with a tray covered by a layer of silk. The tray was brought to Wang Wan. Wei Wei squatted next to her. Wang Wan lifted the silk and revealed the glass jar inside. The glass jar was not expensive. What was precious was the 2 little turtles. They were actually hawksbill turtles. If one didn't measure them carefully, they would be the same size, the size of a palm. When the light shone on them, they opened their eyes and looked outside curiously. Princess Jinsheng had seen the world, but when she saw the so-called little turtles, she could not help but take a deep breath. Everyone, including Li Longji and Zhu Zan, was shocked by the pair of hawksbill turtles. This was because the patterns on the back of the 2 tortoiseshell that were bigger on one side were almost exactly the same. Even the shade of the color couldn't be seen at once. The rest of the tortoiseshell shell patterns were evenly distributed like squares. There was a small circle in the middle, and in the circle there were inhuman words. One of them had the word Li, while the other had the word gay. Just taking out one of them was enough to show its value, let alone two of them at the same time. The meaning behind this was extraordinary. All right, I've seen it now. Xiao Bao, you're really rich. You're quite capable as well. I can't believe you can take out such things. Li Longji did not expect to see such a pair of hawksbill turtles. Compared to the Tian jewels, they were even better. Princess Jinsheng sighed softly and said to Zuzan, "Husband, do you like these two things?" Zuzan looked at the pair of tortoise-shell shells with complicated feelings. He understood what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan meant. One was polite and the other was noble. It was a saying that the use of politeness is precious. This came from the Analects of Confucius. It meant that he, who was once the king of Tubo, had to admit his current position, be polite, and behave in peace. It did not mean that everyone should live in peace and be friends. There was absolutely no such meaning. These two words were from the Analects of Confucius. It meant that he had to admit defeat and follow the lead of Great Tang. Tubo would no longer have a country. As long as he accepted these two little guys, it would mean that he had admitted his position as a direct subordinate. From today onwards, he could forget about reviving his country. What if he did not accept them? Once he thought of the consequences, Zuzan could not help but tremble. He immediately said happily, "I like them. They are so beautiful. It's just that your majesty can't go back on your promise. If I accept these two hawksbill turtles, your majesty will have to send the items over." Li Longji and Wang Wan quickly said, "Don't keep calling us subjects. We are a family. With you there, I can rest assured. When the time comes, we will only send more and not less. You have to keep an eye on the key technical items." At this moment, Li Longji was also filled with emotions. They thought about how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had forced Zuzan to accept his position as a gift. It was just a pair of hawksbill turtles. From today onwards, Tubo would belong to him. How much would these two little turtles be worth? Even the jade annulus of He clan, which could be exchanged for 15 cities, could not compare to these two turtles. What was that string of Tian jewels worth? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were indeed powerful. They were really the sea stabilizers in the stories they told to Xiao Bei and the others. They could rule the country internally and help the people externally. Zuzan and Princess Jinsheng accepted the two hawksbill turtles. Regardless of the additional meaning of this item, just the two items themselves were already priceless. If they were not given together, it would be even better if one of them was given out alone. Regardless of whether it was a gift or a gift, the value of each one was much higher than that of the string of Z beads. Since they had accepted the items, Zuzan had also thought it through. What else could they do? Revive the country? With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around, they could dream on. Their cannons were not just for decoration. Five beans. At this time, the little girl, Tang Puzan, who was in Zhang Xiaobao's arms, looked at the jelly in Li Longji's hand and pointed at it. "Well, 5 beans it is. It's fine as long as you like it. Don't worry and eat it. Baby, there are no additives in the candy house. It's just that the shelf life is a little short. Additives can't be made." Zhang Xiaobao did not correct Tang Puzan's words. He took the jelly from Li Longji and began to feed it to Tang Puzan. Wang Wan looked around and said to Princess Jinsheng, "Sister, let's continue to go to the city. The construction there is still not finished. It's still working. It's more lively on the road." Princess Jinsheng heard this and went to see Zuzan. She was not sleepy. If it were not for the large group, she would have gone in directly. Zuzan was not sleepy either. He had been on tenterhooks before, but now he became energetic again. Since Wang Wan said to let them enter the city, they could naturally go in. They did not have to worry about walking too fast when they were close to Chang and causing misunderstandings. There was also no need to report in advance. The emperor was next to them. Who should he report to? The Ministry of Rights? There was no need. So he nodded. "Thank you for coming, Your Majesty. Shall we go?" "Let's go. Can we ride?" Li Longji asked Zuzan if he could ride a horse. He looked at Princess Jinsheng. He was afraid that his sister could not ride a horse. As for Zuzan, how could he not know how to ride a horse? Zuzan did not stupidly explain that he could ride a horse. That would be stupid. Instead, he said, "This slave also likes to ride a horse." That's good. Get on the horse. Let's go home. Li Longji stretched out his hand and asked for the reins. Zuzan and Princess Jinsheng also followed and got on the horse. They looked down at Zhang Xiaobao. They were looking at their son in his arms. They didn't want him to fall. Wan Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not care and put Tang Puzan in his right hand. He jumped up directly. After jumping up, he patted the horse's neck with his left hand and then straightened his waist. His body was flat on the horse's back. He twisted his waist and swung his right leg. He steadily landed on the horse's back with Tang Puzan in his arms. He did not even touch the reins. Wang Wan used the same movement to get on the horse. She did not carry the child. She was lighter. There was a burst of applause around. Li Longji once again said to Zuzan, "The two of them like to play around." When I first paid attention to the two of them, they were still very young. This big. Li Longji stretched out his hand and gestured. No one knew how big he was compared. He continued. Then they followed Shang to play outside. When something happened at home, the two of them cooperated with each other to get on the big horse. Xiaobao used his hand to hold Cuckoo's leg. Cuckoo ran over and jumped on the horse. Then she pulled Xiaobao up. Her riding skills are amazing. Zhang Xiaobao did not refute Li Longji. He did not say, "Do you know who I am?" at that time. Instead, he shouted to the sky, "Shui Yun, let's go home. Retreat. Retreat." Tang Pusan, who was in Zhang Xiaobao's arms, stopped crying out happily when he was carried onto the horse. He also looked up at the sky and shouted. Shui Yun swooped down at a low altitude and let out a cry above Zhang Xiaobao's head. Then it returned to the sky and let out another cry to the surrounding group of eagles. A group of eagles circled above the group and protected them as they headed towards the capital. Using the light, Zuzan deliberately looked at the eagle with white feathers in the sky. This was the Shui Yun that Li Longji had conferred the title of general. It was an eagle that had once looked down on all the heroes in the sky of Tubo. It was an eagle that could cooperate with sneak attacks. It was an eagle that could scout in the sky like a human. It was an eagle that could defeat all of the eagles in the sky if there were less than 10 of them. It was an eagle that could cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao to use a spear and knew how to scheme against other eagles in the sky. It was such a plaything. When he and the others arrived at the Tang Empire, they heard from storytellers that it already had children. It even had 11 of them. Its glory was all based on the failure of their side, Tubo. Princess Jinsheng also looked up. She liked Shui Yun and still remembered the storyteller's evaluation of Shui Yun. In Lingtian, who dares to fly the Peng's wings, guarding 1,000 miles of the Peng alone? How heroic was this? At that time, Tubo had also sent eagles over. In the end, there were only a few eagles in the beginning. They were actually intimidated by Shui Yun and did not dare to fly. Later on, when more eagles arrived, they did not dare to do anything to Shui Yun. The heroes of the sky were only SOSO. Perhaps only people like Xiaobao and Cuckoo were qualified to own Shui Yun. Shui Yun did not care about those who were not strong. Eagles had their own pride. Yes, a child's heart was the purest. Tang Pusan also took a fancy to Shui Yun at first glance. He might not understand Shui Yun's domineering aura, but he was able to like Shui Yun first and not other eagles because Shui Yun was also so agile. No more this year. All 11 of them have been divided. Your little brothers and sisters will each get one. There are still 2 left. You can ask His Majesty for them. Zhang Xiaobao was up to no good. He pointed at Li Longji and said to Tang Pusan. Tang Pusan immediately looked at Li Longji and kept blinking. It looked like tears were about to flow out of his eyes. Li Longji was depressed. Xiaobao, I don't want those 2. I will give them to Jun and Pan You can decide. There are only 11 in total. I will give them to whoever you want. Zhang Xiaobao was confused. What should he do? Shui Yun and Hong Wan only had 11 children. Fortunately, he and the others had taken good protective measures and didn't let other children who were born before them push their younger siblings down. As an eagle, Shui Yun also had the status of a general and could eat a salary. How many people wanted his children? There were too many monks and too little meat. Oh, there was too little porridge. It wasn't good to give them to anyone. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the white dot in the sky and shouted, Shui Yun, come down. It's all your fault. Can't you give birth to a few more? If you give birth to 15, it's only 4 more. Look at how stingy you are. Shui Yun replied with a cry. Everyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his cry. Come down first. Let's discuss. You can play with the little guy for a while. The sky doesn't need you, right? Come, give me a gun. I will support him. Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk to Shui Yun. He asked for another gun. He put on his shoulder and held the gun with his hand. Under the gaze of Princess Jinsheng and Zhu Zan, Shui Yun really did come down. He stood on the gun and lowered his head to look at Tang Puzan. Tang Puzan wasn't afraid at all. He stretched out his small hands and made gestures. He said something that no one could hear clearly to express his excitement. At this moment, Zhu Zan was finally convinced. No wonder Shui Yun could be made a general. He was too smart. How was he an eagle? He was clearly a human. He had seen people raise dogs and horses like this, but he had never heard of someone raising an eagle like this. Good eagle. A priceless treasure. If I had it, I wouldn't sell it no matter how much money you give me. Zhu Zan praised when he found that Shui Yun was very cooperative with his son's actions. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. Shui Yun, I have always regarded him as a brother. Who would dare to say that they would buy him? Back then, I even flew side by side with him, side by side in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything about fighting side by side, because the loser was right next to them. Zhu Zan also didn't talk about this topic. He admired Shui Yun very much. Such an eagle could no longer be used for hunting. That would be a blasphemy to Shui Yun. When there was nothing to do, accompanying Shui Yun to eat and chat was the most normal thing to do. With envy in his heart, he said, Xiao Bao, I promise you that next year, if Shui Yun and Hong Wan, which is also very smart and beautiful big red eagle, have another child, you must leave one for my son to grow up with him. Princess Jinsheng also nodded at the side. Shui Yun was really too beautiful, especially those eyes. When he looked at her son, it always made people feel that he revealed a kind of affection. When her son touched his neck, he didn't object. Would it be possible for other eagles? Who could say that Shui Yun was docile and honest? How many eagles had died under his claws and beak? How many people had died in his hands? She then said, It seems that there's no need for next year. As long as the situation is right, Hong Wan can give birth to many children. Once every few months is enough. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? More or less. After all, they are different from other eagles. Other eagles are affected by the pressure of survival in the 4 seasons. They give birth once a year or once every few years. They don't have to worry about food and shelter, and they don't have to worry about being disturbed. When Wang Wan heard Princess Jinsheng's words, she also realized this matter. Since Shui Yun and his wife had less pressure, it should be easier to have more children. That's great. When the two of you go to the northwest to fight, Shui Yun and Hong Wan will be able to use their strength. Zhu Zan said enviously. At this time, Li Longji spoke up. There's no need for that. This time, the military selection will be held in 2 days. By then, Cuckoo will be able to use the Aqua Cloud. Since the Aqua Cloud is not affected by hand technology, why don't we watch together? Military selection? Can the generals win against Cuckoo? I heard that Cuckoo always gives them lectures. Zhu Zan asked in surprise. That's not the case. The generals use guns and cannons, while Cuckoo commands the soldiers with swords, spears, and bows. They fight in an asymmetrical sand table. Li Longji explained. That's fine. Zhu Zan's heart suddenly moved, but he calmed down in an instant. He said, maybe only Cuckoo can do it. I will definitely go and watch. Chapter 991. In that instant, Zhu Zenchai's thought was that if cold weapons could win, Even if the other party was severely injured, wouldn't his Tubo be able to stand against the great Tang? Just as this thought appeared, he crushed it. He had just taken the other party's tortoise shell, and now he was thinking about reviving his country. This was a very dangerous action, and he had to control himself. It didn't matter if Great Tang had cannons or not. What was important was whether they had Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't have to use cannons, and it was the same as using coal weapons. Furthermore, the people of Tubo had already calmed down. Those who didn't want to submit would be hunted down and killed. Why should he think about starting a war again? Is Cuckoo confident? Princess Jinsheng asked. How can there be a definite victory in a war? We can only do our best to prepare. When the time comes, we will look down on the enemy strategically and value the enemy strategically. Zhang Xiaobao carried Yitang Pusan and helped Wang Wan. It turns out that Xiaobao is also a person who understands soldiers. Princess Jinsheng praised. Zhang Xiaobao's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't panic. He calmly accepted this praise. Shuiyun also called out, appearing very happy, as though she was praising him. I know that Shuiyun knows soldiers. It's better for you to fly. I will support you with one hand and carry the child with the other. Don't throw me down. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was a little difficult to maintain his balance. As long as Shuiyun moved her wings, the weight on his arm would change, and it was very unstable. Shuiyun actually let out a continuous goo-goo sound, as though she was laughing. She then spread her wings and used the force of Zhang Xiaobao's push to fly up. Yitang Pusan looked up at Shuiyun in the sky and clapped his hands. Fly, fly. Okay, when we enter the capital, I will bring you to fly in a hot air balloon. Zhang Xiaobao coaxed Yitang Pusan, afraid that he still wanted Shuiyun to come down. Seeing that his son could be doted on by Zhang Xiaobao, Zhu Zan was very happy. He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, do you feel tired to welcome me in the middle of the night? Zhu Zan knew that other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was probably the first person to enjoy such treatment. To be personally welcomed by the emperor gave him a lot of face. Although the emperor said that he was welcoming his younger sister and wanted to see the child, it was still not enough. Li Longji waved his hand. I'm not tired. I don't have much to do at the moment, so I've left most of the matters to the officials. The commoners weren't like before, where they didn't have enough to eat and would always cause trouble. Now, there was an announcement. No matter how far away the commoners were, they would know. If they really encountered a problem and didn't have enough to eat, they could go to the local yamen. The yamen had a house that specially served the commoners, and they could eat there. The food might not be good, and there's no money, but it can guarantee that you won't starve to death. So why are you still making a fuss? Since the officials had received the telegram, they did things very quickly. There weren't any major matters in the court. Occasionally, I would hold a court meeting to chat with the officials. Otherwise, I would meet with a group of envoys from a small country in the southwest. I listened to them talk about interesting things there, and then looked at the local specialties. They all said not to send living things over, as it's a waste of money and manpower. Furthermore, they always die. If I really want living things, I'll ask Xiaobao to send them over. It's better than them. I also don't know what Xiaobao and Cuckoo think of that place. If there's time, I'll send both the army and the navy to the Tang Empire, so that the commoners there don't have to live a hard life. Of course, I'm not their emperor, and they might not be willing to let me manage them. I also don't have good intentions. The main thing is that Xiaobao said that if they were to plant rice in the future, the yield would be very high. They can't grow such good rice themselves, so it's a waste. Li Longji rambled on like an ordinary person talking about trivial matters. Zhu Zan and Princess Jinsheng were so engrossed in listening that they forgot that they were talking to the emperor of the Tang Empire. They listened to Li Longji talk about the fall of a large number of officials on Hongnong's side. He said that they needed more labor this year to build 30,000 li of railway. He said that the amount of iron on the railway seemed to be insufficient. He also said that the development of the steam engine had already progressed to the 4th generation. He wanted to sell the 1st generation to Japan and Silla. He told them that the Tang Empire now had something called a diesel engine that would be very powerful in the future. He mentioned the rare things he saw when he went to Jili province to play before the new year, as well as the beauty of the Tianchi Lake. He also bluntly said that he wanted to occupy more territory, but he didn't have much malice towards the people of other places. He just wanted some resources to speed up the development of the industry and make planes. In the future, when he wanted to go out to play, he could quickly fly to the place and see the magnificence of the world. We don't expect the world to be harmonious because everyone is different. We want to travel to other places where the commoners will welcome us. Everyone is our guard. As Li Longji spoke, he habitually changed the way he addressed himself and reverted back to being the emperor. Zuzan and Princess Jinsheng also woke up from the dream described by Li Longji. After secretly comparing, Zuzan realized that he was far inferior to Li Longji. Right now, even if he could restore his country in Tubo, he wouldn't agree. Otherwise, without the Tang Empire, his own people would overthrow him. How could he, who couldn't even eat, compete with others? Unless he could control all the methods of spreading news and not let the commoners know how the people outside lived, then he would be so backward that he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. What was the point of being the emperor like that? Princess Jinsheng's consideration was more practical. She asked, "Imperial brother, when the time comes, can you give us dozens or even hundreds of diesel engines? We will use them to farm." "Not for now. Our Tang Empire doesn't have many of them. We need to use them for the military first. When there are a few newer generations, I will give them to you. If the technology is leaked, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will eat people." Li Longji didn't make any guarantees this time. Princess Jinsheng was slightly regretful. She asked Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, did the Ministry of Works spend a lot of money? We can also help to produce more food and then send them over to support the Ministry of Works." Wang Wan nodded. "Right now, the things that Tubo send are just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Our family, the imperial court, and His Majesty's own money are all spent on the Ministry of Works every month. Sister, how much money do you need? Since your side is developing well, we can rest assured. We need to raise more cows and sheep. Many children in the Tang Empire can't drink milk and can only drink soy milk or porridge in the morning. It doesn't mean that children who drink milk will be better than those who don't, but when they drink milk, there will be more food and drink. Children are the future. The attitude of those in power is very important." Princess Jinsheng was shocked. The Ministry of Works actually spent so much money. She followed Wang Wan's words and said, "Actually, drinking milk is better than drinking porridge. It isn't obvious for older children. For newborns, their mothers don't have enough milk. Drinking cow's milk is better than drinking porridge. Sister, it's not easy to send diesel engines, but we must send more pressure cookers. Without pressure cookers, the rice can't be steamed. Now, there are some people in the Tang Empire who like to eat steamed rice and steamed buns. After it's done, we just need to put some butter on it, put some meat on it, and sprinkle some salt on it. It tastes good." Wang Wan's stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable. What kind of eating is this? I'm guarding Xiao Bao. Why do I need to eat such things? Sister, I will ask the Ministry of Works to make more pressure cookers. Remember to plant more vegetables. If you only eat meat and rice, the nutrition won't be balanced. Even if you can't change the habit in a short time, you have to slowly get used to it. Also, when you eat raw beef and mutton, you must pay attention to hygiene. When you go back, I will ask the medical school to bring you all kinds of medicine. When the time comes, according to the symptoms, forget it, just send a doctor. The agriculture temple will also send people to see which medicine can be planted there. They will also bring the seeds to see what is suitable for growing. Princess Jinsheng listened carefully and tried to remember. These were all useful words that directly affected the people's livelihood. They couldn't be neglected. Zuzanshida was also listening. He felt that he had made the right choice to come here. He had to see for himself what Tang Empire was like now. Actually, he had already seen it on the road. The people here all had a special kind of glow on their faces. When the road was difficult to walk on, he could always see people organizing to fix it, but they never complained about the horses and people trampling on the road. Occasionally, when they passed by a village, there would be local children coming out to see the commotion. He had never seen a child wearing patched clothes. All of them had their hair combed neatly. This was the power of the Chaoyang operation. Because the children wore the same clothes. He wanted to see how different the capital was from what he had seen on the road. The group continued to move forward. Before long, they arrived at the area where the capital was being expanded. This was the west of the city. The torches and light bulbs complemented each other. What you see now is the expansion of the city. Li Longji continued to speak to Zuzhenchida, the west of the city. Initially, the plan was to expand the west of the city. However, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that we should expand the city in all 4 directions. I thought about it and didn't lack money. Let's expand. However, the amount of work required was too large. Until now, we still haven't finished expanding. Your Majesty, they have been working for a day. They are really working hard. Zuzhenchida watched as the group narrowed. He then saw many animals helping to transport the goods. Working hard? When I came here, I had just changed jobs. Now, I am working on the drainage system. We don't need to fix the city walls. The houses have to be built neatly and the roads are wide. If we plant trees, we won't be able to differentiate between the city and the outskirts. Li Longji continued to explain. What about the city walls? Zuzhenchida asked again. Demolished. Why does the capital need city walls? The palace walls are enough. I also plan to open a few of the palaces that are usually empty. I will charge people money. If people want to see the places where the emperor stayed, they will have to buy tickets to enter. Xiao Bao came up with a bad idea. He said that the money earned from selling tickets would be enough to repair the other palaces. I thought about it. I am poor, so I can only do as he said. If the money earned is not enough, I will ask Xiao Bao to pay for it. He is the one who gave me the idea. In the beginning, there were some officials who were not willing. They said that it was not appropriate. What etiquette? Songli was the one who knew etiquette. The places where the emperor stayed, can others go there? I will give up the palace. I don't care if you have the money to stay for a night. I will just give up Xingqing Palace and let others live there. Does that make him the emperor? Am I not the emperor? The emperor is in the hearts of the people, not in the palaces. Li Longji said as if he was showing off, causing Zhu Zan to be dumbfounded. You don't believe me, right? Come with me. Li Longji said and turned his horse to the side. When he was close to the construction site, he stopped and said loudly, This emperor is passing by, so I want to see you. Everyone has worked hard. Zuzhenchida first saw the people who were working stopped and turned their heads to look at him. Then he heard a deafening sound. It was a mess. For a moment, he couldn't tell what everyone was shouting. Gradually, the people who were working also found this problem. Some people began to take the lead and shouted together. Finally, it became a shout of "Long live the Emperor." Immediately, the other construction sites that couldn't be seen from other places also had the same noise. It was really a wave after wave, mighty and endless. Li Longji simply stood on the back of the horse and fanned out in front of him. He waved his arms with all his strength. Zhang Xiaobao was very worried. He urged his horse to come over. My dear emperor, please calm down. People are still working. He was not worried about Li Longji's safety. When he came, he had already sent people to guard the construction site. He was afraid that the workers would be too excited and work hard. Lively, lively, haha. Li Longji sat back on the horse and said with a smile. He then shouted to the people in front of him, This emperor is going back. Everyone, continue to work. Dinner tonight, this emperor will treat you. Thus, the construction site changed the slogan again. After it was unified, it was respectfully send off your majesty. Zuzhenchida was deeply moved. Previously, when he listened and watched, he finally understood what the emperor is in the hearts of the people meant. Li Longji was really too comfortable as the emperor. There was no need to repair the city walls. Furthermore, he could use the palace to make money. Thinking of this, Zuzhenchida looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was holding his son. Renting the palace would not only make money to repair the other buildings in the palace, but also make the people more aware of Li Longji's position. It would also make the palace more lively. The palace maids and eunuchs will be able to interact with the outside world more often and not be too isolated. One plan used many ways. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao is indeed capable. There are many benefits to coming up with a plan. Indeed, a plan comes with a chain reaction. Your subject has a rough idea. Zhu Qi said to Li Longji. He was very envious. Why weren't Xiao Bao and Cuckoo born in Tubo? After Li Longji finished listening to Zhu Zan's list of benefits, he shook his head with a smile. What you said is too simple. If Xiao Bao came up with such a plan, he wouldn't be Xiao Bao. What you can think of, I can too. Xiao Bao's idea is to give people with bad intentions a chance to come in contact with us. It will be easier for us to catch them. It will also give people a chance to give suggestions. Those who come to live in Great Tang can write down what they think should be improved and put it in the palace they stayed in before. There are many people who have their own needs in life. They might understand the situation better. Someone will organize it and bring it to the imperial court to discuss. Also, I will be going to other places often in the future. When I go to a place, I will naturally need to have a place. If I leave, the place will be idle and a waste of money. If I start now, I will be able to rent it out in the future. There are other benefits too. When you are well rested tomorrow, I will tell you more slowly. Zhu Qi nodded his head. He admitted that he had thought too little. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed Zhang Xiaobao. Just as Li Longji was showing off and Zhu Qi was sighing, a horse came in front of them. The rider on the horse bared his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, Subject Zhao Hanzhong represents the generals in the imperial court to invite military commander Wang to participate in the military selection tomorrow." Chapter 992. As he spoke, Zhao Hanzhong appeared to be confident. His eyes moved back and forth between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything. They only looked at Zhao Hanzhong with a smile on their faces. Princess Jinsheng felt that the atmosphere was a bit stifling. She asked, "Cuckoo, they are about to start the military election. Why don't you agree immediately?" Zhu Zan explained, "Because it's past midnight, it's tomorrow. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo must have worked hard to welcome us. They haven't rested yet. In a while, they will arrange a place for us to rest. They are going to compete tomorrow. They are looking for the right opportunity." Ah! Princess Jinsheng opened her mouth in surprise. When she looked at Zhao Hanzhong, her eyes were unkind. "This is too evil. How can you take advantage of others?" Zhao Hanzhong was stared at by everyone. He lowered his head and whispered, Why don't we wait a little longer? When we came, the general said that military matters are extremely urgent. If we don't move, we will lose the initiative. I will go back and tell them that we will compete tomorrow afternoon." "How can you be like this? We came from afar and were welcomed outside the capital. You find an opportunity to scheme against us. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to constantly blame ourselves for implicating Xiao Bao and Cuckoo?" Princess Jinsheng angrily questioned. Tang Puzan, who was being hugged by Zhang Xiaobao, did not know what was going on. But since his mother was angry, he was also angry. He stared at Zhao Hanzhong. "No, I don't mean that." Zhao Hanzhong shook his head vigorously. He continued to discuss. "Wait for 2 days. 2 days. What do you think, Military Governor Wang? Not bad. Before the battle, you plan against the enemy. Good strategy." Wang Wan smiled and praised. Zhao Hanzhong felt that this sentence was very harsh. Wang Wan continued, "There's no need to wait. Once we enter the city, we will immediately start the military election. The military matters are extremely urgent." Huh? It was Zhao Hanzhong's turn to be dumbfounded. When they came out, the generals had just rested for less than an hour in order to study this plan. It was estimated that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to accompany Ancestor Cheetah. Even if they heard about the military selection and immediately went to rest, they would not be able to sleep well. However, he did not expect that Wang Wan would directly compete with him. If the generals slept for 2 hours, it would be better if they did not sleep just now. Right now, they were sleeping comfortably. If they got up and put on their clothes, they probably would not even have time to wash up. "The generals just fell asleep," Zhao Hanzhong said. In an extremely urgent situation, when faced with an emergency, one should not move. If the army is negligent, one will lose the initiative. Princess Jinsheng reacted and repeated Zhao Hanzhong's words with a smile. Zhao Hanzhong slapped his forehead and said, "Oh my God, this is so tough." As expected, those who plan to win should plan first. Our opponents are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Why didn't I think of this? Haha. When Li Longji heard this, he suddenly laughed and said to Zhao Hanzhong, "Since that's the case, I ask that the generals not delay the military plans. This emperor will also go. Wasn't the location chosen at the Hibiscus Garden? In an hour, this emperor will wait there for the generals to arrive." Turning back, Li Longji asked Ancestor Qida, "Do you want to rest or go together? You don't have to go to the post house or the foreign affairs office to rest. Let Xiao Bao send people to arrange for you to stay in the Joy residence. As for the others, except for the servants, the rest of you will be stationed in the barracks outside the city." Ancestor Qida glanced at Princess Jinsheng and said, "I will go to the Hibiscus Garden. This servant will bring people to stay in the Joy residence first. When I am tired, I will come back." Princess Jinsheng nodded. If it was just their family, they could all go to the Hibiscus Garden. However, there were many attendants, guards, and tubo specialties that would follow them. Someone had to stay and take care of them. Reaching out to take the child who was still reluctant to leave Zhang Xiaobao's arms, Princess Jinsheng said, "Husband, you can go by yourself. I will arrange everything. I think that the people in Xiaobao and Cuckoo's families can do it well." Ancestor Qi touched his son's head and said with relief, "Of course. Who doesn't know that the inner courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in Sanshui County of the Tang Dynasty is the most intimate? When your son is hungry, remember to ask someone to arrange food." The group of people just entered the city and went on with their own business. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sped up and rushed to the Hibiscus Garden. Li Longji, Ancestor Qida, and the others also followed. Zhang Xiaobao followed an order from the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard immediately rushed to the mansion at the fastest speed to go back to get things. The most anxious person was Zhao Hanzhong. It was impossible for all the generals to sleep together. They all returned to their own manors and families. He could only send out a large group of people to spread the news, telling the generals who were sleeping to get up quickly and those who were not asleep to come out directly. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the Hibiscus Garden first, they took a hot bath and let the people in the inner courtyard massage them to relax. Some of the generals were cursing and swearing. Some were walking on the road with ugly expressions, and some were being carried to the Hibiscus Garden by their family members in a daze. No one dared to delay. The emperor had said that it would be an hour, so it must be an hour. Otherwise, it would be delaying the military. When they arrived at the entrance of the Hibiscus Garden, they met many people. They accused and scolded each other, saying that the other person's idea was not good. They did not admit that they also participated in it. All the generals had arrived. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's people also arrived. They ordered the people who went back to deliver a large stack of paper. With a single glance, one could tell that it was printed material. They were currently distributing it. Everyone on either side of the two was given a thick stack. There was even a sticky note on the top to make it easy to read. Li Longji asked for a stack and read it together with Zhu Zan and Gao Lisher. There were names written on the sticky notes. The first name was Zhang Shogui. Li Longji flipped open the topmost sheet, which was used to prevent abrasion, and revealed the contents. General Zhang Shogui, rich in military experience and quick wit. He is adept at using opportunistic tactics to break the enemy. With him taking the lead and attacking first, his attacks are bound to be sharp. In order to achieve his goal, he can circle around the enemy's army and throw the enemy's formation into disarray with one strike. However, he has plenty of offense, but not enough defense. He has plenty of courage, but not enough stability. In the face of an unexpected situation, he has a poor grasp of the overall situation. He is good at joint attacks and surprise attacks. Savant's Pavilion gives out 500 strings of string of coins for free. He has been there many times to eat. He likes to eat mutton and drink strong wine. When the strong wine is served, he drinks it from a small cup. Thus, He has a strong personality and is attentive to details. Give him a voucher. When he buys our goods, find someone to bargain with him. Even though he knows the price, he continues to lower the price. When he is not willing to sell, he will turn around and leave. If he is not willing to sell, he will turn around and buy again at the lowest price we just agreed on. This shows that he is conceited and full of schemes. If you encounter him, you can use a small scheme to lure him into the trap. Then, you can beat him at his own game and find a loophole to break through. After breaking through, you can use a small scheme to trick him again. After that, you can surround him and force him to defend, leaving 3 loopholes for him to break out of the encirclement. Then, you can delay the attack and disrupt the overall strategy of the generals. Li Longji and the other 2 read. Even before it finished, they all shivered. Why, Your Majesty, there's more at the end. Gao Lisha reminded Li Longji to turn the page. Li Longji was not in a hurry to turn the page. Instead, he looked at Zuzan. Zuzan happened to look at him at the same time. He swallowed twice and said, "At that time, Tubo did not complain at all. This should be written by Xiao Bao. I understand now. Cuckoo is in charge of the military formation, while Xiao Bao is in charge of the enemy general's likes and dislikes." That's right. I was puzzled at that time. Li Longji raised his head and looked at Zhang Shogui, who was yawning not far away. He shook his head and said, "I was puzzled as to why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo became so generous and specially gave free vouchers and vouchers to the generals. So that's why. Truly, there is no good wine and no good banquet." When Zuzan heard Li Longji's words, he thought of the pair of hawksbill turtles that he had received earlier. Those things were indeed valuable, but they were definitely not a good gift. In the future, he would have to take care of them carefully. He would probably have to find water that was similar to seawater and raise them until they were fully grown. When that time came, he would probably not be able to continue staying in Tubo. He would have to take the money and find another place to live a good life. If he really did not have enough money, he could sell one and it would be enough for several lifetimes. Looking at the report, Zuzan suddenly thought of something and said, "If that's the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's intelligence network is extremely fast and detailed. They probably have people in all kinds of industries." When Li Longji heard this, he paused for a moment and said, "That's right. Their intelligence network is even more powerful than the Great Tang's. It's so powerful that they know what I eat, where I sleep, and what I say every day. The more it is like this, the more at ease I feel. If someone wants to scheme against me, they will know. Even if someone breaks into the palace, they will find the right place to rescue me. Who would dare to poison me? I probably don't know. They have already made a move. Isn't that right, Lisher?" Gao Lisher quickly said, "Your Majesty, you are more or less right. Sometimes, I will also leak information to them. For example, when the small countries in the southwest send tributes, I will first tell them what the tributes look like and let them see if they can hurt your Majesty. Also, when the Imperial Kitchen cooks new dishes, such as the dishes learned from the Savant Restaurant or Xiao Bao, I will carefully compare them. If the Imperial Kitchen cooks the dishes themselves, I will also tell Xiao Bao and let him see if long-term consumption is bad for the body." When Zuzan heard the conversation between the 2 of them, he knew that there was a misunderstanding. Perhaps they wanted him to sow discord. He was wronged. He did not mean that. At the same time, he inwardly sighed. It seemed that the other party's plan to sow discord was not going to work. The 2 of them had spoken too clearly. They did not guard against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This was especially so when it came to Gao Lisher. He dared to admit that he had leaked information, and he had even taken the initiative to do so. Li Longji acted as if this was a matter of course. This was not just pampering, but pampering. For a moment, Zuzan regretted what he had just said. Perhaps Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would soon hear about it. What would the 2 of them think? Zuzan opened his mouth to explain, but he helplessly gave up. The more he tried to explain, the worse the situation would become. He could only hope that Xiao Bao and Wang Chong would be magnanimous and not make a fuss. Li Longji did not continue to say anything. He raised his hand and casually flipped to a page. The label on this page said Jia Shishan. The page he turned to was the 3rd page written about Jia Shishan. It said, Jia Shun, good at defense. His defense is almost impregnable. If you encounter him, you should take a detour and make him lose his strategic position. If he leads an army to attack, you should meet him head-on. Force him to defend and set his position. Cooperate with others to isolate his army. He likes to drink wine, but he does not like to drink light dishes or a small plate of nuts. He can also drink 2 caddies of wine himself. His appetite is heavy. He is willing to eat salty food. He likes to eat noodles as a staple food. He always has to use his chopsticks to circle the noodles twice before slowly putting them into his mouth. This shows that he has a lot of thoughts and does not like to move forward. On the way to Jili Prefecture, the generals carried out a sand table simulation. In autumn, Jia Shun led 1,500 men to guard an important mountain peak. He arrived first and ordered his men to cut down trees and pile them on the mountain. He also dug a hole and filled it with water. At that time, the enemy was a young general, Wang Zhongxi, less than 20 years old, leading 10,000 men. They surrounded him and attacked first. Jia Shun looked down from above and threw stones. After a long time, the attack failed. He attacked with fire. However, Jia Shun had ordered his men to cut down trees. The fire was not strong enough to reach the top. Jia Shun then ordered his men to take off their clothes and wet their faces. He also ordered his men to light the smoke and take advantage of the wind to smoke the enemy's encirclement. The troops at the bottom of the wind were in chaos. He ordered his men to beat the drums to make a strong attack. The enemy at the bottom of the wind was alert with the smoke, but he ordered his men to cover their faces with wet cloth and quietly went down the mountain to attack the enemy's smoke. The enemy slacked. He killed countless and returned to the top of the mountain. 10 days later, the young general, Wang Zhongxi, led his troops to retreat. He lost 3,000 men and delayed the opportunity. Therefore, when he encountered Jia Shun, he defended and did not attack. He attacked and forced him to defend. Finished reading, Li Longji and the other 2 looked at each other in dismay. Your Majesty, when you went to Jili province to play, did you take the sand table with you? Zhu Zuzan asked. He knew that Li Longji went to Jili province because he heard Li Longji's story. But he did not know that Li Longji took the sand table with him. Not only did I take it with me, the entire 3rd floor of the ship was used to calculate the sand table. At that time, we agreed that there would be a military expedition on the way. The generals could not wait any longer. Who would have thought that as soon as we boarded the ship, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo kept talking to me about national policy and all kinds of strategies. I was confused listening to them. Later on, when I finally understood, the ship had arrived at the destination, so there was no need to compare. Tell me, how could I not listen? Is national policy more important, or is the military expedition more important? When it came from Xiao Bao's mouth, how could I not be 120% alert? Also, when it came from the 2 of them, not only did I have to listen, I also had to ponder. If the generals wanted to carry out the military selection, who would dare to come and interrupt the 2's plan? One after another? They were often busy until dawn. They were working so hard, yet they still forced them to carry out a military expedition that was not considered too important. What was the meaning of this? Do you want to harm the country and the people? Li Longji roughly told Zhu Zuzan about what happened on the ship. He imitated Zhang Xiaobao and spread out his hands. That's why we can't compare. Then, the generals should familiarize themselves with it first. Who knew that the attack and defense records of their sand table were also taken by Xiaobao to study? Do you know how happy I was at that time? The 2 of them supported me to go on a trip. They would rather pay for me to see the scenery over there. At the same time, they also asked me to help them get the Xinlua people to join the Tang Empire and form a county. At that time, I was already very impressed. Xiao Bao was indeed different. A plan within a plan, a chain of plans. I went out for a stroll, and there were so many benefits. It was not a wasted trip. I did many things and learned many things. But you only realize today that his plan had not been revealed, right? Zhu Zuzan asked Li Longji with a sympathetic look. Yes, no wonder when they came back, they had a military and civilian reunion. It was to delay. After so many days, I reckon that Xiao Bao had already studied all the generals. A bunch of fools. They still want to scheme against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Let's see what will happen when the two armies are set up tonight. Today, I have seen it for myself. Attacking from the outside is not based on the soldiers. Victory in a war is not only about the military, but also other auxiliary and calculations. Li Longji shook the paper in his hand that had information written on it. His gaze swept across the generals who had yet to recover. Zuzan nodded emotionally. Yes, sometimes people will die if they don't fight at close quarters. Cuckoo is a sharp knife. When she really moves, it will definitely dye the mountains and rivers red. Xiao Bao is a poison that kills without a trace. When he has the help of a knife, he could do many things secretly. In the end, people realized that not many people actually died under the knife that needed to be guarded against at all times. The poison is the most vicious. It is colorless and tasteless, and it kills the throat upon seeing blood. One plays an open scheme and can meet force with force at any time. The other plays a conspiracy and will constantly pester you. I really don't understand how the two of them could be together. Why the two of them? Sigh. Why am I Tang Empire, right? My luck is good. Wait a while more. I really can't bear to let the people who just arrived carry out the military selection immediately. It's too much of a bully, even though they asked for it. Li Longji said happily. He was a virtuous emperor. Otherwise, how could he have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo help him? Who was the one who said that he wanted to suppress them? Who said a lot of bad things and hated that he couldn't kill the two families? Who were they? He would deal with them one by one later. While the three of them were feeling sad for the generals, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished their massage. They were in high spirits, smiling modestly and peacefully, and came to the resting place of the generals. The generals were continuously drinking tea to refresh themselves. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, over here. Li Longji called out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked over and looked at Li Longji, waiting for him to speak. Show mercy. Li Longji waved the paper in his hand and said. Wang Wan glanced at it and replied, Xiao Bao and I will definitely do our best to make them lose. Even if they win by a fluke, we will let them know what it means to lose 800 of your own men to kill 1,000 of your enemy. Don't think that you can slack off just because you have advanced weapons. There are many cases of the weak winning against the strong. Once we lose to a nation, they will have a certain attitude of contempt for us. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He knew. Back then, he and Wang Wan had read a history book from more than 100 years ago. It said that because the United States had lost 2 wars in a row, one against North Korea and the other against Vietnam, even though China's military strength was not that great at that time, its citizens were not afraid of the United States. They were not afraid of the United States like the Japanese, who had been dropped 2 atomic bombs on them. Thus, he said, I'm the same as Cuckoo. We will do our best to win and not give anyone face. If we let them win today, we will hurt them tomorrow. Oh, all right, then you guys will do your best. But this thing that you guys obtained seems to have violated the rules of the game. Li Longji waved the paper in his hand again. This is not a game. This is war. The rules of war are for victory. Without rules, those who can't bear to kill civilians almost got wiped out. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Zhu Zan as he spoke. Zhu Zan nodded silently. He knew what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. When the Tang Empire's army came, they did not touch the village and were reported. But when Cuckoo's logistics team came, it was really bloody. But who could they blame? If they did not touch the embankment, would they be able to take revenge so ruthlessly? Li Longji also remembered. At that time, he just wanted to give some credit to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. He did not expect them to really fight. He just wanted them to join in the fun. After organizing the logistics team and taking out the money, he could persuade the other officials to promote them. But he did not expect that the logistics team could not only allow the Tang Empire's army to move smoothly in the Tang Empire's territory, but they also received his order. Under the situation where they knew the situation, they resolutely went out according to the order and took the position of commander with the identity of the logistics team. They gathered the defeated soldiers and then went on a campaign to attack the Great Wall. Thinking of this, Li Longji stretched out his hands and rubbed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's heads. He said, "Beat them. Beat them hard. Incompetent generals will tire out thousands of soldiers. This is a military selection for you, but also a selection for them. I will not let them see this information." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. They nodded at the same time and turned around to invite the generals to start the military selection. When the generals saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan come over, they were speechless. These two were too bad. Lord Pei, aren't you in charge of the Ministry of Personnel? Are you here to watch the fun? Zhang Xiaobao saw Pei Guanting, the Minister of Personnel, and asked in surprise. Pei Guanting's eyes were red. He was sleepy and said listlessly, "I used to be a doctor in the Ministry of Military Personnel. I'm old now, so I have to do my part." "You're not old. You are in the prime of your life. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the same position as the Secretary of the Secretariat. That it's about to start. Shouldn't everyone be in their positions?" Zhang Xiaobao was still smiling. He had long since known that Pei Guanting was one of them. This time, the other side was full of awesome people. They had sent out their strongest lineup, and they had also gathered all the intelligence. It was just that the other side had schemed in the middle of the night and deliberately provoked them. Wang Wan was also observing. There were quite a few people. Zhao Hanzhong, Zhang Shouge, Jia Shishun, Yang Xixuan, Xiao Song, Du Xian, Gai Jian, Cui Shi, Wang Zhongxi, Yuan Rong, and so on. They really thought highly of her. From the looks of it, even the battalion commanders of a battalion had titles. Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan's gaze and looked at Yuan Rong. Before he could ask, Yuan Rong said, "I'm just organizing the logistics. I don't know how to fight a war. I don't know how to arrange rations or keep accounts." "Oh, this can be considered a national mobilization. Lord Li Linfu didn't come?" Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire the other party. To be able to put down his pride and ask the administrator to organize the logistics. Li Linfu's organizational skills weren't bad. There shouldn't be a lack of people who are also good at keeping accounts. "Lord Zhang, I'm here." As expected, a voice came from behind. Li Linfu stood up and waved his hand. Zhang Xiaobao also waved his hand. "I really was afraid that someone would be missing. In any case, there aren't many things to do in the Great Tang right now, and communication is convenient. Since we have nothing to do, let's play together and have some fun. Logically speaking, we can begin now. However, I would like to introduce an important existence to everyone. He is Shuiyan. In the sand table, you must acknowledge his existence. Shuiyan, come down and let your colleagues take a look." Zhang Xiaobao shouted to the sky, and the sky responded with an eagle cry. Then, Shuiyan's figure appeared. He circled twice and found a branch with better branches. Once again, he flew high into the sky and swooped down. He grabbed the trunk with his claws and broke it with a crack. This was not the end of it. The water cloud adjusted its two claws, then took the trunk into the air and swooped down again. It directly pressed the broken part of the trunk into the middle of a small ditch nearby, where the ice and the ground were in contact. Shuiyan flew up and slowly landed on the branch he pressed on the ground. It was very suitable. Everyone was already used to this. Shuiyan was just making a place for himself to stand. Even if he chatted with someone one day and asked if they had eaten in the morning, it was very normal. There were many birds that could talk. However, everyone still looked at Zhang Xiaobao with jealousy. That was because Shuiyan had a wife, Hong Wan, who was almost as smart as him. She could give birth to litters of children. All of them belonged to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. General Shui is coming down. What I want to say is that he will fight with us. In the sand table, we must take him into consideration. How smart he is will be the extent to which the generals on the sand table will acknowledge him. Is that okay? Zhang Xiaobao explained what he meant. No, Shuiyan is too smart. It's not fair. Zhao Hanzhong, who is still Sir all over, objected. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and asked him to speak up for him. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "How is it fair? You use guns and radios, while Cuckoo uses cold weapons. This is unfair in itself. Can you say that there won't be an existence like Shuiyun in the places you fight in the future? Zhu Zizan chimed in. That's right. Firecrackers can be bought at will in the Great Tang. Can you guarantee that when people from other countries come and buy a large number of firecrackers, they won't make simple guns for war? Can other countries buy a lot of firecrackers and use them as explosives? Zhao Hanzhong didn't say anything. Indeed, who said that firecrackers couldn't kill people? He looked at the others, hoping to get some help. The others lowered their heads and pondered. Then, Zhang Shouge stepped forward and said, Okay, we acknowledge Shuiyun. But you and Cuckoo can't receive the signal after stealing our radios and deploy according to the message inside. You have to acknowledge this. We use a separate encryption system. If others get it on the battlefield, they can't translate it. Also, when you get guns and cannons, you can't use them proficiently because you haven't practiced. Although we know that you are more proficient in this, you are not playing the role of people from the Great Tang, right? That's right. Even if we get the radios on the battlefield, there won't be people outside to relay information to us when we fight on the sand table. When we fight with the cannons, they will even explode. The captives will also be captured according to the previous rules. Neither side can get anything out of them, and they would rather die than submit. Are there any other changes? If not, let's begin. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Zhang Shougui's view. He repeated the rules and asked the others. The generals looked at each other, but none of them proposed any new changes. The rules were more or less done, and if there was a need, a panel of referees would be in charge. The only regret was that they couldn't test it in actual combat, because what happened in actual combat was outside the rules. But there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't really fight. Seeing that no one wanted to add anything, Li Longji said, Since that's the case, we will begin the military election. We will also be a referee. If there is a major dispute over fairness, we will personally rule. Let's enter. Whether the generals were sleepy or uncomfortable, they all went to their respective positions. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the others did the same. The large group went to their own rooms. Each person had their own room. Only when their armies encountered each other could they gather together to discuss matters. In the middle of the countless small rooms was a large sand table. It was the sand table of the Jiangnan circuit, and many people in charge of relaying information to the various rooms were ready. Chapter 993. Several hundred generals found their positions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also arranged for the commanders in their homes. 100,000 soldiers against 100,000 soldiers. This could be considered a major battle. Because Wang Wan was playing the role of the defensive commander of a backward region, her soldiers could be arranged first. The generals would attack from the east of Jiangnan, which was the east of Jiangnan. Wang Wan was not allowed to have large ships, only small sampans. However, the main battlefield was Wang Wan, and Zhang Xiaobao could be more flexible in the logistics. Wang Wan had 400,000 indigenous people, and the generals had 50,000 logistical soldiers to supplement them. With Li Longji's order, the battle began. Zhang Shouge was in charge of the Great Tang's vanguard, leading 20,000 soldiers, 50 cannon ships, 200 transport ships, and horses. At the start of the battle, Zhang Shougue picked up an order flag, waved it twice, and whispered, Order all cannon ships to line up. Move the ships, fire the cannons, and bombard the coast of Haiyan. The messenger glanced at the small sand table and map in front of Zhang Shougue, nodded, and went to the large sand table in the middle of the large room to repeat Zhang Shougue's order. At this time, many people had entered the large room to deliver the message. The referees were staring at the sand table, and the people in charge of recording were also moving their brushes like they were flying. The model ships representing the cannon ships moved across the surface of the sea on the large sand table. Several referees looked at the sand table and shook their heads, giving a result. Tang Vanguard cannon ships are firing blanket fire. Based on the maximum range of the cannons, 0 native casualties. Because there are no troops stationed along the coast, if the Tang Vanguard cannon ships continue to fire, 1,500 shells will be consumed in 15 minutes. Wang Wan also looked at her sand table and map and softly ordered, "All personnel have finished setting up the traps. All lines are to retreat, with Tang as the center. Form a straight line from north to south. Retreat to Wuqing, Diqing County, Wukong, Yongxing, and Fuyang County in a line. Prepare to retreat again and give up on Lingyi Mountain." If the various vanguard units have already arrived at their designated positions, and no new orders have been received within 72 hours, it means that the command center has already moved and orders them to freely adjust the troops according to the deployment before the general battle, or to retreat, or to hide, or to feign attack. The person in charge of delivering the message nodded and left. He went to the house where Huzi and the others were and informed the people outside. The people standing outside expressed that they had heard the message, but did not go in to inform Huzi and the other generals. Because Wang Wan was a native, she didn't have a radio, so it would take some time for the news to be transmitted. If the referee had set a time limit of 4 days for the news to be transmitted, then the people outside would have to wait for 1 day before they could inform Huzi and the others. If the referee had set a time limit of 8 hours, then they would have to wait for 2 hours, which was a 4-to-1 ratio. 3 minutes later, the general in Zhang Shogui's other room sent a report. Vanguard Scout Team 1 reports that the artillery coverage has been completed. All suspicious bunkers in the coastal areas within Sea Salt's line of sight have been destroyed. No signs of a counterattack have been found. Gunship Command Camp reports that 1,150 rounds of ammunition have been expended. Firing has been halted and awaiting further orders. 1/7 of the total number of rounds have been expended. This was the report sent by the general in another room. Scout again, report again. Order the scout camp to increase the number of troops ashore and carefully search. Zhang Shogui realized that the situation was a little bad from the reports sent by the first scout team. The first scout team did not say how many native corpses they had seen, which meant that they had not been able to find them, or that there was no one along the coast and all the bunkers were fake. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao stood up from his room and began to stroll out, heading toward Wang Wan's room. As he passed by Zhang Shogui's door, he even smiled at him. When Zhang Shogui saw Zhang Xiaobao, he froze for a moment, but then he suddenly reacted and said to the messenger, "Objection! Zhang Xiaobao has snuck out on his own and violated the rules." The messenger immediately went to the panel of judges, and after receiving a reply, he returned and said to Zhang Shogui, "The panel of judges has expressed that it's fine. Zhang Xiaobao has not violated the rules." "How is that possible? He's already come out, but he hasn't violated the rules. I request that the panel of judges give a detailed explanation." "Look, he's already entered Wang Wan's room. So how can a martial arts examination still proceed? What is he in charge of that he can just go over? In a moment, remember to close my door." It's easier for them to hear. Zhang Shogui unhappily pointed at Zhang Xiaobao, who had just entered Wang Wan's room and closed the door. The messenger ran back and forth. "The panel of judges has said that you have no right to know what Zhang Xiaobao is in charge of through the panel of judges. Furthermore, they have confirmed once again that he has not violated the rules. If you must know, then you can first request to withdraw from the martial arts examination. After they inform you, you can only sit in the judge's seat or leave the field." Zhang Shogui paused for a moment, then waved his hand. "Forget it. I can't withdraw yet. Order the cannons to follow the northern shore of Hangzhou Bay and travel close to the shore. Use the fastest speed possible to reach Yangguan County. Send a scout team to search the shore. If they encounter an enemy, report back. The special forces will go ashore and enter the forest. If they find traces of the enemy, use the radio to call for artillery support and inform the Central Army. The road ahead is safe." Yang Xixuan was in charge of the Central Army of the Great Tang Fleet. He was in charge of 40,000 soldiers, 20 cannons, and 300 ships. It was not his turn to do anything yet. He sat on the chair and looked at the sand table on the ground. There were a few models of small boats in front of him, representing the vanguard. The messenger pushed the boats forward bit by bit. Every time they moved a little, they would leave. Then, when they received the report from the panel of judges, they would push a little more. After pushing a little more, when the messenger returned, 2 of the boats had stopped moving. Yang Xixuan was stunned. Why did the 2 groups of soldiers stop at the vanguard? This group was requested by Wang Wan. It was represented by the brigade and battalion of the military advisor. It was not that the current military system was not good enough, but that Wang Wan was more familiar with it. It was already good that she did not change the brigade into platoons. When she lectured, she also had the generals get used to the system. Yang Xixuan was only puzzled, but Zhang Shouge was about to go crazy from anger. Why are my 2 groups not moving? Can someone give me an explanation? Zhang Shouge was the messenger. The messenger knew what was going on, but he could not say. He could only helplessly shrug his hands. If Sir wishes to see the details, please withdraw first. Fleet personnel report that the propellers of the Vanguard's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups have been entangled by fishing nets. The panel of judges has determined that the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups are unable to move, and their steam engines have been damaged. Half of the 1st group's boats are unable to move, and their steam engines have also been damaged. Zhang Shougui's question was quickly answered by a messenger from another room in the group. How did they get entangled? The lookout just now said that the water was calm. Where did they hide their fishing nets? This is too much of a bully. Zhang Shougui could not figure out what the problem was. In the end, the messenger also said, if you wish to know the exact reason and observe from a third party's perspective, please withdraw first and find someone else to replace you. Can't you just say something else? Zhao Gang, withdraw first and ask what's going on. Have your little brother replace you. If the explanation is wrong, come find me. If the explanation is reasonable, you can stay with the panel of judges. Zhang Shougui shouted as loudly as he could into the room next door. Zhao Gang was the captain in charge of the lookout. When he heard Zhang Shougui's voice, he reluctantly put down the flag, stood up, and walked over to the large sand table in the center. When he got there, he said, I withdraw. I want to know how the boat was entangled by the fishing nets. In your judgment, there were no tools on the water that left a mark. The people of the panel of judges were very easy to talk to. Since Zhao Gang had withdrawn, they would tell him. He explained, Wang Wan had people place a fishing net in the water at the very beginning, using a levitation technique. It's basically a piece of wood with a rock hanging from it. Only after achieving levitation is it allowed to be placed in the water. The fishing net is hung in this manner. This technique is not difficult at all, and the panel of judges has approved it. Do you have any other opinions? Zhao Gang thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, have my little brother replace me. I want to join the panel of judges. Give me a copy of the rules. Zhang Shougui did not receive Zhao Gang. What he received was news from the messenger. Lord Zhao has already joined the panel of judges. Zhang Shougui raised his head and sighed. He now understood that the boat had truly been entangled by the fishing net. As for how, he would have to find a reason himself. It didn't take long for the water ghost to report. Discovered floating pieces of wood and falling rocks in the water, neither floating nor sinking, attached to the fishing net. The special forces on shore also reported, discovered countless bunkers and dummies, but no living or dead people. Zhang Shougui nodded vigorously. Formidable. Before we even made contact, our great Tang has already lost several tens of thousands of strings of coins. But I don't understand. As he spoke, Zhang Shougui stood up and headed straight for the center of the sand table. When he arrived at a door facing this direction, he wrapped his clothes around his head and covered his ears with his hands. Unable to enter, he said, Stop for a moment. I have something to say. I didn't see or hear. Li Longji was eating appetizers and drinking wine while looking at the sand table. Seeing Zhang Shi enter like this, he raised his hand to signal for a pause. Minister Zhang, someone come and take his hands off. Stop pretending. We don't believe that he can't hear us. Without needing help, Zhang Shougui put down his own hands and said indignantly, Your Majesty, this subject refuses to accept this. Wang Wan is our general's teacher, so she already understands us very well. And there's also Zhang Xiaobao, who specializes in scheming. If they fight with us, we will be at a disadvantage at every step. What this subject wants to ask is, if it really was the Great Tang's army, how many aboriginals will be able to come up with such a plan? But your majesty, look at the way they fought. They've been scheming from the start and understand us very well. Is it possible for them to be true aboriginals? Li Longji earnestly listened. After thinking for a while, he asked, then according to Minister Zhang's meaning, you admit defeat? Wang Wan directly became the martial champion? This subject does not mean that. What this subject means is that the referees should not have allowed them to be as smart as they are now, Zhang Shogui argued. His voice was so loud that others could hear him. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao walked out of the room and to the sand table in the center. Zhang Xiaobao spoke. General Zhang, yes, Cuckoo understands you, but you don't understand her? She's always giving you lessons, so you don't understand her style? I also didn't hide. I used schemes, and everyone seemed to understand that once my schemes were out, they would always be connected. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Could it be that you want to push the blame onto us and say that you don't understand us? You say that we schemed against you, but could it be that on a real battlefield, you would discover that the enemy general was scheming against you, and you would stop fighting? And then, because they were in the wrong, they would agree to a truce and withdraw their troops? This is not the case. On the battlefield, there's only life and death, nothing else. Everyone uses their own methods to determine victory and defeat, but are the aboriginals as smart as you? Wouldn't they be scared silly by the sound of cannons? Zhang Shogui first shook his head, then continued with his reason for opposing. Oh, scared silly by the sound of cannons? Fine, General Zhang, take a look and see what this is. Zhang Xiaobao took out his gun and pointed it at Zhang Shogui. A gun, Zhang Shogui replied. Very good. Then now, General Zhang, I want you to bring your mother, wife, or daughter over and take off their clothes so that we can all humiliate them. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death, Zhang Xiaobao said. Brat, you dare. Zhang Shogui's eyebrows shot up and his eyes widened. He stepped forward and charged at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao, if you have the guts, beat me to death. Beat me. Stop. General Zhang, I'm apologizing. I'm just saying. Later, I'll kowtow to Auntie and apologize. I'll go with Cuckoo to apologize. Please don't be impulsive. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly ran behind Li Longji. Minister Zhang, don't be impulsive. We will uphold justice for you. Someone, seize Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji urged. Gao Lishir was on the side. He pressed down on Zhang Xiaobao and snatched the gun from him. Only then did Zhang Shogui stop his charge and angrily glare at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao, I'll remember you. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll buy a cart full of firecrackers and blow up your house. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and fearfully said, Okay, General Zhang, please don't be angry. Later, Cuckoo and I will kowtow to Annie, okay? There's an explanation. It's like this, General Zhang. I was just saying, and you're already like this. You also know the power of a gun, so why didn't you back down? The natives also have their own parents, wives, and children. If you're not afraid of guns, should they be afraid of cannons? Living in humiliation or dying in battle to protect their loved ones, I believe that many men know what to choose. Even women can be forced onto the battlefield. Thus, your explanation is not valid. Zhang Xiaobao sincerely spoke this time. Zhang Shogui took a few deep breaths. In the future, you're not allowed to use my family as an excuse. There's no need for you to go to my mother's place. I admit that the natives also have men, but are they as smart as you? On the side, Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Of all the examples he could use, why did he have to mention his family? Following which, she said, General Zhang, Xiaobao and I have been wanting to pay a visit for a long time. Please don't refuse. You must go. Xiaobao's words just now offended you, so please be magnanimous. Later, we'll pay a visit and apologize. Now, I'll answer your second question. Our Great Tang's technology is limited, but the gunships are there for all to see, and the steam engine ships are shuttling back and forth. Let's not talk about the natives of other places, just talk about Japan. Do you think they can't figure out how to stop the propeller ships? If a foreigner studies in the Great Tang long enough, he will know how the weapons of the Great Tang are and will definitely think of a way to deal with them. No one is a fool, and there are also some extremely talented people. If a tribe sends 100 people to study in the Great Tang, when they return, how can they not compare and think about the Great Tang's economy and military? Yes, they might not understand the Great Tang as well as I and Xiao Bao, but you want to battle, so how can the other tribes not think about it? You say that it's unfair that Xiao Bao, and I know a lot, but it's unfair to use guns against cold weapons. You can't always treat others as fools. In fact, no matter how backward a place is, as long as they fight to the death, you can't win unless you kill everyone. Zhang Xiaobao took back his gun and continued. Actually, not all the men in all places are like men. In some places, you don't even need to fight. You just need to spend money, and women will take off their clothes and perform for you. This is actually more tragic than being conquered by force. General Zhang, think about it this way. You're not fighting against the natives, but against the smart people. You just have advanced weapons, but these people are not afraid of death and are eager to learn. Moreover, they have sent many people to study in the Great Tang. You also have to understand that the person participating in the military selection is Cuckoo. You have the advantage of weapons and are making it difficult for her to move. We are competing with cold weapons and hot weapons, but we're using the natives as an excuse. Don't you even have this little bit of confidence? Do you have to turn Cuckoo into a fool before you think you have a chance of winning? Then what if Cuckoo also uses hot weapons to participate in the military selection? Do you still dare to compete? Zhang Shogui lowered his head in embarrassment. Truly, Wang Wan's military selection was already not balanced. No one knew if the natives would be so formidable that they would not compromise even if their entire tribe was wiped out, or so weak that they would take off their clothes for a little money. But since he had chosen his opponent, he had to choose the strongest. Thus, he said, "Your Majesty, this subject knows his wrongs." Correct. Minister Zhang is a man. Since you are willing to risk your life to protect your family, in the future, when needed, you will definitely be able to protect the country. Li Longji didn't care at all about Zhang Shogui's lack of etiquette. If he really wanted to investigate, he would first investigate Zhang Xiaobao, who wouldn't be angry after hearing those words, unless he wasn't a man. If things went wrong, he would have to write a decree to console Zhang Shogui's mother. As for Xiao Bao, he would have to suffer even more. He would have to pay his respects. Upon hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Shogui felt much better. He glanced at Zhang Xiaobao, wanting to persuade him not to come and apologize, but Zhang Xiaobao immediately understood. General Zhang, don't say any more. I have to go. Even if it's for my reputation, I have to go. Otherwise, what will the world think of me? If the two of us switched places, you would already be on the ground. Not even a doctor from the Academy of Dei could save you. Once the military selection is over, Cuckoo and I will pay you a visit. Don't reject us at the door. Cuckoo, what gift do you think we should prepare? An apology is an apology, but a gift can't be lacking. There's no need. Zhang Shogui actually felt a little embarrassed. This husband and wife pair had been talking about kowtowing and apologizing for nothing more than the fact that it involved his family. It wasn't like they were actually trying to humiliate him. Their usual etiquette was already more than enough. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Shogui's words. Following Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "I heard that Auntie likes to eat Huainan sweet oranges. This is a must." It said that Annie worked hard in her youth and coughed for a long time. Tubo's golden fungus is also a must. Also, Annie always has people buy sandalwood to calm the heart. Gifting her a set of sandalwood furniture is also a must. Annie is also afraid of the cold. When the soldiers of Jilin province went overseas to find seeds, they hunted down a white bear pelt and placed it in Annie's room. Auntie is also willing to watch the show. How about we bring our acrobatics and crosstalk troupe over to accompany Auntie in her happiness? Also, Wang Wan spoke one thing after another, leaving Zhang Shogui dumbfounded. He realized that some of the things Wang Wan spoke of were things he already knew, but there were still some that he didn't know. For an outsider to know his mother's habits better than him and speak of them as if they were family treasures. Wasn't this a little too frightening? Thinking of this, Zhang Shogui couldn't find the words to refuse. She was gifting something to his mother. He felt like Wang Wan was his mother's real daughter. She truly understood everything. Moved, Zhang Shogui couldn't help but sigh. Let's just continue with the military selection. I think we're done for. Chapter 994. Returning to his room, Zhang Shogui stared at the two model boats on the sand table for a while before giving the order. Give the order. The 5,000 men of the 3 regiments of the 1st Vanguard Brigade are to be sent ashore in small boats. Equip them with horses and send them along the coastal land route, moving side by side with the fleet. The 2nd Vanguard Brigade is to send small boats forward quickly, throw hooks, and pull out all the fishing nets in the water. Send the hot air balloons into the air and fly as fast as possible towards Shicheng on the southern shore of Hangzhou Bay. Enter Qiantang along the coast and monitor the situation in the surrounding 100 square kilometers. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also returned to the room. As for why Zhang Xiaobao was able to stay with Wang Wan, it was because Zhang Xiaobao had arranged the logistics in advance. He had put the command center together with Wang Wan's command center. In any case, the speed of information transmission was already very slow. Even if he split up, he wouldn't be of much use. It was better to stay in the same room with Wang Wan and discuss things on the spot. Weather, Wang Wan asked the messenger. Light rain, the messenger replied. This was the result of the dice in the center of the sand table. The season was autumn, and it had just entered autumn. The weather conditions were changed every day. Other than volcanic eruptions and hurricanes blowing up the mountains, all sorts of weather conditions could occur. After a period of time, heavy snow was even allowed. Although it was said that the Jiangnan circuit rarely experienced snow, and even if it did, it was not a heavy snowfall. However, previous records showed that the Jiangnan circuit had indeed experienced heavy snowfalls. Of course, it was impossible for the entire Jiangnan circuit to be completely sunny on the first day and completely covered in snow on the second. That was absolutely impossible. Clouds had not yet flown in or formed. Hearing the messenger's answer, Wang Wan nodded and said, It's good that it's raining. In this season, when the Jiangnan society plays dice, will there be more options for rain in the corresponding grid when counting points? Of course, that is the actual situation. The Jiangnan circuit is most prone to rain in spring and autumn. I am in charge of logistics and have already made the corresponding preparations. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pointed at Huanchuan County in Muzhou, Jiangnan East Road. I've arranged something here. I don't know if it can be used. Let's wait for more rain. Wang Wan glanced around and did not ask Zhang Xiaobao for the details of the layout. Otherwise, it would be easy to be influenced and the layout would revolve around that place. He ordered the messenger. My order, the main force in Hangzhou is to retreat. Call Commander Wang E of the Sniper Battalion of the 2 ND Division's 1st Brigade over. The smallest military unit in this sand table could be implemented as a platoon. If there was a need, such as arranging for a very powerful person to carry out a special assassination tactic, then he could even let him appear as a platoon leader. In reality, they couldn't have too many detail commanders. Otherwise, the main force of both sides would be 200,000. They couldn't arrange for one commander for each group of 10. That would require 20,000 people to carry out this military expedition. The current scale was not small. In total, there were more than 3,000 people. This was the largest sand table military exercise since ancient times to the Tang Empire. Battalion Commander Wang, he had his own position. He ran over from a small house. Because his position in the military exercise was in the middle army and he was with Wang Wan, he was allowed to enter Wang Wan's house. But according to his position on the sand table, it would take him an hour to come over. According to the ratio of 1/4, he would have to wait for 15 minutes before he was allowed to see Wang Wan. After 15 minutes, the messenger guarding the door allowed him to enter. Commander Wang E of the Sniper Battalion of the 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division reporting. As soon as Wang E entered the door, He stood up straight and reported to Wang Wan. Commander Wang, our middle army will retreat immediately. Your battalion will be responsible for delaying the enemy's advance. This is the detailed plan of deployment. You can act freely to delay the enemy at any cost. Wang Wan picked up a written battle plan and saluted to Wang Yi. Then she handed the plan to him with both hands. Wang Yi took the plan solemnly and saluted back. He said solemnly, I promise to complete the mission at any cost. The sniper battalion will be reserved for reinforcements. We will pass on the military spirit. Wang Wan said. Zhang Xiaobao also stood up and saluted. Wang Yi turned around and strode out. The messenger knew that this was just a battle on the sand table, but he still respectfully sent Wang Yi out, because he knew that even if it was a real battlefield, Wang Wan would still make the same decision. And Wang Yi's sniper battalion would fight to the last person to delay the enemy's advance. Leave the sniper battalion. The middle army will retreat at full speed. Wang Wan gave another order. When the people beside the sand table in the middle received this order, they immediately started to move the small model of the middle army, represented by Wang Wan, to the back. Wei Wei moved a little, then stopped and moved a little more. At the same time, they took out many smaller models to represent the sniper battalion that had left the group. The small flags had the word Wang written on them. In the middle army, Yang Xixuan was also giving orders. Order the whole army to press forward. Before we reach Hangzhou Bay, send out a brigade of 5,000 people to Wanghai town. After the messenger gave the order, he smiled and said to the other generals in the middle of the room, I think Wang Wan will deploy a lot of troops in Wanghai town. We'll use the lives of 5,000 people to hold back their ambusher while the vanguard goes around them. Let's see how they can escape then. The other generals laughed. One of them said, General, you are indeed amazing. No matter how good Wang Wan is at scheming, even if there are 30,000 people here, we may not lose with 5,000 people. In terms of the rules of the game, we have an absolute advantage with our weapons. Li Longji and the others, who were beside the sand table in the middle, heard the different conversations in the two rooms. They sighed and said, Cuckoo won. Cheetah agreed. I think so too. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao didn't treat this sand table simulation as a game. Their generals also treat themselves as real members of the battlefield. The generals we are facing are still laughing and treating human lives as numbers. They don't care if 5,000 people will be ambushed by the middle army. Wang Yi's battalion only has 700 people. Cuckoo promised to leave a number. I believe that in a real battlefield, the sniper battalion will fight to the last person. The referees immediately gave Wang Yi's sniper battalion bonus points in the evaluation of morale. In other words, if they had the same number of people, the sniper battalion would win in hand-to-hand combat. The generals didn't know that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were playing with them seriously, so the people below them were also very relaxed. They looked at the sand table and map in front of them and felt that it was very interesting. I believe that when they're moving forward, they will be vigilant of every mountain and will send a large number of special forces to scout ahead. So I want to leave people behind to harass every mountain that they may pass through, so that they can't judge the situation clearly. This is the tragedy of backward technology. We can only use the lives of countless heroes to make up for it. Everything is for victory. Everything is for the sake of not losing the country. After giving the order, Wang Wan had nothing else to do for the time being. She took a magnifying glass and looked at the terrain on the map while talking to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also observing the terrain with a magnifying glass. He said, we can choose Jiangnan province. If we choose the northern part of Hebei province, we can fortify the defense and clear the wilderness all the way. We can drag it out from autumn to winter, and their expedition will be over. Now there are trees and rivers. Even if we can't transport food, we can hunt and dig wild vegetables. The horses can also eat grass. Then we have to cut off their logistics. The rule is that they will arrive here in a month by sea. Every time we cut off their logistics, they will have to live without logistics for at least a month. The wild animals are not enough for 100,000 people to eat. If they eat wild vegetables, their physical strength will be greatly reduced. Wang Wan walked along the map. When she stopped, she had already put the magnifying glass at the location of Daunting Lake. She said, "When they arrive here, our army is 20,000 less than theirs. It will be their win, where they can beat our army to 3,000 people. I want to see how far they can go without supplies. You keep an eye on the logistics. Don't let them steal the food. Don't worry. They can't get it. Even if they get it, they won't dare to eat it." Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. When the chief commander seemed to be a little idle, the people in the various battalions seemed to be busy. They were the lowest commanders and needed to make decisions at every step. Orders were sent out, and small models moved on the sand table. Although the two sides had not made any actual contact, they were very careful, especially Wang Wan's people. They used cold weapons because they were afraid of being discovered by the enemy at a long distance. Then they would be attacked by guns and cannons. So the sand table showed that one side was advancing slowly while the other side was retreating cautiously. One side suspected that there might be an ambush at every place, but did not appear. The other side wanted to set traps everywhere, but gave up hesitantly. "We can't fight today. Let's sleep for a while." Zhang Xiaobao could guess the current situation without looking at the sand table. Wang Wan did not intend to fight for the beach when the enemy had just come ashore or not. The enemy had many places where they could come ashore and also had artillery support. Sniping at the beach would not be a big threat to the enemy and would instead cause more losses to their own side. In this way, they could not fight at all today. With 4-to-1 time, waiting for a day would only count as 4 days. So he looked at the map again and found that there were no other dangers. He nodded and said, "Then let's sleep. Sleep here. Get someone to quietly bring in some blankets." When the sun was about to rise, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao lay down and fell asleep, telling others that they would not be eating breakfast. Li Longji yawned and stretched. "I'm also sleepy. Let's go back to the palace. Ancestor Cheetah, you go back to your room. Li Shi, prepare the carriage." Gao Li Shi arranged for a carriage and suggested to Li Longji, for example, go to Savant's restaurant to have some porridge before returning. "Fine." Li Longji nodded in agreement. The members of the adjudicators did not sleep well last night and were also called out from their beds. When the sun was about to rise, they had breakfast and passed the content of last night's recording to the people who came to take over the shift. They then went to the hibiscus garden to sleep. At this time, the generals were having a hard time. They did not rest well last night. Now, other than the few shots fired by the vanguard, there was no other sound of gunfire. In other words, they could not find the enemy. So they were always on tenterhooks, guessing where Wang Wan put the soldiers, making people feel that there was a hidden poisonous snake waiting for the right time. They hurriedly freshened up and looked at the map while eating breakfast. When they saw that there was no movement for a long time, they could not bear the sleepiness and fell asleep one after another. They even told the messenger to wake them up if something happened. The generals at the various positions below, Wang Wan's side, knew what was going on. They slept peacefully, but the battalion commanders and captains on the other side were worried that their troops would be surrounded, so they did not sleep peacefully either. Just like that, a day passed. Li Longji slept during the day and came to the hibiscus garden full of energy. He walked around and looked. The generals had already woken up in the afternoon and were still sleepy now. They all had dark circles under their eyes and were still guessing where Wang Wan's men were. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just woken up not long ago. They asked someone to bring them a temporary portable bathroom. After bathing, they were eating. Li Longji looked at the generals on both sides and began to feel sad for them. If they did not adjust, they would lose people before the martial arts competition ended. He then said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, "Cuckoo, Xiaobao, do you want to find an opportunity to fight a few rounds? If you keep retreating and don't accept the challenge, the generals will not be able to hold themselves back. Being impatient is a taboo for generals. If they can't even handle this, how can they be generals?" Wang Wan said as she took a bite of the fried egg. "They won't go so far as to deal with others, but their current opponent is you. They keep thinking that you will suddenly scheme against them." Li Longji defended the generals. They're scheming from the start. How can a war be fought face to face? I feel that they don't seem to care. We have to think of a way to stimulate them and make them put in more effort. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and made sarcastic remarks. Li Longji admitted, they really don't take the sand table for real. They just want to win against you. They don't care how many people die. They only care about defeating you. Logically speaking, you're not wrong. But I think that if they encounter a place that they need to conquer, they will lose a lot of great Tang soldiers in order to win. How will the great Tang's people live? I don't want to hear every family cry after a battle. You have to think of a way to get them to put in more effort. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard something else from these words. So that's how it is. Their condition really isn't good. That's good. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be serious and thought hard. He even stopped eating. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, there is a way. I will ask the Ministry of Works to speed up the production of something related to the military. When the time comes, this kind of thing will be distributed according to their performance. Those who do not perform well, those who have many dead generals will not get it. Good idea. We will tell them right now. Li Longji clapped his hands and was about to tell the generals. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly dissuaded him. Your Majesty, there is no need to be anxious. Wait for the thing to be produced in a few days. Seeing is believing. That's reasonable. Then let's wait a little longer. You all eat. I will go elsewhere to take a look. Li Longji excitedly left. Zhang Xiaobao watched as Li Longji left. He smiled and said, they will be exhausted in a few days. I think so too. Wang Wan agreed. Chapter 995. 3 days. 3 days passed quickly and slowly. For many people, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, but for the generals, these 3 days were even longer than the 12 days of the 1-to-4 ratio on the sand table. In these 3 days, not even the shadow of the enemy could be found. Zhang Shogui's vanguard would reach Qiantang in another day and a half. The brigade that followed on the shore even took food and soybeans from the ships to resupply. Staring at the sand table in front of him, Zhang Shogui muttered to himself, where are they? Have they given up on defense? Have the entire army retreat? If I really dock at Qiantang and set down the cannons, you won't have a chance. The messenger beside him pursed his lips, not saying a word. He knew what was going on. Men, pass down my order. Expand the search area of the hot air balloons. You must find them. There's definitely something wrong at Qiantang. Check the wind direction. Zhang Shogui passed down the order and rubbed his temples tiredly. His eyes were still staring at the sand table. He didn't believe that Wang Wan wouldn't do anything. The wind direction had already been checked. There was no wind, but it was an inconceivable wind direction. Usually, there would be a south or southeast wind at this time. It seems like the glider wing unit can't be deployed. The hot air balloons will fly on their own. Pay attention to the eagles in the sky. It's really inconvenient without eagles. The eyes of eagles can see further than a telescope. At the center of the sand table, Li Longji came again. He didn't come yesterday because he knew that the battle wouldn't happen yesterday and that the battle would happen today. So many people came. Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, Zhu Zan, and Princess Jinsheng were all here to watch the show. In this battle, more than 700 people from Cuckoo's battalion will be wiped out. These 700 people are the Death Army. If they stay, they won't be able to survive. It's just that we don't know how long they can delay the enemy. The wind direction is still, which isn't good for the sniper battalion. They need to change their plans at the last minute. Li Longji was the commentator, explaining to the crowd. To be precise, he was explaining to Princess Jinsheng and Wu Huifei. Zhu Zan could see that, so could Gao Lishur. As for Empress Wang, she was born in a family of generals. She loved to fight and had long understood the situation. She looked at the arrangement on the sand table and asked, Your Majesty, who is the battalion commander of the Royal Banner? Li Longji really didn't know. Gao Lishur replied, Empress, the person from the Wang Banner is called Wang Yi. He's the second batch of battle commanders that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo trained. The first batch was Huzi and the others, while the second batch has been training for more than 10 years. 10 years old? How could Cuckoo bear to do that? Those under the death banner are the warriors of my great Tang. Why can't we think of some other tactic? Empress Wang's eyes turned red. For a moment, she forgot that this was a sand table exercise and thought that it was a real battlefield. If it were anyone else, Cuckoo wouldn't be able to rest assured. She was even willing to give up on herself. Her heart was as firm as steel. People always die in war. At the very least, they died in their homeland. Princess Jinqing lamented at the side. She couldn't help but think of how she obtained her current position. Back then in Lesa City, she clearly felt that she was being ostracized by others. After that, Cuckoo led the troops and fought for thousands of miles. The more ruthless she fought, the more attention she received. Empress Wang also remembered what happened back then. Yes, the desert is vast, and it's hard to judge the age. How many good men of great Tang have been buried in Tubo? This damn Ancestor Chi Dazan, I didn't scold you. I was just saying, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. When Empress Wang was scolding, she realized that Ancestor Chi Dazan was still at the side. She hurriedly covered it up. Ancestor Chi Dazan was very depressed. You people died, but more people died in Tubo. My country is gone. Who can I find a reason with? While thinking in his heart, he said, yes, it's all in the past. I hope that Wang he can hold on for a while longer. Even if he dies, he should die in a meaningful way. When they were looking at the sand table and talking, Wang he was very distressed. He was already prepared to light the fire. The 700 people had already spread out. The furthest was 100 miles away. With the first firework as the signal, they would burn the mountain together. The 700 people spread out, making it easy for them to hide. If there was a south wind or a southeast wind, they would keep hiding and let the enemy's main force pass by. Then, they would light the fire behind them. This way, because the enemy had cannons, they would be afraid of being burned. There would be chaos. The fire would be driven by the wind and chase after the enemy. Presumably, they would hold a grudge and turn back to chase after them. They could run and attract the enemy's attention until they died in battle. However, there was no wind now. How could there be no wind in Hangzhou in autumn? Who threw the dice? Their luck was too bad. Wang Yi looked at the sand table and scolded the person who threw the dice. He frowned and tried hard to think of a solution. At this time, a messenger came with a few small models of hot air balloons in his hands. He placed them on the sand table in front of Wang Yi. Oh, the enemy's hot air balloon team is here. There are quite a lot of them, at least 200 of them. They're so free that they can get a bunch of hot air balloons. Won't they take up space on the ship? Seeing the small models, Wang Yi knew what it meant. The enemy had sent out an aerial reconnaissance strike force. He was very envious. He didn't know where the eagles on his side were. Otherwise, if they rushed over, they would break all the hot air balloons and let them fly. Just as he was feeling vexed, Wang he had a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up, and he ordered the messenger, "Pass my order. Form a triangle. Light 3 columns of fireworks first. 5 minutes later, light 2 columns of fireworks 100 meters away from the 3 columns of fireworks. Another 5 minutes later, light 1 column of fireworks 50 meters away from the 2 columns of fireworks. Act according to the fireworks signal." The messenger left hurriedly and went to the big sand table to report. Then, many messengers went to the relevant rooms and marked the sand table of the general. Wang Yi's side was divided into 14 teams of 50 people. Because it was a special situation, the 14 people were divided into 14 temporary tents. The team leader closest to Wang, he saw that 3 models representing fireworks had been inserted into the sand table, which was not very exquisite, and immediately gave the order, "Light 3 groups of fireworks. Form a triangle." After 2 more columns of fireworks appeared, he gave the same order. Then, he said, "Order, burn the mountain. Quickly, retreat after lighting the fire. Quickly, gather at the predetermined target." The team closest to him also gave the same order and passed it down one after another. The leader of the hot air balloon team of Zhang Shogui's vanguard was stunned when he saw the models of fireworks on his sand table. Then, he suddenly reacted, Telegram. Enemy tracks have been discovered. There are 3 columns of man-made fireworks. After a while, he said, 2 more columns of fireworks have been discovered. 5 minutes later, he said, Telegram, 14 columns of fireworks have been discovered. The enemy is using fireworks to convey orders. 3-2. 5 minutes later, he said, 14 columns. The numbers haven't changed. The order of fireworks is 3, 2, 1. The interval is 5 minutes. Then, the messenger took out a bunch of small, smoke-like objects and scattered them on the sand table. The leader was puzzled. Why were there so many ignition points? Could it be that the enemy's main force was here? With so little, wouldn't they be burning themselves? After another 5 minutes, the messenger brought over a large model of fireworks and covered a large area. The leader's hot air balloon was picked up and placed on top of the fireworks. When he saw this, he said, Telegram, the entire Hangzhou area, estimated to be 100 li, has been lit. The enemy is probably using small groups to delay our attack. Telegram, I said, Telegram, why are you still standing there? After the leader gave the last order, he saw that the messenger was still standing there. So he anxiously asked, Telegram, I said, Telegram, why are you still standing there? The messenger didn't show any dissatisfaction. He replied, your hot air balloon team flew between 130 meters and 150 meters. The flames below are burning. Because the enemy was prepared, the flames grew very quickly. Just now, you didn't give the order to evade or take off immediately. Thus, the referee team determined that you all fainted from the smoke. If the wind didn't change direction and the hot air balloons flew out of this area without outside help, you all would have died in battle. The leader understood. He rubbed his face with both hands and asked in disbelief, will we die just like that? The wind direction is not wind, but outside help. All the hot air balloons in the vanguard were sent out. Where else could there be outside help? Let me ask, why do we faint from the smoke? Isn't this too fake? I predicted that you would definitely withdraw. Let me explain. They have been preparing for more than 10 days. There are many flammable and smoky things, as well as various kinds of feces, pepper powder, oil, and so on. Thus, we collapse from the smoke. If you don't believe me, you can try. If you don't faint, we will make a new judgment. The messenger slightly violated the rules and told the leader in advance. Because he hadn't been judged dead yet, he didn't count as withdrawing. When the leader heard what the messenger said, he thought about more than 10 days of preparation and admitted, there's no need to try. We fell, definitely fell. If there was really such a big fire, not to mention the pungent smell, even if there was only fire, the sky would be gone. It was only 100 meters high, and there was no wind. Once the heat came out, we would have collapsed from lack of oxygen. I'm sorry, General, I didn't send back the crucial information. The messenger smiled and became amiable. General, your official position is above the 7th rank. You can go to the center of the sand table and watch. His Majesty is also there. Okay, I'll go take a look. Even if I die, I want to know how the other party arranged it. The leader stood up gloomily and was led to the center of the sand table by the messenger. Li Longji saw him coming and laughed. Come, Minister Chun, come to Jun. Let Chun see how you've been smothered by the smoke. This official greets His Majesty, the Empress, Imperial Concubine Hui, Her Royal Highness, General Gao, Ancestor Cheetah. This official is indeed muddled by the smoke. This official wants to know where Military Commander Wang stayed and commanded this sneak attack. Isn't she afraid of burning herself? The military general surnamed Chun first greeted everyone and looked at the sand table. At the same time, he asked where Wang Wan was. When he saw the flag, he was very surprised. Are you puzzled, Minister Chun? As you can see, it wasn't Cuckoo who specifically commanded the battle, Li Longji said. Then which general is this? How did he know there was no wind? Or was it improvisation? The military general surnamed Chun had just finished asking when he suddenly realized that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any generals under their command. The only general they had was Xue Yin. When he thought of this, he was suddenly shocked. Gao Lisher said proudly, Minister Chen's guess is correct. The one who commanded this sneak attack is also someone who adapts to the situation. He's a member of the inner courtyard of the Wang family. His surname is Wang, and his name is Yi. He's an ordinary member of the 300 people in the second wave who learned to command from Cuckoo. He has no official position and no rank. Gao Lisher had reason to be proud. Xiao Bao was his adopted son. There wasn't much difference between him and his own son. When he was 100 years old, all of the family's wealth would belong to Xiao Bao. The servants in the family, as well as that wife of his, would have to listen to Xiao Bao's orders. The fact that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's families were powerful was also due to him, the father. Don't look at how Zhang Xiao Bao and Wang family had only risen to power for a short period of time. What they displayed was definitely the foundation of an aristocratic family. When the military general surnamed Chun heard this, he lowered his head and said, "This official blushes with shame. This official is unworthy of his current position. This official requests to resign." When Li Longji saw that his official had been dealt a blow and even wanted to resign, he waved his hand and said, "That's not a good idea. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family aren't only powerful in their commanding personnel. There's also the administrative personnel. Don't tell me that with them around, all of the civil and military officials in the court will compare themselves, and then most of them will go home. What should we do? Let their family's inner courtyard take over the position. In the future, most of the court officials will be from their family. From then on, there won't be any need for morning court. We could just hold family meetings in their house. Minister Chun, what do you think?" "No, Your Majesty, you absolutely can't. Otherwise, the country will no longer be a country." The military general surnamed Chun jumped in fright and shook his head repeatedly. "That's right, that won't do. The inner courtyard official named Wang, he has studied for more than 10 years. All of you have only studied for a short period of time. In the future, you have to study hard. Cuckoo has given her all in teaching all of you. She didn't hold anything back, just like how Xiao Bao teaches economics to others. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao, as well as their family's inner courtyard, I won't use them unless it's a big battle. They're the edge of my scabbard. If I really need them to take action, I only need one result, and that is victory. If all of you do your jobs well, I won't need them. They just want to relax. It's because some people are incompetent that Xiao Bei and the others have to run around. Work hard." Li Longji suddenly thought of Xiao Bei and the others who weren't in the capital. For the past few days, he felt that it was cold and cheerless. It wasn't as lively as when Xiao Bei was chattering by his side. When the military general surnamed Chun heard this, he solemnly said, "This subject will definitely do his best to learn and not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations." "Good. Let's look at the sand table. In this sneak attack, all of you lost. Each hot air balloon had a lookout, an operator to control the fire, a helmsman responsible for controlling the direction, and 2 attackers ready to drop the ammunition at any time. There were 100 hot air balloons in the vanguard, but all of a sudden, 500 people died." Li Longji pointed at the sand table as he spoke. Everyone once more looked at the sand table. The one who was staring at the sand table the most closely was Zhang Shogei. He was currently staring at the sand table, and from his perspective, the hot air balloons on the sand table were still there. This was because he didn't know what had gone wrong, unless he himself determined that the hot air balloon brigade had been completely wiped out, or if some other intelligence agent told him. Otherwise, the model of the hot air balloons on the sand table would continue to exist. But the other side didn't answer the message he sent, much less reply. This left him perplexed. An hour ago, he had been continuously receiving intelligence reports. Just what had happened in this short period of time? Could it be that the enemy flew into the sky and simultaneously controlled or killed all 100 people in the hot air balloons? Otherwise, that shouldn't be the case. Zhang Shogui held a cigar in his mouth and took a drag. As he thought about this, he felt very vexed. Over the past 2 days, he had been extremely fatigued. He had drunk a lot of tea leaves and even asked for the coffee that Wang Wan had worked so hard to obtain. In the end, he had smoked a cigar to refresh himself. But the situation on the battlefield had not improved in the slightest. First, They couldn't find the enemy. Then, when they received the news and thought that they had found the enemy, the news was suddenly cut off. Could it be that Wang Wan's main force is lying in ambush around Hangzhou? Then they're hiding really well. The referees determined that so many people wouldn't be discovered by our side unless they dug into the ground and then suddenly appeared. Then they mobilized 1,000 eagles and destroyed the hot air balloons at practically the same time, not giving anyone a chance to send a message. Does she have that many eagles? It's definitely impossible. How could the people on our side betray us at the same time? That's also not right. The rules have already been set. The people on both sides would rather die than surrender. Zhang Shogui took a drag of his cigar as he muttered to himself. Lord Zhang, do you think that a cloud suddenly floated down from the sky, and with a crack, it destroyed all 100 of our hot air balloons? Wang Zhongxi reminded from his side. As an advisor, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that he was extremely formidable in history. But he was still young, and when he went to Jilin province, he had lost in the sand table simulation on the ship. Everyone felt that it was a pity that he wasn't allowed to participate, so they had him follow Zhang Shogui and learn from him. I think that your head was struck by lightning. There's no wind, so where did the cloud come from? Zhang Shogui glared at Wang Zhongxi. Wang Zhongxi muttered, I think so too. Recently, I've been waking up from my sleep. Fighting with Wang Wan is too stressful. I finally understand what Zhu Zanchide was feeling back then. Look at how scared you are. You don't have the guts. What are you afraid of? Does she have 3 heads and 6 arms? Go ask the intelligence team on the ship if there's any new information, Zhang Shogui said in dissatisfaction. Oh, Wang Zhongxi replied. Just as he was about to leave, a messenger came in, reporting, the Vanguard military intelligence team has sent a report. Our special ground forces have been obstructed and have lost contact with the aerial reconnaissance team. In addition, forest fires have been set on the north, south, east, and south sides of Hangzhou. The flames are so intense that they are unable to determine the extent of the fires. Wang Zhongxi slapped his thigh. Fuck, I know. They actually burned down the forest and the mountains. No wonder we lost contact with our hot air balloon team. The referees must have determined that they were burned down. Zhang Shogui glared at Wang Zhongxi again. You don't need to say it. Everyone understands. In one day, our army will land. What do you think we should do? Zhang Shogui shrunk his head and watched as the messenger took away the model representing the hot air balloons under Zhang Shogui's signal. He also placed the model representing the forest fires in several places that Zhang Shogui had suspected on the sand table. Arching an eyebrow, Zhang Shogui said, I feel like Wang Wan doesn't want us to advance. We can beat them at their own game. We can circle around them and quickly advance, catching them off guard. After saying this, Wang Zhongxi suddenly shook his head. That's not right. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao definitely haven't thought of this. They'll definitely think of a way to launch a sneak attack while we're dividing our forces. Then we can concentrate our forces and circle around them. But what if their main force happens to be hiding in the other direction? Zhang Shogui interrupted Wang Zhongxi and closed his eyes and thought. Stop talking. Based on what you're saying, we don't need to do anything. All we need to do is wait. Wang Zhongxi resentfully circled the sand table. As he circled, he sighed. What a pity. There must have been plenty of 100-year-old wood in the forest. Why didn't they think about such a loss? Think about what? Zhang Shogui opened his eyes. If there really was a war and they didn't burn it, then it had nothing to do with them. 100 years? 10,000-year-old trees no longer belong to them. And the people of a fallen country don't even have any dignity left. Zhang Shogui felt like he had a few ideas. Then could it be that Cuckoo chose to temporarily give up space to buy time? Lord Zhang, what can they do by buying time? They can't develop the industry and build cannons, right? Our great Tang's cannons truly were developed by those 2 clans, but that was because they said they wouldn't let the industry take a detour. It was the work of those 2. Right now, we're fighting natives. Even if I gave them 50 years, they still wouldn't be able to build cannons. The panel of referees wouldn't agree. When Wang Zhongxi mentioned the experts of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, he became extremely cautious. Those two people had shadows in the hearts of many people, but no one was willing to directly mention them. Respect and fear coexisted. Zhang Shogui was vexed by Wang Zhongxi's analysis. Let's not think about it anymore. If we keep thinking about what they're doing, will we still fight or not? Let's move ourselves and let them think. I don't believe that they can guess what I'm thinking. Send a report to the Middle Corps. The vanguard has been obstructed at Hangzhou. After landing tomorrow, prepare to circle around from the south. Send a brigade to the shore and circle around from the north. Have the Middle Corps act accordingly. Zhang Shogui issued another order. In Wang Wan's room, she and Zhang Xiaobao had just taken a short nap. The two of them knew that with the arrival of the enemy vanguard, they would begin to get busy. They needed to conserve their energy in order to deal with an even more intense battle. Using a hot towel to wipe his face, Zhang Xiaobao brought over the booklets with the names of the important generals. As he read, he recalled, and he analyzed, his mouth never idle. Dear Madam, normally speaking, we should use a plan. We should send someone to write a letter to the great Tang to ask for peace or offer up a lot of things so that the enemy vanguard can come to a designated location to pick them up. We can play a game of sowing discord. What do you think? Don't be so corny. There's an outsider here. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. In the room, whether it was the soldiers of the Middle Corps or the messengers in charge of communicating with the central sand table, all of them earnestly busied themselves with their own tasks. The messenger closest to the two of them stubbornly stared at his shoes. They were a pair of tall cloth boots with 1,000 layers of soles. They were dark blue and had dark patterns on the surface, elegant and comfortable. They were from Lu, and Xionaire's ready-made clothing store. They could be considered a benefit given to those related to the military examination. So he was looking at them very carefully. Look, no one heard me. Zhang Xiaobao blinked at Wang Wan. Then he said to the messenger looking at the shoes, go and ask them if they're allowed to use the strategy of sowing discord I mentioned just now. Understood. The messenger's ears finally worked, so he turned and left. You, the soldiers on the front lines, are putting their lives on the line, and you still have the mind to talk about other things, Wang Wan said unhappily. I also know that camp won't be able to return, but I also know that their sacrifice is not to make the people of their homeland cry, but to make them laugh. Damn invaders. Zhang Xiaobao angrily said. Then what is the real us? I think we're the invaders, but I believe that many people will sing our praises. Who knows who's suffering? Anyway, it's fine as long as the people of Great Tang don't feel pain. When wolves eat sheep, they don't think too much. Zhang Xiaobao's character as a so-called nationalist who had been criticized had not changed. Li Longji hadn't returned yet. He felt that the situation tonight would definitely be interesting, so he stayed to watch the show. After all, there wasn't much to do in the imperial court. If there really was something important, the officials could come to the Hibiscus Garden to hold an impromptu court session and suspend the military examination. Just as he was discussing how the situation would develop with a few people around him, a messenger came and told him what Zhang Xiaobao said. Before the judges could make a decision, Li Longji immediately refuted. No, what strategy of sowing discord? It's not useful to our great Tang. If Cuckoo and Xiao Bao led the troops to fight, and others tried to sow discord between them, would I believe them? Would they need to go outside and start a rebellion? If the other generals were to go out, I could even let them bring their families along. Would they be able to rebel with the few men and guns they have? They're trying to force Cuckoo and Xiao Bao to bring Great Tang's most advanced weapons and not the cold weapons used in the military examination. The messenger nodded and turned to leave. However, Li Longji stopped him and said, I'll take a look at them personally. Just like that, the group of people squeezed into Wang Wan's command center. Wang Wan had just issued 3 orders when she saw the group of people walking in. She was astonished. Cuckoo, let me ask you, if you were outside and someone tried to sow discord, I would have you go to a designated location to retrieve something. Would you go? Li Longji asked as soon as he saw Wang Wan. I wouldn't go. Do you think I'm a fool? When a general is outside, he won't obey the orders of the emperor, Wang Wan replied without hesitation. Li Longji turned to Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Xiaobao, what about you? Me? I'll go. I'll leisurely walk the entire way and publicize my past. My great Tang is proud, and they're afraid. That's why they're sending things over. Once they're close enough, I'll tell them to send the things over. Tell them to send the things over. If they don't send them over, they're not sincere. They'll set up the cannons and bombard them with all their might. If they send them over, who cares if they ask for extra money? You gave it to the great Tang Emperor, but did you get it to me? This general is proud. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei raised their heads and replied. Other than Wang Wan, the others were rendered speechless. In this comparison, Wang Wan was better. Xiaobao was truly too evil. Good, with the two of you here, we can rest easy. Li Longji didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reactions, so he happily praised them. Zhang Xiaobao calmly accepted the praise. He looked at the sand table in front of him, then looked at Li Longji and said, Your Majesty, you should go to the sand table in the center. You'll be able to see the overall situation there. There's no need. We can't chat with you all. We're idle anyway. Xiaobao, has Xiaobei and the others sent any news over the past 2 days? Were they? They ran out and played so much that they forgot about us. Li Longji waved his hand indifferently and began to ask about Xiaobei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao felt depressed. I'm in the middle of a war. You're asking about my younger siblings? You're idle, but I'm busy. Just as he was about to reject and send Li Longji away, he suddenly thought of an idea. He smiled and said to Wang Wan, Madam, let's talk to His Majesty about Xiaobei and the others. Wang Wan was very surprised. She was still in the middle of commanding. Chat. That didn't seem right, right? When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's calm smile, she immediately understood. Xiaobao definitely had a plan. All right, let's see what Xiaobao wants to do. She played along and said, That's fine. I'm also tired. Today's already passed. When night comes, even generals need a rest. I'll just treat it as sleeping on the battlefield. That's right. Where are Xiaobei and the others now? Li Longji nodded. Wang Wan thought for a moment and replied, They sent a message in the evening. They said that they've already arrived in Hongnong and are on their way to Old Willow Village. They saw the construction site of the amusement park in Hongnong. It should be operational before summer. They also asked us to help them think of a way to earn money. They said that if the imperial court can exempt them from paying taxes for 3 years, they're willing to take out half of the profits for the children of Great Tang every year. Wang Wan wasn't lying. Xiaobei and the others had indeed sent this message. When Li Longji heard the news from Xiaobei and the others, he was very happy. In his heart, Xiaobei was like a princess, cute and sensible. When he imagined Xiaobei and the others writing the telegram, a smile appeared on Li Longji's face. When he thought about the telegram again, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, do you think we should exempt Xiaobei and the others from paying taxes? They seem to be able to earn a lot of money, right? When Li Longji mentioned this, the others remembered that Xiaobei and the others were in Hongnong's amusement park. When Zhang Xiaobao went there, he had already thought about it. If he deliberately thought about it, how could they earn less money? Only Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng didn't know about this matter. The two of them looked at each other and asked Princess Jincheng, Cuckoo, tell sister, Xiaobei and the others still have business in Hongnong? Yeah, that's great. In the future, they won't have to worry about money. What kind of projects are there in the amusement park? Wang Wan glanced at the sand table and instantly came back to her senses. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaobao answered, Sister Nunu, Xiaobei and the others went to kill people. You have to ask His Majesty about this. Originally, Xiaobei and the others were playing in Wanyan County when they were instructed by a telegram from Xingqing Palace to go to Hongnong that night. At that time, it was still raining, and there was a vast ocean in Hongnong. When the adults fell into the water, they disappeared. However, Xiaobei and the others didn't hesitate to use the forced march plan. They traveled in the wind and rain in the starry night. Xiaobei and the other 9 children fell into the water many times. Xiaobao, can you not be so sad? Li Longji was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Xiaobei and the others went by themselves? Don't you know who you sent with them? Who are the only two fast shooters of Great Tang with? You keep saying that Xiaobei fell into the water. Xiaobei is an existence that can save people in the bone-chilling Yellow River. How about you be drowned? You're making me sound like a heinous villain. Nunu, listen to me. Li Longji was afraid of being slandered because he saw tears in Princess Jincheng's eyes. Xiaobei and the others were the ones who wrote the invitation letter. There were many wrong words in the letter. Li Longji patiently explained. Princess Jincheng became happy again and praised. Xiaobei and the others are better than other children. I knew this long ago. They should be exempted from taxes, even if they don't give half of the profits to the children of Great Tang. There's still the story of 3 million strings of cash. Zhang Xiaobao reminded again. Sure enough, Princess Jincheng looked at Li Longji curiously again, waiting for him to explain. Li Longji was most afraid of hearing about 3 million strings of cash. It was really not a lot. Regardless of whether it was the money that Xiaobao worked in the Great Tang Bank or the money that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family earned, 3 million strings of cash was just a small change. However, this money was taken out from the pocket money of Xiaobei and the others. It was not comparable to Great Tang's annual income, but it was also the entire fortune of Xiaobei and the others. In other words, it was all they had. Sighing, Li Longji told Princess Jincheng about the 3 million strings of cash again. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not listening to the story. The two of them were gathered together, communicating with their lips and discussing strategy. The happiest people were none other than the generals. Li Longji couldn't hide his whereabouts, and since it didn't involve the military selection, they all received the news. It was said that His Majesty went to chat with Cuckoo and Xiaobao. It was a good thing that they had been delayed. It would be best if they could chat for an entire night. Thus, Zhang Shogui, who loved to look for opportunities, excitedly issued an order. All troops, speed up and assemble in Hangzhou. Quickly, increase the power of the steam engines. He also sent a message to the Middle Army, telling them to use this opportunity to immediately send their troops to land and not let them float in the sea. When Yang Xixuan, who was in the Middle Army, heard the news, he felt that something was wrong. Intuition. It was purely intuition. This was because he had never thought that he would be able to defeat Wang Wan in the military selection, even if she used cold weapons. He was thinking that the losses on his side would be smaller and that they would not be captured alive by Wang Wan. As for defeating Wang Wan, what kind of joke was this? The hot weapons tactics that he and the others could use were all leftover from Wang Wan's experiments. Yes, although I haven't seen Wang Wan personally command artillery and air force, but I don't know why, I always have a special feeling. That is, Wang Wan is very familiar with the joint operations of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Oh, even including electronic information warfare, a battle strategy that was just proposed by Wang Wan. Sometimes, even in his dreams, he would dream of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao in the command center, using one order after another to have the three armies cooperate with great tacit understanding to attack and defend. If Wang Wan could really do it, then it could only be said that she had learned it well. Against this sort of person, in a situation where they were not proficient with the weapons in their hands, the chances of victory were too small. Yang Xixuan hesitated, but in the end, he still gave the order to quickly approach and disembark. He was afraid of delaying the military. In Wang Wan's command center, Princess Jincheng was already moved to tears by Li Longji's story of Xiaobei and the others. Chapter 996. Brother, Nu has decided. We will wait for Xiaobei and the others to come back and discuss with them about opening the candy house in Lesa City. We will find the best location in the city for them, and we will not charge them any taxes or housing fees. Princess Jincheng imagined that Xiaobei and his 9 children were helping the Tang Empire. They were even willing to take out all their savings for the local construction. What if they were in danger? What if they were cheated by others? That Shuichiro Watanabe almost cheated Xiao Bei and the others. Therefore, she wanted Xiao Bei and his 9 children to open a shop. In Tubo, she and Zhu Zan still had the final say. It was not a problem to make a place for them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about what Princess Jincheng was thinking. They continued to study their strategy. Zhang Xiaobao used a small stick, which was a baton, to point at the sand table. He mouthed to Wang Wan, "I think, Wang, you should have already taken action. I just don't know how they are doing. Will they be harassing them from behind or blocking them from the front? The information transmission method is really troublesome." Wang Wan was also not clear about the situation at Wang Yi's side. Her sand table did not indicate the location of the fire, so the referees judged that she was not clear about the situation there. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao say this, she replied, "Don't worry. Wait for Shueyan. We will know the situation when Shueyan comes back." Oof, what is a hot air balloon? How far can they see with their telescopes? With Shueyan, I am not afraid of not having a high-altitude reconnaissance expert. Li Longji did not notice that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still busy with their own matters. He was already very helpless after hearing Princess Jincheng's words. He also understood that as a woman, she was very caring for her children. However, the actual situation was not like that. He explained, "Nu, Xiao Bei, and the others will not have any accidents. You don't know the configuration of the people around them. If I had a choice, when I go out, I would rather change my defense team with Xiao Bei's. She does not need to worry that they will be cheated. She has a special think tank in her team. It's just that they usually do not speak. If they really find that the decision they want to make is not good and irreversible, they will naturally come out and stop them. Even if they are cheated, what can they do? His sister is bullied. As her brother, Xiao Bao will definitely help her get back. You must not know about the various football teams and competitions in Beijing recently." "Football?" Princess Jincheng wiped her tears and asked in confusion, "Is it Kukyu or Kuju? I've seen people play polo there as well. The ball flies very high and very accurately. It can always fly over the tallest pole between 2 vertical poles. What did this have to do with Xiao Bei and the others? Aya, if they kick, don't fall. A few days ago, the ground in the capital was hard. Li Sure, you do it." Li Longji was truly at his wit's end. He realized that his little sister was always thinking of Xiao Bei and the others as weaklings. However, in reality, were Xiao Bei and the others weak? With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as her brothers and sisters, she couldn't be weak even if she wanted to. Before Gao Lisher opened his mouth, a smile appeared on his face. He thought about Xiao Bei and the other 9 children. Every time they went out to play, they would always give some gifts to some of them when they came back. This put him in a good mood. When he got the 2 dolls last time, he took the time to personally water them. They were already very lush. Although their actual value was very high, he was happier than if he had received gold, silver, and jewelry. He didn't lack money. What he lacked was a home and family. Thinking of this, Gao Lisher's eyes turned red as Wei Wei. He laughed and said to Princess Jincheng, "Xiao Bei and the others found a group of people a few days ago and formed a football team. They changed the rules. I'll accompany the princess to take a look tomorrow." In the end, they told the rules to the other football teams. When they played, they lost 3 games in a row, all by a large margin. Thus, the situation that Your Majesty described happened. Seeing his sister lose the game, Xiao Bao, as her brother, wasn't willing to accept it. So he went to command. That day, he won a game and taught them a lot of kicking skills. Before the military selection, the generals chose a football team to compete with. During that time, Xiao Bei's football team was always winning against other teams. They both had their wins and losses. It was a very common team. Xiao Bao helped his sister vent her anger. Princess Jincheng was slightly dissatisfied. How could there be such an elder brother? At this time, Empress Wang said, "Nunu, it's not what you think. The team that usually competes is a substitute team. They don't receive any training at all. When they play against the 10,000 generals team, the main team will be sent out. You definitely won't be able to guess the result. 29-0, the 10,000 generals team didn't score a single goal. Until today, The 10,000 Generals team has won 5 games in a row and hasn't lost a single goal. They have scored more than 20 goals in every game. So, you don't have to worry about Xiao Bei and the others being bullied. Their brother is there. Princess Jinsheng was happy. At the same time, she was curious. New rules? Xiao Bao is so good. He still has time to play football. I'm just going to take a look tomorrow. Zuzan was also curious, but he was thinking more about how Xiao Bao and Coco learned. When the two of them were together, they were practically all-rounders. That's right. There's a game tomorrow. I also want to go and take a look. It's a pity that Xiao Bao can't play in person. Otherwise, Xiao Bao, didn't you say you would accompany me to chat? What are you doing by the sand table? When Li Longji mentioned Zhang Xiaobao, he realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't looking at him at all. Instead, they were drawing on the sand table. Me? I'm thinking about where Xiao Bei will live when we arrive. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and said with a smile, "That's the sand table of the Jiangnan circuit, not the Hunan circuit. Xiao Bei and the others are in Hongnou." Li Longji very bluntly pointed out the fact that Zhang Xiaobao was lying. Yes, but Xiao Bei and the others are being investigated in the Jiangnan circuit's Jiangzhou. They'll be heading south in a few days. As her older brother, can I take a look in advance? When we were in Jili Prefecture, Xiao Bei was still thinking about the oysters in winter for you to eat. You don't think about her, but I do. If she eats something bad and gets sick, I won't be able to bring back the delicious local food for you. Zhang Xiaobao used a move of retreating in order to advance. It seemed like he was explaining, but it was actually more ruthless than directly cursing. As expected, Li Longji's face suddenly turned red. At the same time, he was very angry. He glared at Zhang Xiaobao. His original intention was to ask why Xiaobao and Cuckoo didn't talk to him. In the end, in just a few sentences, Xiaobao made it sound like he didn't care about Xiao Bei and the others. Then you continue to watch. Don't let them get sick. If they really get sick from eating something bad, not only will I not be able to eat the food they bring back, but the most capable group of doctors you sent to them will also lose their heads. Li Longji also challenged Zhang Xiaobao. What he meant was, could Xiao Bei and the others get sick from eating something bad? This time, Princess Jinsheng didn't say anything. She only covered her mouth and chuckled. Right at this time, a messenger came in from outside. He moved a small model of a white eagle that was originally placed in the sky above Hangzhou to the position of Wang Wan's middle army. He also moved the model that represented fire to the 3 directions of Hangzhou, which had a radius of 100 li. He said, "According to the judgment of the judges, General Shui Yun has already received the information and returned to the middle army. According to General Shui Yun's IQ, he can clearly express the matter." Wang Wan smiled with satisfaction. What did Shui Yun say? General Shui Yun flew to the vicinity of her sand table and used his mouth to draw a circle of 100 li. Then, on a piece of paper with many words written on it, he used his mouth to point to the word fire. He flapped his wings in 8 directions and shook his head, indicating that there was no wind. The messenger answered Wang Wan's question according to the answer given by the judges. Is Shui Yun really that smart? Princess Jinsheng knew that Shui Yun was powerful, but she didn't believe that he could convey such specific information. Zuzanchide also had a look of disbelief. Tubo also had eagles that could detect the enemy, but what the messenger said was beyond his imagination. The messenger nodded. Princess, Shui Yun is at the center of the sand table. Zhang Ying let him perform for a while, and only then did the judges recognize his ability. It's already so late, and you're still tormenting him. His child is about to learn to fly. Well, call him over. Do you want me to go there? Zhang Xiaobao was very unhappy that the judges deliberately called Shui Yun here for the sake of judgment. Shui Yun was indeed an eagle, but more often than not, he and the others treated Shui Yun as a human. It was wrong to torment people casually. Gao Lishur walked to the door. Xiao Bao, don't go out so easily. I'll go get Shui Yun. After a while, Gao Lishur came back with 2 people behind him carrying a wooden pole. Shui Yun was standing on it. It wasn't that he couldn't come over himself, but he was afraid that he would damage his claws. Also, he occasionally needed to use the power of his wings, which could easily create a strong wind. There were also a few grindstones tied to the wooden pole. There were coarse sand and fine sand, and they were used to sharpen Shui Yun's claws and beak. Normally, eagles would grind their own stones. Shui Yun was getting smarter and smarter, so he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. How could rocks be better than grindstones? It was like making a nest for children. Only a fool would pick up a branch. How could it be warmer than cotton? Zhang Ying followed behind with a cage in his hand. Zhu Zhenchide greeted Shui Yun as soon as he saw him. Here, we've met before. I know you're smart, but I didn't expect you to be literate. I'll say a word, and you can point to it. It's the word Jiang. Shui Yun glanced at Ancestor Cheetah and ignored him. She turned to look at Zhang Ying and called out twice. Zhang Ying had dealt with eagles all year round and said, Shui Yun wants to look at the sand table. Carry her near the sand table and be gentle. The two people carrying the pole carefully carried Shui Yun to the sand table. Shui Yun folded his wings tightly, afraid that the wind from his wings would disturb the model on the sand table. Zhang Ying lifted the cage. Inside were two injured and bandaged squirrels. Their big tails were shaking. These are the squirrels Shui Yun caught. He told me for a while before I understood that he caught them to give them to Xiao Bei and the others to play with, so their wounds were relatively shallow. When the squirrels were sent here, they only had the skin on their back scratched. They didn't die. The doctor applied medicine on them and fed them. He said that the wounds would heal in a few days. Everyone looked at Shui Yun. Shui Yun only nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, indicating that he could understand human language. That was exactly what he meant. Zhang Xiaobao came over and touched Shui Yun's head. He said, You've worked hard. Xiao Bei and the others will be very happy when they know. It's a pity that they're not here now. They won't be able to see your children learn to fly. When the little ones start learning to fly, don't forget to give them a heads up. Although our family's power isn't big enough, we still have the ability to protect the little ones. No one around agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Longji's reaction was especially obvious. Xiaobao, this isn't called modesty, it's called hypocrisy. General Shui, it's a waste of your ability to catch squirrels. You should be proud of yourself. How about this? I'll confer you a low-ranking official, General Yin Wei, with a goldfish bag. What do you think? Shui Yin didn't understand this time. He looked at Li Longji and then at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao pointed to the goldfish bag at his waist and said, The goldfish bag is this thing. You don't usually use it. General Yin Hui is a third-rank official, a lower third-rank official. He's the same as Xiao Bei and the others. Anyway, it's about the same. After a few words and gestures, Shui Yin finally understood. He nodded and whistled at Li Longji. Perhaps he didn't know what a lower third-rank official position meant, but it was a good thing to know. Zhang Xiaobao said again, Shui Yin, they don't believe in your ability. Let them test you. Your Majesty, test Shui Yin. Don't ask questions that are too difficult, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji again. The crowd soon began to pay attention to Shui Yin. For example, they asked what 1 + 1 was, what language Shui Yin could understand, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the opportunity to run to the sand table to discuss the situation of the battle. Wang Yi acted. When there was no wind, he made his own decision and roasted the hot air balloon of the enemy vanguard. Fortunately, there was Shui Yin, otherwise more people would have died. Even so, they won't be able to easily rush over and find our main force. Do they really think they're invincible just because they have a hot air balloon for reconnaissance? Even if they use a plane for reconnaissance, I can prevent them from finding our main force. Wang did a good job. I hope they can stall for more time. All wars like this. You know that the troops left behind will die, but you have to make a decision. Wang Wan's words made one feel helpless, but her expression remained resolute. A marshal could not be weak, or else the soldiers would have sacrificed themselves in vain. Even if she had to grit her teeth, she had to cut her own flesh. Zhang Xiaobao used his baton to point at the burning area. A mountain fire can't be extinguished just because you say so, especially in an autumn environment. The vanguard can only make two choices. The first is to stay put and wait for the army behind them to arrive. Wang Wan continued. The second is to take a risk and charge forward, demonstrating the value of the vanguard. We already know that the vanguard of the enemy is Zhang Shogui, who told him to run over to the sand table and make a ruckus. He saved us the trouble of analyzing the path and method of the vanguard. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she turned to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a few moments, then said, Zhang Shogui's personality is rather easy to grasp. In my judgment, he won't split his army into two groups and advance side by side to circle around the burning mountain region. He'll concentrate his army on one path and then snake forward, bringing in aerial reconnaissance units from the Central Army. Yes, I estimate that his hot air balloon unit will be completely wiped out. I don't believe that they'll temporarily adjust the ratio of the various groups in the army structure you've been teaching them. One reason is that they're used to fighting according to the army structure you've taught them. And the other reason is that they were tormented so badly that night that they couldn't gather together to discuss the changes and come to a consensus. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he did not use lip language, speaking directly. Li Longji and the others were conversing with Shui Yun, but when they heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they immediately fell silent and listened to Zhang Xiaobao's analysis. Wang Wan didn't care. Right now, she and Xiaobao were discussing war. She was confident that even if Li Longji wasn't satisfied and wanted the two of them to chat with him, she could directly refuse. Thus, she said, based on the intelligence we've gathered over the past few days, Zhang Shogui is an opportunist. He has enough offense, but not enough defense. My guess is that he'll send a small group to advance from another path and then use the telegraph to quickly transmit information. Does he really think that he's invincible just because he has a radio station? With every advantage, there's always a disadvantage. Let Shui Yun rest. Otherwise, if they lose, they'll think that they lost because of Shui Yun and won't accept it. This time, I'll let them know that rapid transmission of information can also be used by the enemy. Li Longji and the others were watching. When they suddenly saw Wang Wan point her baton at the location of Mount Huangshan and heard Wang Wan's words, they suddenly felt that the generals were about to face an extremely difficult test. Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to the others. Looking at the location Wang Wan pointed at, he nodded. Okay, if we eat up the enemy's main vanguard at Mount Huangshan, we'll probably have to sacrifice at least 10,000 people. You're planning to use the sparrow tactic to set up a path, using the enemy's advanced intelligence network to confuse and mobilize the enemy's main force. Then the soldiers we'll send down will have to fight on their own. The enemy's artillery fire is still very fierce, and my logistics won't be able to keep up. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's analysis, she chuckled. How could that be? Why would their artillery fire be so fierce? Do they think that artillery shells are sesame seeds? If they put them in their pockets, they'll have a whole bunch. I want to see how Zhang Shogui will judge if I give them a field of fire. At this point, Wang Wan turned to the messenger and said, Orders. The scouts of the Central Army are to act as messengers and use the fastest speed to pass down the new orders. The commanders of the scout teams are to gather the Central Army for a meeting. Soon, all the commanders of the Central Army scout teams were present. They ignored Li Longji and the others, treating them as if they didn't exist. All of them were looking at Wang Wan. Orders. Send the orders to the other units. Each unit is to divide in 100-man teams. Pay attention to concealment and scatter to lure the enemy. With Hangzhou as the central line from east to west, carry out a serpentine movement. If you discover a small group of enemy troops north of the central line, work with the nearby friendly units to surround and annihilate them. If you discover a small group of enemy troops south of the central line, there's no need to engage them. Quickly retreat and force your way out of the enemy's line of sight. You're not allowed to merge with other units. If the enemy pursues you, continue to scatter and fight on your own. If you hide in the forest, set fire to the forest. The goal is to lure the enemy's main force to the foot of Mount Huangshan. Logistics commanders, listen up. After Wang Wan finished arranging the messengers, she continued to talk about logistics. Zhang Xiaobao gave a clean military salute and said, Chief Logistics Commander Zhang Xiaobao has arrived. Zhang Xiaobao, I order your troops to supply our main forces with bows and arrows without delay. Wang Wan was not Zhang Xiaobao's wife at this moment, but a real commander. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't treat Wang Wan as his wife. He said seriously, Zhang Xiaobao accepts the order. Messengers, pass on my order. Dispatch messengers from the logistics camp. Dispatch messengers to each division as soon as possible. Contents. In a logistics camp, except for the 1st and 2nd Independent Brigades, the ambush troops will not move. The logistics and supply team of the 1st Logistics Division, 1st Logistics Division, 1st and 4th Brigades, 2nd Division, 1st and 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 3rd Division, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 4th Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 4th Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 3rd Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 4th Division, 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions, 4th Division, 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions, all will move at the same time. Gather all 20,000 troops, bring food and long-range weapon supplies, and quickly deliver them to Mount Huangshan. The other two ND divisions, 3rd Brigade, the 2nd Brigade of the 4th Brigade, the 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division, the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 4th Division, the 5th Regiment of the 1st Independent Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division, and the 5th Regiment of the 1st Independent Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division. If the feint attack team does not receive the order within 10 days, they will move along the southernmost border of the Jiangnan roadmap, moving forward on their own to lure or engage the enemy's middle army. Chapter 997. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaobao's order, Li Longji and the others finally realized that while it was true that Zhang Xiaobao did not participate in military matters, this did not mean that he did not understand military strategy. That's right. Back then, Xiaobao was the one in command of the logistics camp in Yizhou. He made it so that the vanguard didn't have to worry about the terrain or the weather, allowing them to move unimpeded. Who said that logistics couldn't provide support? Who said that the rear guard had to be on the other side of the field? Goalkeepers also have times when they can assist. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's order to attack, he finally understood. When the Great Tang attacked Tibet, the first to display its ability was the logistics camp in Yizhou. Just because they did not display their abilities did not mean that they did not know how to fight. The vanguard of the generals, Zhang Shogei, still did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had pushed the logistics camp forward and feigned an attack to confuse him. He was still staring at the sand table, enduring the immense pressure. There was only one thought in his mind: faster, faster. Lord Zhang, what is your holiness worried about? In one day, our entire army will come ashore. At that time, our guns and cannons will fire. I don't believe that they will be able to resist. Wang Zhongxi had also heard that the emperor had come to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's room to chat. He believed that his chance had come, but when he saw Zhang Shogui's brow furrowed, he tried to persuade him. You don't know. Things aren't as simple as you think. Since Wang Wan arranged for people to light the fire, she definitely has a rough idea of what we might do. I have to take advantage of the fact that they aren't well informed to move faster so that they won't be able to react in time. Zhang Shogui pointed his baton at the location of the fire on the sand table as he spoke. Wang Zhongxi also found a baton and pointed it at a model of the river next to Hangzhou. Then wouldn't it be better if we didn't get off the ship and just went against the current to Zhujiang? That way, our gunboats would be able to use them. You're dreaming. You can think of using a ship, so how could Wang Wan and the others not? If we stop in the middle of the sea, we'll have a chance to escape when the fleet is suddenly attacked and run to Zhujiang. How wide is that river? When the time comes, they will put down a lot of sharp logs upstream, or use fire ships to attack from upstream. Where will we hide? We still have a lot of supplies on board, but they'll all be gone by then. Zhang Shogui used his baton to draw a line across the Zhujiang River, effectively rejecting this suggestion. Wang Zhongxi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he held himself back. He walked to the side and sat on a chair. He leaned his head back, intending to rest. These past few days had been tiring for him, and he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Now that the battle was about to begin, he could finally relax. They were not afraid that they could not win, but they could not find them previously. Although their own team had been tricked and lost all of their vanguards and hot air balloon troops, they had finally met someone. They could do whatever they wanted in the future and would not have to worry about finding them anymore. While this was what Wang Zhongxi was thinking, Zhang Shogui was thinking from a different angle. He circled the sand table twice and softly muttered, "Is this Wang Wan's vanguard? Or is this a scout? If it was a scout, they would have either run away or been burned to death." After muttering to himself, he opened up the map. This map was much more detailed, unlike the sand table in front of him. Due to the small number of maps that had been made, a batch had been made at the last minute, so the quality could not compare to the earlier ones. Upon looking at the map, Zhang Shogui once more narrowed his eyes and muttered, "If it's a vanguard, where would Wang Wan's main force be? They don't have good information, and they don't have telescopes for reconnaissance, so not good." As Zhang Shogui spoke, he suddenly shouted, waking Wang Zhongxi from his sleep. Wang Zhongxi placed a hand on his chest and looked over in confusion. "Lord Zhang, what happened? Do you know that our army is in danger?" Wang Zhongxi could only get down from his chair and return to the sand table. He looked at Zhang Shogui and waited for his explanation. Zhang Shogui gravely nodded. "That's right. We ran into a very troublesome situation. Only then did I remember that they have hawks. Other hawks might be bad at delivering information, but the water cloud will definitely be acknowledged by the referees. If that water cloud flies 10,000 meters into the air, it can see our layout from very high up in the sky. Want to tell Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when it gets back. You agree with this theory, right?" As he spoke, sweat began to drip down Zhang Shogui's forehead. He had no idea how much Wang had learned about the situation on his side through the water cloud. Wang Zhongxi and the other officers in the vanguard also sensed the threat from the sky. Some of them even raised their heads to look up. There was a canopy above, so there was naturally no water cloud, and the water cloud did not need to actually fly. Then what do we do? Our every move is probably under the control of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. There's no way we can fight this battle. That hawk flies so high that we can't shoot it down with our guns. It can see us, but we know nothing about it. In other words, Wang Wan can make arrangements according to our arrangements at any time." When Wang Zhongxi thought about the water cloud, he felt very helpless. If he had known that this would happen, he would have never allowed Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao to carry the water cloud. Just as everyone in the room was feeling troubled by Shui Yun's existence, a messenger came in from outside and said to Wang Zhongxi and the others, "His Majesty said that from now on, General Shui Yun will become a normal eagle and won't be as smart as the real him." Really? Did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agree? Wang Zhongxi excitedly asked when he heard that the water cloud would not be used. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who proposed not to use the water cloud. They said that using the water cloud would be bullying you, the messenger replied. After saying this, he left, leaving the officers in the room looking at each other in dismay. "They're looking down on us." Wang Zhongxi was clearly very dissatisfied that he had been looked down on. Zhang Shogui was neither happy nor angry. With a calm expression, he said, "It seems that Wang Wan wants to move against us, or else she wouldn't have specifically mentioned the water cloud." When the other generals heard this, they all nodded in agreement. If Wang Wan continued to hide, the water cloud wouldn't be too important to others. It was impossible for 100,000 people to hide without leaving a single trace. But now, Wang Wan had emphasized the water cloud, which meant that she had already made arrangements. The battle was about to begin, and they were worried that with the water cloud's existence, they would not be able to display their abilities. Although this was a military examination for Wang Wan, wasn't it also a sort of test for the officers? With this thought in mind, the officers calmed down and became more serious. They reckoned that after this competition, someone would judge them. If they performed poorly in this military examination, their positions might be changed. If the emperor really promoted him from a 4th-grade official to a 6th-grade official, it would not only be a difference of 2 grades, but also the salary and the land at home. Of course, the gifts given by the Zhang family and the Wang family would also be gone. They would only give gifts to the officials who could attend the imperial court. Wang Zhongxi thought of this and decided not to rest. He stood next to the sand table and pondered, muttering to himself as he pondered. This matter is troublesome. If I don't perform well in this military examination, will I be kicked out of the academy? Then my benefits will be gone. In the future, if I want to eat the food of Savant's restaurant, I'll have to pay for it all myself. Also, the dried seafood will also be gone. If I want to be promoted in the future, it will be difficult. No, I have to be more serious. I can't make a fool of myself. With Wang Zhongxi's words, the emotions of the other officers also fluctuated. Just now, they had only had this thought. Now that they heard someone directly describe the problem, it would be a lie to say that they didn't feel pressured. Very soon, this news spread to the various rooms, allowing everyone to understand that the water cloud had become stupid. At the same time, it also made many people worried, afraid that they would fail this examination. Lord Zhang, what should we do? Wang Zhongxi became serious and began to think of a strategy. Zhang Shugui watched as the model of the ship that represented their team was slowly moved by messengers on the sea. He was very anxious. He wished that he could just take the model and place it at the port of Hangzhou. That way, he could immediately give the next order. But now he had to wait. He had to wait at least 6 hours for the model of the ship to reach the location he needed. This was the most painful matter. Who knew what kind of arrangements Wang Wan had made? Hearing someone ask, Zhang Shugui lowered his head and carefully looked at the sand table. Suddenly, he pointed at the sand table and said, "This is Mount Huangshan, and this is Mount Linli. There are 2 mountains. If I were Wang Wan, I would arrange for the soldiers to hide here. Mount Huangshan is high and steep." After saying this, without waiting for others to express their opinion, Zhang Shugui shook his head again. No, if that was the case, the enemy wouldn't even need to attack Mount Huangshan. They could just send the hot air balloon troops and drop bombs. The other troops could then surround them. Wouldn't that be forcing them to their deaths? Wang Wan is definitely not that stupid. Otherwise, she would have been caught in Tubo. At this point, Zhang Shugui raised his head and looked at the officers around him. They nodded without thinking, because what Zhang Shugui said was right. Who would send themselves to their deaths? How could Wang Wan not know the application of such a simple tactic? Thus, even if her main force was not too far from Hangzhou, it would definitely not appear in Mount Huangshan. Hearing the analysis, Wang Zhongxi said, "Then shouldn't we go around the burned area from the south and directly find the enemy troops to attack? After all, in the mountains, our cannons won't be easy to transport and will move very slowly." "No, we won't go from the south, we'll go from the north. I know that the cannons won't be easy to transport, but we still have to go from the north. We'll have the 1st Brigade go from the south and increase our momentum to confuse the enemy. The main force of our vanguard is 15,000 people. When we move forward, we have to snake our way forward, not directly. It's best if we can capture all of their scouts so that they can't transmit any information. After that, we'll go all the way to Mount Huangshan and wait for the Middle Army to send us the follow-up supplies." Zhang Shugui really did as Zhang Xiaobao had analyzed. He had chosen to snake forward without the slightest error. But while others might not understand, Wang Zhongxi was very confused. He asked, "General Zhang, why must we go to Mount Huangshan and snake forward?" Zhang Shugui gave a self-satisfied smile and said, "Snake forward can make it difficult for the enemy to determine if we're the main force or not. Even if the enemy scouts are hiding, they will worry that we have surrounded them. The scouts won't be able to see how we snake forward, but that our troops are moving back and forth from the north to the south. This way, they will think that we haven't discovered their main force and are currently searching for them. Since it's a search, it naturally won't be the main force. And our path forward is also toward Mount Huangshan. Do you think that Wang Wan will think of a way to eat up this portion of her troops? When she lectured us, she said that besides achieving the true strategic objective, what is even more important is constantly wiping out the enemy's strength. She said that we can't just give up on a tactical arrangement because the enemy has too few people. We have to persevere and find a way to obtain small victories. When these small victories are gathered together, they will become a great victory. When the generals heard this, they felt that it was very reasonable and nodded once more. Wang Zhongxi excitedly clapped his hands and said, "Oh, so it turns out that Lord Zhang wants to draw Wang Wan's troops to Mount Huangshan and then wipe them out in one fell swoop, or at least kill off as much of their strength as possible. I think this plan is feasible because Wang Wan uses cold weapons. If she wants to directly clash with us, let alone 100,000, even 1 million wouldn't be enough to kill us. So she can only think of a way to scatter our troops and then concentrate her superior forces, slowly using numbers to win. I'll go and arrange it now. Not only do we need to snake forward, we also need to tell the soldiers that when we advance, we need to loudly announce that we are going to Mount Huangshan to rest and reorganize, and that the mission of searching for the enemy must be completed." After saying this, Wang Zhongxi really did go to find a messenger to give the order. The rest of the generals also continued to look at the sand table, especially the area around Mount Huangshan. They imagined that Wang Wan's troops would be fooled and then completely wiped out at the foot of Mount Huangshan. Cui Shi was one of them. When he looked at the sand table, the more he looked, the more he felt that victory was in sight. This time, even if they couldn't completely wipe out Wang Wan's 100,000 troops, they would be able to wipe out the troops she sent, which had a great advantage in terms of numbers. Looking at the model representing Mount Huangshan, Cui Shi echoed and said, "I know why Lord Zhang wants to come to Mount Huangshan. Although the road is not easy to walk on, once we reach Mount Huangshan, we can set up the cannons and attack from above. At the same time, even if we don't have the hot air balloon brigade, we don't need to wait for the Central Army to send them over. We still have the glider wing brigade. Jumping down from a mountain is much easier than jumping down from the mast. I don't believe that the referees will be able to say that Mount Huangshan is winless." Correct, precisely so. Perhaps many people think that sending an army to Mount Huangshan isn't a good idea, but it's precisely because other people think this way that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also think the same way. They know that it won't be easy for my main force to go to Mount Huangshan, so they must have sent a small force. So this is our chance. As long as we win this battle, we won't need to be on edge, and we can also let the Central Army, the Rear Army, and the logistics officers relax. As Zhang Shogui spoke, he let out a long sigh of relief. He had truly been tormenting these last few days, and now he needed a victory to raise morale. To be more precise, it was to allow his generals to relax so that they could perform better. Zhang Shogui had only spoken of this plan in the vanguard's room. He didn't have a concrete plan, so he couldn't tell the Central Army for the time being. Just as he had expected, Yang Xishuan and the Central Army had been receiving non-stop reports from the vanguard for the last few days. Other than not being able to find the vanguard, they just couldn't find the vanguard. Just as they were about to make contact with the vanguard's hot air balloon brigade was shot down. They hadn't even seen the vanguard, but the vanguard had already been lost. The entire army was under immense pressure. Yang Xishuan had also received news that the vanguard would be able to reach Hangzhou tomorrow. At the same time, he ordered the Central Army to hurry over as quickly as possible. One reason was to continue using the 5,000 soldiers as bait, and the other was to work with the vanguard as quickly as possible to open up the situation. When he thought of the current situation, Yang Xishuan didn't even have the mood to eat. He looked at the egg-fried rice and soup that the kitchen had brought over, as well as a few plates of pickled vegetables. Several times, he wanted to pick up his chopsticks to eat, but he stopped every time. He said to the person in charge of taking care of them, "Take them away first. I can't eat them. Do you have cucumbers? Wash one for me. I'm grinding my teeth." The person quickly went to wash the cucumbers and brought them back. After taking a bite of the cucumbers, Yang Xixuan endured the pain of waiting for the vanguard to reach the shore. He said to the other generals, "If the vanguard fights with Wang Wan, we have to be very careful, because Wang Wan is definitely someone who likes to command battles on multiple fronts. If we are careless and think that she can't find the time to send people to scheme against us, then we are gravely mistaken. I think she even wants us to think this way." There were also many generals in the room where Yang Xixuan was. They all listened carefully, and, at the same time, they continuously passed down orders to command their own part of the fleet. Yang Xixuan continued, "What I want to know the most right now is where Wang Wan's troops are hiding, and what methods do they have to use cold weapons against hot weapons. Since we haven't docked yet, you should all think about it. If it were you, and you were asked to use cold weapons to face the cannons and guns, what would you do to minimize your losses while ensuring the effectiveness of your attacks?" "Sir Yang, I thought of something." Someone stood out from the crowd in the room. It seemed that he had considered this question before. He said, "It's actually very simple. I just need to not be discovered by the enemy in advance, and then lie in ambush on both sides of the path that the enemy needs to take. When they pass by, and we suddenly attack, their cannons will be useless. A bayonet on a gun is not as good as a cold weapon. As for their pistols, they have very few of them, and, at the same time, it doesn't mean that they will definitely kill with a shot. Other than this sneak attack method, I also thought of using bows and arrows. Use a large number of bows and arrows and find a high place to shoot down. That way, it won't be worse than bullets. For example, there are many mountains on this sandbox. Here, this is a very big mountain, Yellow Mountain. If I were Wang Wan, I would ambush people here and think of a way to lure the vanguard over. Even if the price is high, as long as I can eat the vanguard, everything will be worth it." After this person finished speaking, he retreated. However, Yang Xixuan's eyes lit up. He was not interested in the two ideas that this person had suggested, but in the Yellow Mountain that this person had mentioned. His gaze immediately landed on the model of the Yellow Mountain, and then he looked at the 100-li radius of the forest that had been burned. He worriedly said, "It's possible that Wang Wan really did place the main force on the Yellow Mountain. If that's really the case, the vanguard is in danger. This won't do. I have to tell them. Someone, send a telegram to the vanguard. The Central Army guesses that Wang Wan's main force is in the Yellow Mountain area. The vanguard should not move and wait for the Central Army to arrive." After sending the message, Yang Xixuan ate the cucumber bite by bite. He anxiously paced back and forth in the room, afraid that the vanguard would not take his message seriously. It didn't take long for the vanguard to receive a signal from the radio. Someone wrote down Yang Xixuan's message on a piece of paper and sent it to Zhang Shogui. Upon seeing the words on the paper, Zhang Shogui smiled and said to the others, "The Central Army has sent a message saying that they're guessing that Wang Wan's main force is in the Yellow Mountain area. They want us to wait and wait for the Central Army to arrive before moving." Haha, Lord Yang is very interesting. All the generals chuckled. Zhang Shogui's words were very interesting. They all understood that the people in the Central Army wanted to contribute, but they were also worried that their vanguard would get a higher score if they killed too many enemies. This was a competition between two parties. When the time came, the rewards would be different depending on who won or lost. This was especially true of the Yellow Mountain area. They had already analyzed the situation. If Wang Wan really dared to place the main force on the Yellow Mountain area, their vanguard would not even need to fight. They could just surround the area and guard the key entrance. When the Central Army and Rear Army arrived, their vanguard would be able to take down the Yellow Mountain area in one fell swoop. Not only did Zhang Shogui think this way, he was also a little dissatisfied with Yang Xixuan and Wei Wei. The greatest taboo in battle was to steal credit, but now they were telling him not to advance and to wait in place. If that was really the case, what need was there for the vanguard? Wouldn't it have been better for everyone to come up together? If he really waited, when the martial selection ended, he might be accused of delaying the battle. If that really happened, would he, Yang Xixuan, take the blame? With this thought, Zhang Shogui immediately sent a message to Yang Xixuan. When Yang Xixuan saw the message, he helplessly shook his head. I'm not in the mood for that. It's just a misunderstanding. Fine, you're right. If Wang Wan really is on the Yellow Mountain, then the vanguard just needs to guard the key entrances and exits and not let the main force come out. Once we reach the place, we can attack together. Naturally, we can eliminate Wang Wan. Going by that logic, it's not wrong. Wang Wan probably also understands this principle, so she won't run to the Yellow Mountain. After analyzing the situation, Yang Xixuan regretted sending this message to the vanguard. He shouldn't have made them suspect that he was trying to steal credit from them. Why bother? But he also knew that his explanation was useless. The other party wouldn't believe him. Handing the report to a general beside him, Yang Xixuan said, "Pass it around. Then think about where Wang Wan is most likely to be." When everyone saw the message, it was the person who had suggested the idea. At this time, he spoke again. I feel that Wang Wan had people light up the mountain because she wants to delay our attack. They need to set up a huge trap to trap us when the time comes. For example, if they empty a mountain or block a river, when we see that the river is shallow and halfway across, they will release the water. The people who cross will panic and lose a lot of their fighting strength. Those who don't cross will be naked on the other side of the river. In reality, this has a huge impact on the morale of the army. The judges will definitely make this judgment. Thus, Wang Wan needs to buy as much time as possible. I think she's no longer on the Jiangnan East Road, but on the Jiangnan West Road. We need to speed up and catch up. Yang Xixuan nodded and felt that it made sense. It was normal for Wang Wan to do something illogical. When they were fighting Tubo, didn't they do the same thing in the village? That's right. Digging a tunnel can help us avoid detection from above. Furthermore, if we dig a tunnel ahead of time and make the longest tunnel out of the night watchman's field of vision, they can wait for our people to arrive at that place and launch a sneak attack at night. It seemed that they didn't know when they would set up camp and where they would choose, but those who knew war knew that the place to set up camp was similar. If Wang Wan and the others used a portion of their troops to delay or attract their troops, then it would affect the speed of their troops. When they needed to rest, their troops would be able to reach the place where Wang Wan and the others had dug a tunnel in advance. Then, it would be easy for them to be ambushed at night. Yes, this is very important. We can use a tunnel. I have to tell the vanguard in case they fall for it. Yang Xixuan rubbed his hands excitedly and was about to send a message to the vanguard when he suddenly remembered that he had sent a message just now. In the end, it made both sides unhappy. This time, it seemed that he shouldn't be so meddlesome. Yang Xixuan stopped calling for a messenger to send the message and said to the generals around him, "After we get ashore, no matter where we go, we have to investigate under our feet clearly, especially under the stove in the house. See if there are any tunnels, wells, withered trees, etc." Everyone nodded. They felt that every bush and tree was an enemy. They hadn't even met Wang Wan's troops, and they were already scared by themselves. Yang Xixuan also realized this problem. He didn't have a plan in mind. Who could he blame? If there was anyone to blame, it was Wang Wan, who was always lecturing them. When she was teaching, she was really unscrupulous. So when he faced her today, he would definitely think of the situation during her lecture and use that to analyze what kind of method she would use. At this time, another person also spoke up. I think that Wang Wan has another choice, and that is to use their commoners to disguise themselves as soldiers to confuse us, while their main forces will circle around the vanguard and catch us off guard. They might even go around the vanguard to attack the rear camp, and go around the rear camp to attack the supply team. What we need to do is to increase our surveillance. We can't let them pass by us and cause trouble for our allies. Yang Xixuan nodded lightly and didn't make any comments. He realized that if they responded according to everyone's thoughts, not to mention 100,000 people, even 1,000,000 people wouldn't be able to do it. Thus, he decided not to think about it blindly. It was better to send them ashore as soon as possible. At this time, compared to the confusion of the generals who felt that anything was possible, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were much more relaxed. Their strategy was very clear. As for how the enemy would choose their route and method, the two of them weren't very worried. The information they gathered was very useful in terms of probability. Under normal circumstances, if a person's actions could be different from what psychology said, then in a tense situation, that person's actions would be what they were supposed to do and not change their train of thought. Li Longji was still talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This time, they didn't talk about Shui Yun. Li Longji had just been diverted by Zhang Xiaobao and gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan some time to study their strategy. When he found out, he didn't say anything. Now that the two of them weren't very busy, he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobei and the others said that they want to give them tax exemption. This way, they're willing to spend half of the money on the Tang children. We believe that they will definitely keep their word and won't spend less money after tax exemption. But what we don't understand is that the tax actually doesn't even cover half of their profits, right? Why would they rather spend more money but still ask for tax exemption? Li Longji recalled the matter mentioned in the news that Xiaobei and the others sent back. He didn't understand this point, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao about it. It wasn't just him. Other than Wang Wan, no one else understood. Princess Jinsheng helped Xiaobei and the others think. I think it should be like this. Xiaobei and the others want to take out more money for the children, but they want to make more profits. At the same time, they feel that the tax they pay might not be used on the children. So, they thought of this method to use tax to exchange for more money to help the Tang children. They're so smart, they'll be more successful when they grow up. Li Longji was stunned by Princess Jinsheng's words. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not like that at all. They must have used some method to let them not only not pay tax, but also take out half of the money to spend on the Tang children. The benefits they get, or rather the money they earn, are more than paying tax directly. Isn't that right, Xiaobao?" Zhang Xiaobao's eyes showed a confused expression. He shook his head. "I don't know. I've been busy with the military selections. I don't have time to analyze this. It's probably a welfare measure that they came up with." Li Longji didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's words at all. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan's eyes were much clearer than Zhang Xiaobao's. She smiled and said, "That's what I think." Xiaobei and the others are thinking that if they are exempted from taxes, they can use this amusement park as their headquarters in the future, which is their flagship store. Then, as for the subsidiary companies, they can merge the tax accounts with the headquarters. But the money for half of the profits would only be paid by the main company, not the subsidiary companies. In this way, Xiaobei and the others would actually get a lot of benefits. Li Longji felt that it made sense. Just as he was about to agree, he thought of something and shook his head. "That's impossible. When your family does business, they never use such methods. This is called cheating. You don't cheat your own country. Since that's the case, it's impossible for Xiaobei and the others. If they really need money, they can find Xiaobao and ask him for ideas." Moreover, Xiaobao didn't stop them, which means that Xiaobao already knew what they were going to do. "And you, Cuckoo, you almost fooled me. I don't believe that you don't know either. The two of you must have realized that Xiaobei and the others' plan would benefit you greatly. You were afraid that I would scheme against you, so you played dumb with me." "I deny it." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spoke at the same time, then laughed together. Li Longji was very depressed. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put on an expression that said, "I won't say anything even if you beat me to death." He waved his hand helplessly and let the two of them continue to study the strategy. He called Gao Lisher and the others over and sat in a circle to study how Xiaobei and the others could take out half of the profits and still make more money than if they were not taxed. Empress Wang sat there and didn't make a sound. For her, this was a very difficult thing to do. She preferred to watch Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao play with the sand table instead of studying economic matters. Wu Huifei's eyes turned back and forth. She was also thinking about how to benefit from this matter. Since the situation that Wang Wan said would not happen with the tax exemption, then no matter how she calculated, she couldn't figure out how Xiaobei and the others would benefit from it. It's so strange. Could it be that Xiaobao helped to come up with this idea? Xiaobei and the others seemed to. Wu Huifei thought carefully for a while, but in the end, she couldn't figure it out. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "That's impossible. If it was Xiao Bao's idea, Xiao Bao would have said himself. This isn't the first time I've dealt with him like this. Although I always end up at a disadvantage in the end, I can say that it's already very difficult for others to lie." Li Longji denied Wu Huifei's statement and praised himself. He was a little proud. Gao Lisher echoed, "I don't think it was Xiao Bao's idea. Xiao Bei and the others have already thought of many good ideas. They always stay with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so their way of thinking is almost the same. As for the idea of not paying taxes and taking out half of the profits, I can't figure it out for the time being. Unless it's like this, the tax they have to pay is more than half of the profits they take out. Otherwise, it's not worth it. But if it's not worth it, they won't deliberately say it." Gao Lisher said a lot, but in the end, it was useless. Princess Jinqing blinked and listened. She was very much looking forward to Xiao Bei and the others getting more benefits from the tax exemption. Such a good group of children should be rewarded more. Even though Zhu Zhenchide was once the king of Tubo and controlled the whole of Tubo, he wasn't proficient in economic matters. He was far from being proficient in military matters. The only thing he knew about economic matters was that he used to trade with Tang Dynasty. He used horses, cows, sheep, and other products to exchange for tea leaves, salt, and iron from Tang Dynasty. Of course, there was also the simplest method, and that was to find a way to marry a princess of Tang Dynasty. Regardless of whether the princess was a real princess or a princess who was promoted to a princess at the last minute, as long as he married her, he would get a lot of things and craftsmen. In the past, it wasn't only Tubo who did this. The Tujue and some tribes in the north of Hebei province also did this. Everyone had their eyes on the additional benefits of marriage. But later on, as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo gradually grew up, Tang Dynasty stopped sending women out. Even when they sent people to pay tribute, the return gift was so light that the value of the tribute wasn't even enough. Now, although he didn't have to worry about Tubo not having enough food because Tang Dynasty would send them, he still didn't understand economic matters. This was really too difficult, Zhu Zhenchide thought and said, "Why don't we ask Xiao Bei and the others? They should know their own ideas." "We can ask," Li Longji quickly said. "If we ask them, won't it make me look stupid? If the 9 of them can think of a method, I don't believe that I can't think of one myself." Everyone fell silent again as they tried to analyze the situation. After a quarter of an hour, Li Longji slapped his thigh and said, "I know what's going on now. They must have found out that if they want to pay taxes, then they have to pay a proportional tax that includes both costs and profits. In other words, their cost is higher and their profit is smaller. If they pay tax according to the method I said, they will earn less. It's better to take out half of the profit. For example, they sell a piece of candy for 100 copper coins, but the profit is only 30 copper coins. If the tax is 20%, they have to pay 20 copper coins. But after the tax is exempted, even if they take out half of the profit and use it for other purposes, it will only be 15 copper coins. In this way, they will pay 5 copper coins less. How about it? Am I right? Xiao Bao, did you hear that? Tell me, am I right?" Li Longji analyzed and felt that his analysis was completely correct. He was proud of himself again. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and replied, "I don't know either. Maybe it's right. I'm looking at the terrain here. It's autumn now. If it's winter, I don't know if it will snow heavily. If it does, it won't be easy to hide. It'll be difficult." Wang didn't need Li Longji to ask and said, "So you can think like that? Amazing. After this busy period, I'll get someone to report it and ask Xiao Bei. At least I have to understand what they are doing. The profit ratio is so small." Chapter 998. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's answers, he immediately understood that he was wrong. Xiao Bei's amusement park project definitely earned a lot of profits, and the ratio was very high. Otherwise, the two of them would have admitted it just now. In this situation, he was wrong, and they did not want to directly deny his words, so they gave such an answer. We don't believe that we can't think of something. Everyone continued to think. It's just a matter of money, Li Longji said in a fit of pique, and then he began to think hard, looking very serious. The others also thought with him, and no one disturbed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Longji did not know how many losses he had brought to the generals after he went to Wang Wan's room. The generals all thought that since the emperor was talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them would not be able to focus on the battle, so they were a little gloating. But it was precisely this thought that made them slack off, especially the people in charge of the specific battalions and teams. They did not have much to do, and only the brigade that went ashore was relatively busier, but they still did not discover the enemy. This state of not being able to be nervous made them slower to react to unexpected situations. In the hibiscus garden, while everyone was thinking about their own matters and making arrangements, Xiao Bei and the others had already arrived at Old Willow Village. Lu Feifei was on the train to Hongnong to pick them up. When she saw Xiao Bei and the others, Lu Feifei, who had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, felt much more at ease. She did not believe that there were officials in the Great Tang who could contend against Xiao Bei and the others. When Xiao Bei got off the train, the first thing she did was give Lu Feifei a hug. But she was short, so her hug could only reach Lu Feifei's waist and not her shoulders. Big sister Feifei, don't worry. I've already arranged for people to protect your brother. It should be almost done by now. We plan to let him out, as long as he doesn't suffer in there. Then, when I get there, I want to see how the local officials of Jiang District explain it to me. They should be very honest. But who asked the economy to develop so quickly? All of them are starting to scheme. Xiao Bei knew what Lu Feifei was most concerned about, so he said what Lu Feifei wanted to hear the most when they met. Sure enough, a sweet smile appeared on Lu Feifei's face. She nodded and said, "Since you said it's okay, it's definitely okay. I believe that your people over there can protect my good brother. Let's go. This time, there are more people from your family. My mother is here, so there are more people protecting and serving me. Let me introduce you. Come, follow me." Xiao Bei held Lu Feifei's hand and pulled her to the side of the train. After waiting for a while, her mother and Xiao Yuan's mother came down. As soon as they came down, the Zhang Wang clan's mother said to Xiao Bei, "Why are you running? The guards haven't finished yet, and you ran down. What if something happened?" "Impossible. How could something happen? Mother and aunt, let me introduce you. This is Lu Feifei from Old Willow Village. Her brother went to other places to help us sell things, so he was caught by the government office there. Big sister Feifei, this is my mother, and this is my aunt. She is Xiao Yuan's mother." Xiao Bei didn't answer his mother's words, but began to introduce them to each other. Lu Feifei naturally received the good treatment she deserved. She was pulled by the two elders to ask about this and that, and also received a lot of gifts. She couldn't hold them all by herself, so she had to let others continue to help her. Then they went to Old Willow Village. When they passed by Hongnong County, Xiao Bei made a comparison and found that the county was better than before, especially the amusement park that was going to be built as a compensation for them. She looked forward to it being built soon, so that she could have fun first. Then, Xiao Bei and the other 8 people came up with a plan to use half of the profits in exchange for taxes. They were now almost at Old Willow Village. The road under their feet was many times better than the last time they were here. It was mainly because there was a flood the last time they were here, so they had to wade through the water to get there. Now, it was replaced with cement roads. Big sister Feifei, how is life in the village now? Xiao Bei sat in the car and looked at the scenery outside that was slowly retreating. She asked Lu Feifei, who was sitting in front of her. Life is much better than before. Ever since we went to Hongnong to help weave baskets, our village's reputation has grown. Many rich families would point to our Old Willow Village's baskets if they want to buy baskets, saying that they are sturdy and durable. You also know about willow trees. Even if it's just a willow branch, it can still grow if it's inserted into the ground. Therefore, we weave all kinds of things. Not only are the people from Hongnong buying them, we pile them together and send them to Luoyang by train. Our house has already changed. It's no longer the short and weak mud house you saw the last time you were here. Now, We're using bricks and cement. We found someone from Zhengzheng Construction to build it. When the people from Zhengzheng Construction saw that it was our village, they didn't charge us for the labor. They only ate the food we made, so we made a lot of delicious food for them. Lu Feifei spoke as she gestured. She appeared very excited as the smile on her face never faded. Xiaofei nodded vigorously when she heard that. She was also happy. That's great. Is it a 2-story building? Since Zhengzheng Construction is here to build it, they will definitely suggest building a 2-story building for your house. Yes, 2 stories. I live on the upper floor. Standing there allows me to see very far. Now, at my house, we don't have to go out to buy things. There are people who specially transport the things to the other side of the bridge and wait for us to buy them. Lu Feifei nodded as well before she began talking about all kinds of interesting matters. Xiao Bei listened seriously and learned of the changes in the village from Lu Feifei. First of all, Old Willow Village did not suffer any losses during the disaster. In addition, they had helped to earn a lot of money in the past. At the same time, they helped to build a reputation for the willow knitting business in the village. As a result, their willow knitting business earned more money. Now, unless they organized a train to transport a box of willow knitting, they would not sell it at other places. Usually, other people would buy it and sell it at other places. Speaking of the willow knitting business, the people of Old Willow Village were indeed good at it, but not many people were willing to buy it. Even if the willow knitting business did not look very beautiful, it was fine as long as it could be used. Did the basket used to carry dung need to be very gorgeous? The reason why more people were willing to buy the willow knitting business from Old Willow Village was because this business had saved lives when they helped Hong Nongzhong rebuild the village. A person went up to the top of the 3rd floor of a restaurant and was working there. Suddenly, he accidentally fell from the top. The moment he fell, he grabbed a willow basket. In the end, he used the basket as a cushion under his body. Other than being scared and sweating, nothing happened to him. Not even a small wound was found. Then, everyone went to look at the basket. The only thing that changed the shape of the basket was that Weiwei used her feet to return to its original shape. The willow branches did not break. Everyone took turns to look at the basket and found that the willow branches used to weave the basket were very strong. The weave was very fine and the outside was very smooth. There were no burrs at all. This was really a good basket. Otherwise, how could it save a life? Everyone went to ask who made the basket. After asking, they found out that it was the people from Old Willow Village who provided it. From that moment on, Old Willow Village's willow knitting business became famous. The material was good, the workmanship was good, and it was auspicious. Just like that, as long as the people around wanted to buy a basket, they would choose Old Willow Village's products. When there was demand, there would naturally be production. The people of Old Willow Village were busy weaving all kinds of things every day. Merchants came over and waited at the bridge for the people of Old Willow Village to bring the things they wanted to sell over. They would pay the money and directly buy it. Many merchants came, but the amount of goods produced in the village was limited. Therefore, the merchants waited for a long time, but there were very few who could actually buy. When a smart merchant saw this situation, he simply stopped buying willow knitting. He found a few people to be his shop assistants and began to sell soup pancakes, noodles, wontons, and so on. The noodles were directly bought in Old Willow Village. The shredded cucumbers sprinkled on top of the noodles were also bought in the village. The village's own seeds made the merchant's business very good. When the other merchants saw this, they all thought of ways. Not only did they buy things from Old Willow Village, but they also transported things that the village did not have. When the people of the village came out to sell willow knitting, they would naturally take a look at other things. Therefore, during winter, a market appeared outside Old Willow Village. Now that spring had arrived, the market became even more prosperous. Xiao Bei and the others were very happy when they heard this. As long as the village was doing well, it was happiness in their hearts. However, the 2 adults and their mother heard a lot of things from the story and recalled things that happened a long time ago. At that time, although the Zhang family and the Wang family could still live a normal life in Zhuangzi, it was definitely not very good. Compared to now, it was a world of difference. Later on, it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who helped develop it bit by bit. First, they set up a market. Then, they kept making things outside. All kinds of good things were made. Now, Sanshui County was no different from their own family. If you randomly picked a family in Zhuangzi and placed them in a normal place, they would be a local wealthy family. Whether the life of a place is good or not, you just need to see if there is a market and what is sold in the market to know. Xiaobei, you should let the officials of each place look at the market in the place they are in charge of. Only by looking at the market can you know what the local people lack, their living habits, and so on. You don't need to check the various accounts and tax records. Because many of the markets are organized by themselves, they don't collect taxes. Xiaobei's mother, Zhang Wangshi, thought about what had happened in the past and the current situation. She analyzed the situation and said to Xiaobei. Xiaobei nodded repeatedly. That's right. Don't just sit in the yamen all day. It's better to go out and walk around. A real local official should be a qualified farmer when he sees the land. When he sees the business, he should be a qualified merchant. When he sees the tools, he should be able to make them even without being asked. At the very least, he should know the principles of how to make and use tools. This way, he can truly be a good local official for the people and not just stay in the yamen all day. I have decided. When I return, I will discuss with Uncle Emperor and let him tell us about the investigation by the Ministry of Appointments. Don't just focus on how much taxes the local officials paid this year. Sometimes, it is best to exempt the taxes and give the people a chance to develop and save. Exempt them from paying taxes for 2 years. Maybe the amount of money in the local government's treasury is too little for the people to see. But after 2 years, the people will use the tax-free money to buy good tools or do business and develop. Then, the local government will naturally have money. When Zhang family heard her daughter's thorough analysis, the smile on her face became brighter. Which other family's child would know so much at such a young age? Other than Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, it seemed that she had never seen anyone like that before. Xiao Yuan, you say something too. When Xiao Yuan's mother saw that Xiao Bei spoke well, she immediately asked her son to show off. Xiao Yuan was very helpless. What's there to say? It's just that some officials always want to be promoted. For example, Sanshui County's revenue doubled this year. Then, when the Ministry of Appointments evaluated him, they gave him a high grade, and he was promoted. Hence, the second official who came to Sanshui County saw that it was actually so easy to be promoted. All right, he started to sell the things in the county. For example, there was a piece of land. He sold it at a low price. The land was originally worth 10,000 strings of coins, but he sold it for 5,000 strings of coins. Then he waited. When it was about to be evaluated, he casually made an account and turned the 2,000 strings of coins into the local government's revenue. However, he did not write that piece of land. Instead, he made a special evaluation and turned a good piece of land into a waste field. The account said that he sold it for 1,000 strings of coins. In this way, the Ministry of Appointments evaluated that Sanshui County's revenue increased this year, and a new county magistrate was also promoted. In this way, groups of county magistrates thought of ways to sell the things in the county, just to create the illusion of an increase in revenue. In fact, every promotion of an official will cause a lot of harm to the people of Sanshui County. When the people can't bear it anymore, Sanshui County will no longer be a high-grade county, but a low-grade county. Yes, that's right. Mother feels that it makes sense. Then you can tell Her Majesty that in the future, it's not about how much revenue a place has, but also the degree of consumption of local resources. Whichever official consumes the least amount of local resources and earns the most income, that official will be evaluated as high-grade. Xiao Yuan's mother patted Xiao Yuan's head and praised him. Then she also analyzed. Lu Feifei kept nodding and said, "That's right. Because of this year's flood, Hongnong County was exempted from taxes for 2 years. My father said that in these 2 years, we can save a lot of money and use it to fill up the depression in front of us. This way, we will have more land to plant willow trees. When the willow trees grow, the forest will be worth a lot of money. My father is also preparing to set up a school in the village, the willow weaving school. It will teach people who are willing to learn willow weaving. At the same time, the people in the village can continue to think about how to weave willow branches into more beautiful things. Willow weaving is not only a tool to be used, but also to become an art, right? In that case, your willow weaving in Old Willow Village can become a pillar industry in Hongnon County. Xiao Bei took over the conversation. Yes. Lu Feifei looked at the willow trees by the roadside and smiled happily. She said, that's it. But if we don't get rid of the tax for the next 2 years, we have to borrow money. We need all the people in the village to pool their money to buy that large piece of low-lying land. It's like what you said just now. As an official, don't always look at the little benefits in front of you. Give the people time to accumulate, and then the people will repay the government with more taxes. It's like a chicken laying eggs. If you look at the benefits in front of you, you will eat the eggs directly. For the future, you will keep the eggs to hatch chicks. When there are more chickens, there will naturally be more eggs. Ah, Sister Feifei is so right. I want to tell Uncle Emperor to give you a reward. Let's endure it first, eat less eggs, and raise more chickens. Uncle Emperor has so much money. Why do you keep it in the bank? It's better to raise chickens so that we can eat more eggs in the future. Xiao Bei's eyes were shining. He couldn't wait to fly back to the capital and tell Uncle Emperor about what he saw and heard today. Lu Feifei was embarrassed by Xiao Bei's praise. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, I'm just chatting with you. There's no reward. Yes, chatting is different from chatting. When we chat, we can know a lot of important things in the Tang Empire directly. Because I can find Uncle Emperor, as long as I say something, Uncle Emperor will accept it. I'll think about it and ask Uncle Emperor to give you an official title. First, you will be a small official. When you learn more, I will give you an official with real power. Otherwise, if you do something wrong at the beginning, it will cause losses. Yes, just do it. Anyway, Uncle Emperor has a lot of officials. When Xiao Bei was talking, he decided to give Lu Feifei an official title. As for what it was and what grade it was, Xiao Bei didn't know now. He had to see Uncle Emperor to ask clearly. Lu Feifei was shocked. At the same time, she couldn't believe that she was going to be an official. She was still a child, so she became nervous at once. I don't know how to be an official. I don't know anything. Xiao Bei, I'm scared. Don't let me be an official, okay? If you don't know how to be an official, you can be an official. I guess some officials are worse than you. They only know how to take the imperial examinations. When it comes to practical work, they are confused and leave it to others. Anyone can be an official like this. Listen to me. If you don't know how to do it, I'll teach you. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask my brother and sister. Xiao Bei continued to persuade her. Lu Feifei didn't refuse this time. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and looked at the things outside, moving in the opposite direction as the carriage moved. She was imagining what she would do when she became an official in the future. Lu Feifei didn't wake up from her fantasy until she heard all kinds of noises coming from the market in front of Old Willow Village. She smiled and said, if I become an official, I will fix the market first. At least, I will fix the drainage ditch. I can't pour water on the ground casually. Yes, I will do such a small thing first. I don't know how to do big things. Chapter 999. Lu Feifei was very practical. She didn't plan to do anything big. She just wanted to solve some small problems. In fact, she knew that the ditch was not difficult to dig. She could dig out quickly with a shovel and pick and then lead it to the river. The difficult part was how to make everyone obey. Without an official, there was nothing she could do if they didn't listen. Xiao Bei blinked and came up with an idea. Sister Feifei, you tell them that if they don't obey, we won't sell willow weaves to them. Nonsense. Xiao Yuan retorted. Do you want to control people by the city? You don't teach people to be virtuous, but use money to command? Why don't you publicize the dangers of messy things? Or you just stand out and see who dares to disobey. If we directly order the guards to arrest them, the censorate won't dare to impeach us, right? Mother is here. Don't scold me. Xiaobei looked at Xiao Yuan with his big eyes. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to speak, his mother scolded him. Don't scold Xiaobei. If you have an idea, just say it. I say just give her an official. We can make our own official seal and official uniform. But the imperial seal can't be copied. We can make it up later. We can just say yes. They won't ask. Xiao Yuan felt that he had no status and said in a fit of pique. Xiaobei smiled at Xiao Yuan. Then listened to Xiao Yuan. Let's do it first. We can also make the imperial seal. I'll send a message right away and ask Uncle Emperor for authorization. Yes, we can't wait to go back to the capital. Someone, send a signal to my brother in the capital. Tell my brother to ask for authorization from Uncle Emperor. I want to ask for an official position for Sister Fei Fei. I don't know what kind of position it should be, but it has to be one who can manage the area around Old Willow Village. Rank 7. Send it there as fast as you can. Xiaobei shouted outside and said to the servant girl in the inner courtyard in the car, Let's make the clothes first. Once the message comes, our clothes will be ready. Show the efficiency of our family. Now, they were busy. Xiaobei and his people didn't get off the car. They could see the market from afar. The team stopped, and the cook started to cook. The tailor was measuring Lu Feifei's size. The person in charge of the radio adjusted the frequency and took the most urgent route. Xiaohai got out of the car and stood outside to look at the market with a pair of binoculars. After thinking for a while, he said, Raise our flag. We're already here. There's no need to keep a low profile. Immediately, someone began to raise the flag. Along the way, they did not hang any signs. From a distance, they could not see the embroidered pattern in front of everyone's chests. It was impossible to guess who made up this vast and mighty team. The main thing was that he was afraid that when he passed by Hong Nong, the officials inside would hear the news and stop working and run out to welcome him. The people in the market also saw the long line of people coming over. Just as they were wondering which large caravan it was, a large flag with 9 rice seedlings surrounding a bonfire floated up. The bustling market instantly fell silent. These banners were far too familiar. They were unique to the Great Tang, and it was very easy to tell which banners represented whom. They're here. Xiaobei and the others are here. A child from Old Willow Village was picking candy in the market. After seeing the flag, he gave up on the candy and the money. He ran toward the bridge with both arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. The candy seller looked at the money and then looked at the candy. He said to a dough maker next to him, Help me take a look. I'll send the candy over. Don't let people think that I took his money for nothing. A person selling Liang Pi carefully kicked a cucumber, but that had just been thrown to the ground at the back of the cart. A person selling cabbages that had been stored for winter also picked and put the best-looking cabbages neatly in front of him. The people in the market stopped shouting. The shoppers stood motionless, and the sellers began to clean up. No one asked them to do so, but they felt that it should be so. Then, the crowd waited. When the team came over, no one went forward to welcome them. Until the villager of Old Willow Village led a group of people across the bridge, the market remained silent. The villager looked around and said to the people behind him, Wait here. I'll go. After saying that, the old man tidied his clothes, raised his head and puffed out his chest, and walked unhurriedly toward the team. Xiaobei and the others were ready to eat. They asked the chef to make a lot of food. There were already more than 1,500 people in their team, so they might as well make more. They even brought along the people from Old Willow Village and the people in the market. The flags that were raised did not belong to the 2 mistresses of the family. Xiaobei and the others did not want others to know that their mother had followed them. At this moment, she was waiting for news from the capital. She was still using her family's intelligence network. The speed of transmission was slow in her opinion. Her brother and sister had said that there was a place where no matter how far away it was, if one side wanted to talk to the other side, it would be done in the blink of an eye. The villager of Old Willow Village, Old Man Lu, moved over. The people in the team were doing their own things. Only a maidservant came over. Third Grandpa, why did you come personally? The young ladies and young masters said that they would invite you when a meal was ready. Hearing the maidservant's words, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Regardless of whether the maidservant would really invite him, the words coming from the maidservant's mouth made him feel comfortable. It's not like I can't walk. Ah, where are Xiao Bei and the others? Take me to see them. In the blink of an eye, it should be half a year. Let me see how much taller they have grown. The old man's eyes looked at the biggest carriage in the middle. The maidservant came over to help him walk there. When they were 20 steps away from the carriage, someone had already told the people in the carriage the news of the village chief's arrival. Xiao Bei was the first to push open the door and jump out. She opened her arms and ran to the old man's side. She grabbed the old man's clothes with both hands and said happily, "Third Grandpa, I'm here again. Did you miss me?" Old man Lu was overjoyed. He picked Xiao Bei up and kissed her hard. He said, Yes. Even if I didn't miss myself, I would still miss you guys. You're really heavy. We miss Third Grandpa too. When we came, Sister Fei said that every family in our village had built a house. I wished I could grow a pair of wings and fly to that place so that I could see it earlier. I know that if Third Grandpa was not the village chief, it would take at least half a year to build a house. Xiao Bei hugged old man Lu's neck with one hand and said, Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. Ha ha! Old man Lu finally knew why the current emperor doted on Xiao Bei and the others so much. Apart from her brother and sister being powerful, she herself was not bad. She was pretty and had a sweet mouth. She gave people the feeling that she was his own daughter. Xiao Bei also laughed and said, Third Grandpa, you can choose today. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to make it for you. We have to have the ingredients we brought. At this time, the other 8 children also ran over. Li Jun and his sister Pan also followed outside and looked around curiously. The mistresses of the 2 families also came down one after another. Old man Lu immediately put Xiao Bei down and walked a few steps forward. He was about to salute them when Jiang Wang clan reached out and stopped him. Uncle Lu, there's no need to be so polite. We just came to take a look. When old man Lu saw that the 2 of them were wearing ordinary clothes and heard what they said, he didn't pretend to be polite. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll ask someone to take out the good things stored in the village and ask the chef to make them. Let's all have a taste. Xiao Bei said, Okay. I like to eat the willow mushrooms in our village the most. That's good. Quick, measure my Third Grandpa and make 2 sets of clothes. Your Majesty, don't you want to rest? A day has passed, and it's already noon. Don't even think about tax exemption. Zhang Xiaobao, who had just woken up after sleeping for 4 hours, saw that Li Longji was still staring blankly in a certain direction. He knew that Li Longji was definitely not concerned about the war. According to this schedule, if they wanted to fight, they would have to wait for another 2 days. However, they couldn't shorten the 1 versus 4 time limit. Otherwise, when the people below started to fight, they wouldn't be able to command them. Therefore, they could only wait. It wasn't much different from a real battle. The only difference was that they didn't have to rush to the battlefield. Li Longji rubbed his eyes and said, I slept for a while last night and didn't think about tax exemption. Xiao Bei and the others don't need to mention tax exemption for 3 years. Even if they want a piece of land, I'll give it to them. You and Cuckoo help me build up my empire. My empire is so big, why would I lack the tax of a piece of land? I was just thinking if my great Tang was as powerful as that country, would we be able to wipe out all those people? Also, those who like to fight will definitely die. I see that you and Cuckoo aren't worried about this at all. Why? Zhang Xiaobao understood. Li Longji was so bored that he started to think about deeper things. He picked up a cup of cold tea and rinsed his mouth before he replied, Your Majesty, the first question is it really possible? What if that country lives on the same sea and land as us and waits for us to develop? They didn't destroy us first. In the end, either they don't fight, or even if they do, it'll be a local war. Whoever forces the other into a corner will be doomed. It's said that they're researching a weapon, but they haven't succeeded yet. I don't think they'll succeed in the next 100 years. What weapon? Li Longji was afraid to hear the word weapon. He remembered that there was a cannon that could fly from Luzhou to the capital. It's a very powerful weapon. For example, the Hunan province. If you throw one of those weapons, it'll be gone. No one can go there for a few years. Otherwise, they'll either die or fall seriously ill. Zhang Xiaobao revealed something else to Li Longji. Li Longji's breathing quickened. He picked up a cup of herbal tea from a small table and took a sip. He was still thirsty, so he drank it all. There was still a tea leaf in his mouth. How are they going to deliver it? Li Longji asked. Do you see the skycracker monkeys and the disposable rocket launchers used by our army? Make a big one and put that thing on it. In theory, it'll fire wherever you point it at. It can fly very far. However, we haven't made a big skycracker monkey yet. It's very difficult. Zhang Xiaobao continued to lie. Can you intercept it? Li Longji knew about this. Yes. In theory, we can intercept it. Then, think of a way to stop it. If Great Tang has that kind of weapon, and there are enough of them, if someone wants to destroy Great Tang, they'll only die. I don't even attack my enemy's country. If I attack my own country, who can they stop me? Suicide? Mutual destruction. If there are enough of them, we'll detonate them all at once. No matter where they are, as long as they're standing on this land and the sky above them, they'll die with us. As for your Majesty's second question, it's very simple. A warmonger is a sure way to die. The first question is that war is a war of population and resources. If you keep fighting, your country won't be able to develop. The second question is that in the end, all the countries in the world will oppose you. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about the first question. I'll control it well. I'll plunder as I fight. The second question will depend on the method used. In war, it's not necessary to use cannons. There are many methods we can use, such as using 2 peaches to kill 3 soldiers or driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried at all. At the very least, he wouldn't use nuclear weapons while he was still alive. As for whether he could make it, that would depend on the speed of technological development. He didn't care about the second question either. In this world, the current Great Tang could be defeated unless something unexpected happened, such as an earthquake, a typhoon, or continuous rain or snow. Li Longji thought about it for a moment before nodding. If that's the case, I'm relieved. You guys can continue fighting and try to minimize the casualties. I'll take out money and have the commoners give birth to more children. The more children they give birth to, the more I'll reward them. I'll help them raise their children. When there are too many and I can't afford to raise them anymore, I'll have them raise them themselves. Li Longji was relieved. Just as he was about to talk to Zhang Xiaobao about something else, a person suddenly ran in from outside. He was dressed in the attire of the inner courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. Little young master, Little Miss Xiaobei has sent a message. Please take a look. The person passed a telegram over. Wang took the telegram and glanced at it before passing it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also glanced at it before passing it to Li Longji. For me? Li Longji took the telegram and glanced at it in bewilderment. He wants an official from me, and he even wants a rank 7 official to manage a village. Xiaobao, do you know how big a village needs a rank 7 official to manage? Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. A county magistrate is a rank 7 official, while a village chief is not even considered a rank 7 official. How can a village chief be a rank 7 official? Your Majesty, how about this? Xiaobei wants a rank 7 official. Can you give it to her? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and asked. Yes, but rank 7 official authority can only be arranged to be in the government over there. Hongnong is not an ordinary county, and the county magistrate is not a rank 7 official. Otherwise, I would not have sent Xiaobei and the rest out in a fit of anger. Lu Feifei is only in her teens and is still studying in school. She can't be as capable as you in Cuckoo, right? How can I arrange real authority for her? Tell me about your sister's request. Li Longji did not care about a rank 7 official. However, it was hard to find a rank 7 official, and there were none. If he had to arrange for Hongnong to be the registrar, would Lu Feifei be be suitable? Zhang Xiaobao was also in a dilemma. This sister of his, it was not easy to get an official position. At this time, Wang Wan said, Xiaobao, why don't we put her in charge of the agriculture temple? Old Willow Village has a lot of willow trees, and there is empty space around it. We can plant willow trees there. Let the agriculture temple come up with a plan, and Lu Feifei can be the messenger. With willow trees as station guards, we will have a rank 7 official. Li Longji clapped his hands. That's right. Lu Feifei, go and be station guard Lu. You will be directly under the agriculture temple. You will help to study the characteristics and use of various willow trees, and also the mutual promotion and suppression of other species. Rank 7 official. Come, Xiaobao, call your people here and use your family's intelligence network. Propose that Lu Feifei of Old Willow Village, Hongnon County, Guizhou, Hunan Province, Old Willow Village, Hongnon County, Guizhou, Hunan Province. Lu Feifei will be station guard Lu under the agriculture temple. All matters will be delegated by the agriculture temple, rank 7 official. The other side will send a telegram to the various levels, and the capital will send a document over. At that time, it will be really confirmed, and it will be recorded in the Ministry of Personnel and the Agriculture Temple. The local yamen will not care. They are directly under the Agriculture Temple and under the direct control of the central government. Although the rank is not high and the position is not high, the power is great. They can go directly to the capital if they have something to do. Why don't other local officials have a try? When the news reached Xiaobei's team in Old Willow Village, the food had just been prepared. Xiaobei asked people in the village and the people in the market to eat together. It was lively. Lu Feifei's mood was not stable, and she was always absent-minded. When others talked to her, she would suddenly wake up. Old man Lu looked at her and found that something was wrong. He pulled Lu Feifei over and asked, Feifei, what's wrong with you? Are you still thinking about your brother? No. Lu Feifei shook her head. Xiaobei said that the other side has arranged everything. I am. Sister Feifei is afraid that I can't get the position she asked for. Don't worry, Uncle Emperor will give it to her. It is just a 7th grade official with real power, and it is not a big deal. If he really doesn't give it to me, I will resign from my patrol and retire to my hometown. Xiaobei could think the same as Lu Feifei and comforted her loudly. When the people heard her say that she would retire to her hometown, they laughed heartily. How old was she? She was already a skeleton? But as soon as they laughed, they suddenly realized what she said before. Wasn't it just a 7th grade official with real power? Now they cannot laugh. If a 7th grade official with real power was not a big deal, what would be considered a big deal? Old man Lu's reaction was the most direct. He jumped up and looked at Xiaobei in disbelief, asking in a trembling voice, Xiaobei, did you really ask for a 7th grade official for Feifei? Yes, a 7th grade official, and it has to be able to manage things. An 8th grade official does not sound good. A 6th grade official can be the county magistrate of Hongnon. It is not easy for me to ask Uncle Emperor to do something for me. Later, Uncle Emperor may not ask me to do anything. No matter how low the official position is, I will compensate for it. Xiaobei explained very seriously why it was a 7th grade official instead of a 6th grade official or an 8th grade official. As soon as he finished speaking, the team's radio station received the appointment, and the person in charge came over to whisper to Xiaobei. Well, Uncle Emperor scolded me. He said that next time when I ask for an official position, I should pay attention to the place and the grade. Don't ask for one that doesn't exist. Isn't this cheating? Hee, congratulations, Sister Feifei. From now on, you're station supervisor Lu under the jurisdiction of the Agriculture Temple in Old Willow Village, Hongnon County, Guizhou, Hunan Province. You are a 7th grade official. Come, give something to Sister Feifei. Xiaobei shook his head and clapped his hands to congratulate her. The family took Lu Feifei to the carriage. When Lu Feifei came out again, her clothes were changed. It was a green robe with a small flower on it. If one smelled it carefully, one could smell the smell of cloth. A group of people had just rushed out and had not rinsed it yet. Lu Feifei also held a small official seal in her hand. It was carved out of jade and had not been inlaid with copper, but it was still too much. The official document will be issued in the future. Now, Sister Feifei, you are an official. You can use your seal for now. Don't think about whether it's beyond the limit. It's Uncle Emperor's fault for not giving it to you. If someone asks, you can tell them that it's an ordinary stone. That means you don't recognize it as jade. I'll also give you a silver fish pouch. Xiaobei knew everything, but he insisted on teaching Lu Feifei to play dumb. Chapter 1000. Lu Feifei didn't know how to express herself. She could only listen to Xiaobei and nod her head. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind. This was an official. Her brother was bullied by an official when he was selling dolls in Jiangzhou. Perhaps the official who bullied her brother wasn't even a level 7 official. A level 7 official was already a county magistrate. With an official position, he could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted people to build drains, he could do so. If he wanted people to plant willows, he could do so. If he wanted people to plant willows, he could plant willows. If he wanted to plant any species, he would have to ask the experts in the village. Xiaobei, don't worry. I'll do my best. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask Third Grandpa first. Our group is rich, and I'll get a lot of money in the future. I promise that I won't be greedy when I become the supervisor. If I use my power for personal gain. Bring me your head. We're sisters, so I'll give you a quick death. Speaking of this, Xiaobei seemed to be a different person. I asked Uncle Emperor for an official position because I want to use his favor for personal gain. But since I want Old Willow Village to develop well, and I can't guard it myself, I can only arrange it for you. If you do something wrong, I won't say that the world is righteous. I'll only say that for Uncle Emperor's trust, even if you don't deserve to die, I'll impeach you. You know that all the officials we impeach are innocent and have 5 grades. So, Sister Feifei, if you need anything, tell me first. We'll help you think of a way. You can't do it secretly. Lu Feifei didn't think that Xiaobei was wrong at all. She still nodded. I know. When you investigate officials, you'll have the help of your family's intelligence network. So you can't be wrong. I won't learn from Yinzheng. I heard that he's still alive and is on the street outside the palace. At most, yes. If I can't make a decision in the future, I'll ask Third Grandpa. If Third Grandpa can't make a decision, he'll ask you. If you can't make a decision, you can ask Brother Xiaobao and Sister Cuckoo. Can they do it? That's right. My brother and sister are very capable. Uncle Emperor and the civil and military officials have to ask my brother and sister for help when they can't figure it out. When Xiaobei heard others mention her brother and sister, she immediately became proud. When the two of them talked, they did not avoid the people around them. The people in the village and the people in the market listened and watched. They found that they could not find Xiaobei even if they wanted to. This was because they discovered that Xiaobei was very calm. She did not mention the righteousness of the world, nor did she talk about the morality of the past and present. They only thought that she had selfish motives. She liked Old Willow Village, so she used her connections to directly ask for an official position from the current dynasty's emperor. If she said it was a 7th rank, then it was a 7th rank. If she said it was a real position, then it was a real position. They didn't fear her authority, but they couldn't accuse her of having bad intentions. Moreover, she was so cute and beautiful, and she was also the little sister of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Not far away, Xiaohai stood up. He was relatively calm. He held his sister's shoulder and said to the surrounding people, "There are rules in every trade, and every country has its laws. Even if you are a thief, you're not allowed to rob if you can't steal. Those who sell things don't play dirty tricks, such as pouring water into the meat. You should earn the money you earn, but when you shouldn't, don't let me see it." Who dares? A butcher continued Xiaohai's words. His voice was very loud. It was not that he was not afraid, but he found that the 9 children were very reasonable. Therefore, he gathered his courage and said what he wanted to say. The pork that I, Dingy Dao, sell are all pigs that I carefully selected. Those who buy my meat know that when the pigs are driven by me, they're so hungry that they are crying out. Pour water? Even if they want to drink, I won't let them drink, right? The person who called himself Ding Yidao shouted to the side. Those who had bought meat in the surroundings also shouted yes. Xiaohai ignored him. His character had always been like this. He turned around and walked to his mother's side. Xiao Yuan was more easygoing and always took the blame. He stood up and agreed with the other party. Yidao, I think it's a knife in and a knife out. His skills are good. Ding Yidao didn't care about Xiaohai's attitude. He didn't mention Xiaohai's identity and only said that he was a businessman. He had encountered many buyers who were difficult to talk to, so he was already used to it. However, when Xiao Yuan praised him, he was happy. Although he was a butcher, his mind was still alive. He knew that when Xiao Yuan praised him and he worked hard, Ding Yidao's title would be set. There was no need for the emperor to praise him. As long as one of the 9 people praised him, he would be able to stand in the Tang Empire. After all, Xiao Bei casually asked for a 7th-rank official. Thinking of this, Ding Yidao turned around and ran. His legs moved so fast that he almost knocked the 2 people down. Just as Xiao Yuan was wondering why he was running away, Ding Yidao came back, dragging a fat pig that looked like it weighed about 200 pounds. There's still one alive. I'll kill it for you. If I can't kill it with one knife, I'll bite it to death. As Ding Yidao spoke, he took out a 2-foot-long knife from his waist. It was a narrow knife, not a chopper. The knives used to kill pigs were different from those used to cut meat and bones. He didn't dare to hold the knife to Xiao Yuan to show that he was not aggressive. If he held it like that, his hand would definitely be broken. Instead, he bit the back of the knife with his teeth, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Xiao Yuan. Stand down. A person stood out from behind Xiao Yuan. It was Zhang Chong. He asked the 2 fast gunmen to step back and said to Ding Yidao, "Where's the blood basin? I'll help you with the blood. Don't waste it. Some people like to eat blood tofu." Ding Yidao was stunned for a moment. Because he was trusted, his eyes turned red. Tears welled up in his eyes. He spat the knife on the ground, turned around, and ran again. When he came back, he held a basin with blood inside. He shook it vigorously and handed it to Zhang Chong. "Walk east from here. About 15 to 6 Li Ding village is my home. My name is Ding Sha. The people standing here know me. I have a father and a mother. My wife is also from my village. I also have 2 children. Dehua is 5 years old, and Erhua is 3 years old." Ding Yidao picked up the knife and rubbed it twice on the 3 layers of pig skin belt that reached his thigh. Xiao Bei smiled and said, "Well, I can tell that your skills are good from the way you wipe the knife. Sister Fei Fei, in the future, if you want to buy good meat, you can go to his village and ask him to choose good meat for you. If he doesn't choose good meat, he won't pay." The originally tense atmosphere eased up after Xiao Bei's words. Zhang Chong didn't hesitate. He carried the basin to the pig. The pig found that the situation was not right. He didn't move. Ding Yidao didn't stop. He held the handle of the knife and pulled the pig's ear. When the pig raised its head and struggled, his right hand suddenly stabbed the pig's lower left neck. "Ow!" The pig cried out miserably. Ding Yidao flipped his wrist half a circle and threw the knife to the side. He rode on top of the tied-up pig, whose 4 hooves were lying on the ground. His right arm wrapped around the pig's neck, while his left hand pulled on his right hand and tried to lift the pig's head up. The pig's blood splashed into the basin that Zhang Chong was holding. Zhang Chong said that he wanted to get the pig's blood, but he couldn't free his hands. It was Xiao Yuan, who hated blood the most, who grabbed the chopsticks and mixed it with the water mixed with wine. The blood foam had piled up to an inch high in the basin, and the blood below could hardly be seen. The strangled pig reflexively struggled a few more times, but in the end, it stopped moving. Zhang Chong had a hard time holding on to half a basin full of blood. He sat on the ground and gritted his teeth. "Okay, remove the pig's hair." Ding Yidao loosened his hand and shouted to the people next to him. A person who looked like his disciple took the pig and pulled it to the side. "It's so fishy." Xiao Bei came over and sniffed. She looked scared. "It's too cruel. I'm afraid of seeing blood. The pig is so pitiful." Xiao Yuan, who was splashed with blood, threw away the chopsticks. "Okay, don't pretend. Are you afraid of pig's blood? Haven't you seen human blood?" Dingy Dao is really a knife. The pig only struggled twice. Unfortunately, its heart was broken. How can it be the same? I eat pigs, not humans. When I eat pigs, I think of the scene when I kill pigs. I'm the most soft-hearted, right? Xiaobei seemed to be saying to Xiao Yuan, but also seemed to be calling on the people around to support her. However, no one said anything because they all thought of Yin Zhang. After almost 3 seconds, the people in the inner courtyard near the Zhangchang and Wang families suddenly shouted, "Yes." See, many people agree. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I'm happy to hear it, Xiaobei said with a smile. She didn't have high expectations. Of course, the happiest person was Ding Yidao. The 3 treasures of the Zhangchang and Wang families were so close to him just now and even helped him. He had to brag about this trust when he returned to the village. He would brag about it every day, and for a year, others would crowd around him to listen. Lu Feifei, who had just become a Shangwan, saw that the killing was over. She carefully came over and looked at the blood in the basin. She asked puzzledly, "Can't we just cut the blood vessels? There's no need to use such a long knife." Ding Yidao rubbed his hands on his body and answered, "Okay, but pigs live a long life. When we kill animals, we pay particular attention to one cut. We kill as fast as we can. One cut to kill a chicken, one cut to kill a pig, one cut to kill a cow, one cut to kill a cow, one cut to kill a chicken, one cut to kill a pig, one cut to kill a cow." Lu Feifei nodded in understanding. She looked at the blood on the ground and where Ding Yidao's disciple was. She pursed her lips and worried. Ding Yidao's disciple was there to remove the pig's hair. There was a stove made of mud and a big pot boiling water. The dead pig was placed on a wooden board. Ding Yidao's disciple was splashing hot water on it while removing the hair. His movements were skillful and fast. Someone was standing nearby. It seemed that he wanted to buy a piece of meat after he was done. He didn't think about the taste first. He only thought about the fact that it was Zhang Chang's children who helped to kill it. Ding Yidao followed Lu Feifei's gaze and found this matter. He shouted, "Don't wait. I'm not selling. I'll give it to Old Willow Village. I'll let the officials divide it." "What do you think, official Lu?" Ding Yidao's joking words didn't make Lu Feifei laugh. She looked at the water on the ground and shook her head. "This won't do." "Why not? I don't need a pig." Ding Yidao said generously. "It's not a pig. I want a pig. It's the blood from killing the pig and the dirty water from cleaning the pig. After a few days, it will be warm. Won't it be full of flies? There are also the vegetable leaves and fish intestines from the market." Previously, I told Xiaobei that we should dig a drain and flush it into the river. Now it seems that it won't work. The blood and the fishy smell can't be washed away. "Third grandfather, what should we do?" Lu Feifei became an official and began to exercise her power. She had the right to decide, but she couldn't do anything. She could only ask the village chief, who was also the village chief. Old man Lu had been in a special state of excitement ever since he saw that the little girl and his family had become an official. The Lu family of Old Willow Village had first produced him a person who could get money from the government every year, and now they had produced a 7th-rank official. There were many children who did business with Xiaobei. If he died, he would have something to say to his ancestors. When he returned, he would take Fei to the ancestral house to worship the ancestors. Fei branch would also be promoted. While he was thinking, Lu Feifei had asked him twice. She touched him again, and he came back to his senses. After listening to her again, he waved his hand generously. "It's okay. Just throw it away. The market will disperse and go to the river. What's there to be afraid of? They won't kill people. Why won't people die? I learned in school that flies will make people sick. Even if they don't die from the bite, they will die from the illness. It can't be like this. I'd rather not go to the market." Lu Feifei became a senior official, and her temper became worse. Xiaobei listened to them and was also worried. She was not worried about the market in Old Willow Village. She had a way to deal with the problem of a village. She was worried that there were many villages in Tang like this, and many people had the same idea as Third Grandpa. Lu Feifei said that she did not want to go to the market. Xiaobei walked to her side and pulled her arm. It's easy. I'll ask people to build a big methane pool. Throw the dirty things in, but don't throw the wood. It's just like the one in Old Willow Village. Zhengzheng Construction should have built it for us, right? It has been built, but it hasn't been used yet. We have to wait for the first thing to turn into gas. Then, who will take care of it after it's built? We have to allocate some people to collect the methane pool. Then we can't work and earn less money. Lu Feifei said a very practical problem. You're right. Xiaobei also thought of this problem after hearing Lu Feifei's words. It was not good to rely on the people who sold things. There had to be specialized people to do it. However, this kind of market did not collect taxes. If you charge them 1 coin per month as management fee, they would not accept it. Wait, it's time to eat. Let's eat first. I'll discuss it with them. Xiaobei first asked people to distribute the food one by one. After greeting herself and Xiao Yuan's mother, she asked the maids to serve them. She asked Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people to sit together. They did not want to be disturbed. They discussed things while eating. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people had been used to the meeting. They gathered together and whispered, not in the mood to eat. Those who were invited to eat ate quickly. After a quarter, many people finished eating and went back to where they were supposed to be. The people who sold things in the market cleaned up consciously. Lu Feifei had just said this, so they could not go against her. At this time, the group of 9 people finished their discussion. Xiaobei hurriedly finished half a bowl of rice and came to Lu Feifei's table. She said with a smile, "Well, the problem is solved." Lu Feifei's table was full of important people with the surname Lu in Old Willow Village. Old Lu, as the patriarch, sat in the north and faced the south. It was the main seat. Lu Feifei sat in the first seat on the left. From today on, her status changed. The people around the table were all sitting on folding stools to eat. When they saw Xiaobei coming, they all stood up. Lu Feifei went to the front, held Xiaobei's hand, and asked happily, "What should we do?" "Find a person in charge of our village and pay him a salary every month. As for the money, let the Sinangxi temple pay for it, or let the people who sell things do it. What do you think? Awesome, right?" Xiaobei showed a look of "I am awesome." Lu Feifei smacked her lips and shook her head gently. Why should the Sinangxi temple pay for it? The people who sell things are even more unwilling to pay. Let's talk about the people who sell things first. There are people who sell soup pancakes in the market, right? There are people who sell tea, pancakes, fruits, and other things. Even if they want to kill a pig, they have to shed its hair. They bring firewood to burn. It takes time to pick up the firewood. They can use this time to do other things, such as buying firewood, which is also expensive. Let's do it like this outside our village. In a market next to the Hongnong amusement park, there can be a night market at night. Whoever lights it with methane will pay. Xiaobei stretched out a finger and said while shaking it. Not only Lu Feifei, but also the people who heard it nodded to show their agreement. Secondly, why should the Sinangxi temple pay? Because they need to try planting all kinds of seeds in various places. They can't ask people to bring fertilizer from the capital. If they use the fertilizer in our methane pool, we will charge them. The Sinangxi temple will research good seeds suitable for local planting and sell them to the farmers. The farmers will increase their food supply and earn more money. Isn't this a good idea? When Xiaobei mentioned the second point, the number of fingers on his finger increased from 1 to 2. The people who heard it were all stunned. It should have been a difficult problem to deal with, but after hearing Xiaobei's words, they felt it was a good deal. Xiaobei, you are so awesome. Do you want to do this in all places in the Tang Empire? You have to tell His Majesty first. Lu Feifei jumped happily and looked at Xiaobei with admiration in her eyes. Xiaobei was very embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "What's so great about it? I was just bragging. When we discussed it just now, we found that there were many problems. There were problems with the specific construction, management, rules, laws, and follow-up development. Anyway, there are many problems. We can't figure them out. Later, we will send a message back to the capital and ask my brother and sister. I will pay to build the methane pool in the market of our village." Everyone was stunned by Xiao Bei's words. It was just building a methane pool. Why did it become so troublesome in Xiao Bei's words? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also felt it was troublesome. Xiao Bei sent the message to them. When they saw what was written on the paper, they immediately had a headache. This is a system of independent departments, and at the same time, there must be contact with other departments. Who will pay for the methane pool? How to recover the cost? How to calculate the extra profit after paying the management staff? Who will be responsible for collecting the money? This alone is a special arrangement, not to mention other problems. Zhang Xiaobao had never thought that so many things would happen when his younger brother and sister went out. Wang Wan snatched the paper and gestured for Zhang Xiaobao to look at the sand table. There's no need for us to think about it ourselves. Let them worry about it first. Come and look at the sand table. Where is the main force of the enemy's vanguard? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the model left behind by the last message from his side. He really wanted to get a sand table of the enemy and compare the two. That would make things easier. If it's not in the south, then it's in the north. In any case, it can't be in the middle. The fire is still burning. Zhang Xiaobao said. Around the same time, Zhang Shogui said the same thing as Zhang Xiaobao. However, there was someone called Wang Yi who said something different. My camp is still lying in ambush within the forest fire region. I request for the referee group to show me the detailed data of the forest fire within our field of vision and theory. My camp still has people there. Chapter 1001. Wang Wan was also looking at the sand table. At this time, her Central Army model had already arrived near Mount Huangshan. She frowned slightly and remained motionless in thought. Li Longji and his group were still in her room. After arriving, Li Longji did not want to leave. He had sent over a few official documents, all of which were handed over to Gao Lishur for approval. In his words, it was, "Don't bother me with small matters. You can discuss the important matters with your son and daughter-in-law." Zhang Xiaobao also did not bother with his sister's matter. This kind of problem involved an entire department, so it was impossible to casually come up with a solution. As for his younger siblings carrying out their plan in Old Willow Village, he would let them do it. If they did well, he would summarize his experience and see if he could replicate it in other places. If they did not do well, at most they would lose some money. For this small amount of money, it would be enough if his younger siblings ate one less abalone or one less bowl of shark's fin. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the Jiangnan East Road. Fuyang County was a good place. It was surrounded by mountains. The mountains were not tall, but they were connected. There was not much water, but it was a good place to develop tourism. But at this time, this place was lacking a sliver of comfort and had an indescribable strangeness. It just so happened that it was at the edge of the forest fire. Today, it was blowing west wind, so the fire had not reached here yet. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this was normal. In theory, Fuyang County could not have so many north winds. It was a coastal area. If it was always blowing north winds, wouldn't it become the climate of Sichuan, Shaanxi, Mongolia, and the northeast? The big dice also had to be played with the highest probability. In the current season, if one were to play a hailstorm, the first to be dealt with would be the referees. What if it was Guizhou? Zhang Xiaobao was looking at this place because it was his logistics team. Logically speaking, a regiment of people should have arrived at this place. This regiment's weapons were slightly inferior, but they were definitely not arranged to provide logistics for the vanguard. Instead, they were arranged to be in this position as an infant. The logistics team's banner was that they were an independent regiment of the main force. They surpassed the number of normal regiments, reaching 2,000 people. Zhang Xiaobao was trying to guess whether Zhang Shogui's vanguard had placed its main force on the south or the faint force on the south. Logically speaking, the adventurous Zhang Shogui should have placed his forces on the north, where transporting artillery and supplies was more difficult. The adventurous and opportunistic Zhang Shogui had a high chance of catching the enemy off guard, but he was also worried that Zhang Shogui's subordinates would dissuade him. If he changed his mind, the regiment he had arranged would be easily wiped out. If Zhang Shougui couldn't do it, then there was no need for him to follow Wang Wan in the military selection. He would just go to Zhang Shougui's room, drag him out, and give him a beating. Damn it, with such good weapons and support equipment, your main vanguard can't even take care of a logistics team that uses cold weapons? To die, to live, is to waste food. Zhang Xiaobao was now waiting. According to the 1:4 ratio, the other side should have sent someone over. The army was not on a tour. They clearly knew that there were many mountains here, so why didn't they hurry over to seize a good position? Zhang Xiaobao wanted to see if a messenger had suddenly placed a model of a fireworks signal on the sand table. If it was placed, it meant that his logistics team had encountered the main force of the enemy. Similarly, a fireworks signal would be used to send a message. Pass down my order. Have my people transport 5,000 dan of dry rations to Xinjiang County near Changjiang. Zhang Xiaobao gave the order to the messenger. The messenger left, but not long after, he returned. Young master, the judges are asking you. Your 50,000 logistics team is busy. Where are you going to find people to transport the dry rations? My tribe is all dead. Take all the boys above the age of 10 from my tribe and send them to transport the rations. If they really don't allow me to transport them, ask the judges if the great Tang general's team needs to transport artillery and supplies from the mainland. My motherfucker country is about to fall, so why would I care who the logistics team is? Ask His Majesty, if the enemy attacks the periphery of the capital, who can hold weapons in the capital, will they pick up the weapons and fight for their lives, or stay at home and wait for the enemy to rush in to rob and rape? Ask the judges to randomly grab 100 people outside the Furong Garden. If that's really the case, how will they choose? Go and ask. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at the messenger and said. Li Longji stopped thinking at this time and raised his head. If that's really the case, I'll stand on the Vermilion Bird Avenue and fight with the people of Chong, and until the end. Your Majesty, you can't do that. If that's really the case, you can fly in a hot air balloon. When you fly to the north of Hebei province, you'll be safe. That's where Xiaobao and Cuckoo live, so the defense won't be bad. Gao Lisher quickly dissuaded him. Li Longji didn't insist at this moment because he himself couldn't think of what choice he would make when that time came. Would he follow the people in the city or go far away? Things hadn't happened yet, so he couldn't test his own humanity. Then he asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, what will you and Cuckoo decide at that time? Fight first and run when we find that we can't win. If we don't have other places to reorganize the army, Cuckoo and I have to die for our country. If the north of Hebei province isn't occupied, Cuckoo and I will naturally take you with us. It's not that Cuckoo and I are cowards. We're not afraid of death, and we've never been afraid. When I'm needed to die, I can die for a child. When she's needed to die, she can die alone for a duty. But we definitely won't follow Xiang Yu's example. We'll leave because from our current position, our lives don't completely belong to us. When Zhang Xiaobao answered, he didn't look at Li Longji, but at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled sweetly and nodded. She agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words because they had already done it once and had no regrets. Li Longji was speechless for a moment. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very contradictory. Since they were going to run, why did they have to say that they weren't afraid of death? But he still nodded to the messenger, indicating that Zhang Xiaobao's words were correct. He told them to go find the adjudicators. When the adjudicators heard this, they took it seriously and really sent people outside to find 100 people in the capital. Wait a moment. When the person sent by the adjudicators arrived outside the hibiscus garden, he saw a person carrying a pole and making clay figurines. He reached out to stop him. The man looked at the person who stopped him in surprise, his face full of confusion. Hello, I'm one of the adjudicators in the hibiscus garden. Over there, we're giving Cuckoo an exam. I know. What's the matter? The clay figurine maker didn't wait for the other person to finish and interrupted. Oh, you know? The adjudicator smiled and suddenly asked seriously, let me ask you something. If the enemy is outside the capital, will you hide or go to the palace to get a gun and fight with them? The clay figurine maker's expression suddenly changed. Who's fighting? They're attacking the capital? Where are they from? Where are Cuckoo and Xiaobao? You don't need to know where they're from. Cuckoo, Xiaobao, and the Emperor are on the streets, organizing people to fight against the enemy. What's your choice? The adjudicators asked. The clay figurine maker threw the pole aside. They're really fighting? Damn it, what's there to choose? Give me a gun. No, I don't know how to use that. Don't we have grenades in Tang? Give me a few, and I'll rush out and fight with them. Don't be agitated. It's fake. I'm just asking. How can Xiaobao and Cuckoo let the enemy attack the capital? You can sell it yourself. The adjudicators quickly explained. Fake? Then why are you asking me? Don't ask such a stupid question next time. The clay figurine seller angrily picked up the pole again and continued to walk around the hibiscus garden selling clay figurines. The adjudicators bowed. Yes, you're right. Take care. Another adjudicator found a woman who had just finished shopping on the streets. She was carrying a basket and laughing with several other women who were also carrying baskets. Sister-in-law, I'm from the imperial court. That the enemy is outside the capital. Do you want to hide or take a weapon and fight with the enemy? When did this happen? How should I tell you? Oh, no. I have to go back and prepare leather armor for my man. They're already here? This woman's reaction was the most direct. She threw the basket away and ran away. Don't, wait a moment. The adjudicators pulled the woman back and said without hesitation, don't be anxious. It's nothing. It's just a hypothesis. In fact, no one is attacking. I'm just asking casually. The other women also stopped. They also had 2 baskets thrown on the ground. When they heard the self-proclaimed imperial court member's explanation, their breathing quickened. You scammer. I still have a pound of wine in my basket for my man. The jar must have been broken. You have to compensate me. A woman who had thrown away her basket grabbed the arm of the adjudicator and said with a glare, I still have 2 pounds of eggs in my basket. Tell me clearly, were you from the imperial court? You dare to lie. Do you see Yin Zheng outside the palace? Another woman picked up her basket and lifted the cloth covering it. The eggs inside were all broken. The adjudicator was frightened. He bent his legs and said with a grin, compensate. Won't that do? Don't pinch me. When we get home, my wife will ask who pinched me. How much? I'll pay. Only then did the women let him go. They took his money and turned to walk back to the market. They could faintly hear comments like idiot and idiot. Another member of the judging panel stopped a child who was about 12 or 13 years old. Wait a moment. I'm the one who helped Judge Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the hibiscus garden. I want to ask you something. The adjudicator tried his best to make his expression more amiable. The child's tears immediately flowed out. I'm not lying this time. I'm really sick. Last time I wanted to go fishing, so I lied. When I got home, my father hit me. The school also said that if it happened again, they wouldn't want me anymore. I really don't dare. If you don't believe me, look at my hand. I still have cotton flowers. Here, look, do you see? There's a needle mark below. When I was changing my teeth, my face became swollen. The teacher gave me a leave of absence and asked me to go on an intravenous drip. I just finished and want to go back to school. The adjudicator blinked a few times and felt helpless. Why do you meet a child who once skipped school? No wonder there weren't many children on the street. They all went to school. It's okay. It's okay to skip school. I don't care. Why don't your school find a doctor? The adjudicator's mind was very active. He could think of many things. First, he was concerned about the school. Didn't you catch me and then not let me go to school? The child asked uncertainly. Seeing the adjudicator nod, he was relieved. Actually, the school can call a doctor, but I don't want to learn the Analects of Confucius. I want to learn how to build a boat, so I asked for leave. Isn't there a place that sells model boats? I said I came here to see a doctor. Anyway, I'm young, and I don't need to spend money to find a doctor anywhere. The teacher was very stupid, so he approved. He also told me some words in the Analects of Confucius. He said that there is no discrimination in education and that I should do things according to my conscience. He said that the world is big and it's a mess. I don't understand. Anyway, I came out. The adjudicator took a deep breath, touched the child's head, and said, "Yes, you met a stupid teacher. In this case, you should learn how to build a boat well. It's a rare opportunity. Which school do you attend? What's the teacher's name?" "The school affiliated to the Joy House. It's the Joy House opened by the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County. I thought they were very powerful, but they found a stupid teacher. His name is Chung, and his name is Chung. I heard that the Zhang family and the Wang family give him a lot of money every month. Is it not worth it? If I have a chance to meet Brother Xiao Bao and Sister Cuckoo, I'll tell them to change teachers." When the child said the teacher's name, he was very solemn, but after saying it, he became mischievous. Foolish, truly foolish. If he was teaching little young Master Xiao Bao, little Lady Wan Wan, or even little Bei, little Yuan, and the others, he would definitely not be scolded. Little young Master and little Lady would respect him very much. The adjudicator's face didn't look good. Obviously, he was angry. The child didn't fail to see it. He said, "There's something even more stupid. The teacher actually said that when the weather is warmer, he will ask people to dig a pool in the school for boats. He will let everyone learn how to build boats and see who can do it better. Doesn't he know that I like boats? If that's the case, isn't he providing a chance for me, a child who doesn't like to study, to play? Right? Yes, yes. The people of the Zhang family and the Wang family are really extraordinary. Even the teacher of the school affiliated to the Joy residents can do this. They are really famous." The referees looked at the child with a hint of disgust. Then they let out a long sigh. "All right, I admit that I'm not as broad-minded as your teacher. You're still a child. I shouldn't treat you like an adult and ask for things from you. Now, let me ask you something. If the enemy is outside the capital and is about to enter, will you continue to go to the clinic or help to deliver ammunition?" The child didn't understand what the other side said at all. He only responded to the latter part of the sentence. "They're coming to the capital? Then what's the point of looking at the illness? If they really come in, won't they bully me to death? How can the Tang Empire be insulted by others? Do they have boats? I'm very good at swimming. I'll jump into the canal and sink their boats. If they don't have boats, I'll bite a knife and hide along the riverbank. If someone doesn't pay attention, I'll climb up and cut his neck. I'm very good at fighting. My classmates in the school all know that." "Really? Do you believe me?" "I believe you. I believe that you're a good child. But if you want to build a boat, you can't build it just by looking. You have to learn the skills. You have to know the balance of the boat and calculate the displacement. We can either not build a boat or build the best one. At least in the school, we can't let other people's boats surpass ours, right? When the pool is dug out and you lose, how shameful will it be?" The referees thought about many things in an instant and said these words in the end. The child bowed his head and thought for a moment. Then he turned around and walked back. After walking a dozen steps, he turned back and said, "I'm going back to the school. There are teachers teaching other things. I have to learn well. When fighting, I have to rush to the front. Goodbye." The child waved his hand and ran away. The adjudicator also waved his hand with a smile on his face. Chapter 1002. Just like Zhang Xiaobao, Zhang Shogui had two additional models representing the pillars of smoke on the sand table. The only difference was that Zhang Xiaobao had not received any other information. He had received a message from the radio station, from the 1st Vanguard Brigade. It said that when they circled around the burning forest from the south, they found two smoke pillars rising from the mountains and determined that the enemy was using them to transmit signals. They sent people to investigate, but Fuyang was surrounded by rolling hills and thick fog, making it impossible to see with binoculars. Until now, they hadn't received any useful information. The commander of the 1st Brigade had the surname Yang, and his first name was Chong. When he saw the messenger placing the smoke pillars on his sand table, he deliberately asked why there were only smoke pillars and no traces of the enemy. "We have binoculars, so we should be able to find them. The scout team has already advanced several dozen li. The messenger replied that the referees had found a way to hide the enemy, based on their report. Furthermore, the fog was too thick, so they determined that they hadn't found the enemy. Zhang Shougue looked at the smoke pillars on the sand table and ordered, "Order the 1st Brigade to protect the ammunition and be careful of the enemy's sneak attack. Find out the number of troops the enemy is in." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have such speed of transmission. Not only did he not transmit the information, he also didn't allow him to steal the radio station and use it. He turned to Li Longji and asked, "Your Majesty, who do you think the enemy is?" "Is there a need to ask?" "Of course you can guess what it is." "Of course I know. I can go to the central sand table, so don't think of getting any information from me. Otherwise, I'll consider you breaking the rules." Li Longji was just about to say something when he suddenly realized that the information he received was different from Zhang Xiaobao's. He knew everyone's movements, so he glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be enlightened and said, "Oh, right, you're a bit different from me. I forgot. I thought you didn't know either. Let's guess together. Since you haven't gone to the central sand table, guess, how do you think my logistics team will fight?" This time, Li Longji really didn't know. There were many people in the panel of judges, and they had to analyze and evaluate all sorts of information, as well as the tactics given by the commanders of the battalions and squadrons. Only then would they be able to give a rough estimate of the losses suffered by both sides. Li Longji was stumped for a moment, but he didn't want to admit that he couldn't do it. After thinking hard, he said with a firm expression and an uncertain tone, "Isn't that simple? They have guns and cannons, as well as all kinds of auxiliary weapons. If you want to fight with cold weapons, you can only run to the mountains. You can use bows and arrows to attack from a high vantage point, but your troop only has 2,500 people, while the enemy's troop has countless people. Let's not talk about the difference in numbers, but you're at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. I think the enemy will bring their cannons over and bombard the mountain where your regiment is at." Li Longji almost spilled the beans. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the model of a regiment on Zhang Xiaobao's sand table. The model had already been placed on one of the mountains on the sand table, so it was obvious that it was at a high vantage point. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled and didn't care at all. He then asked his godfather, "Godfather, how do you think my regiment will fight?" Gao Lisher was very nervous now. The battle was about to begin, and the first real clash between both sides had been waiting for so long. Who would win and who would lose? In his own situation, Xiao Bao only had a logistics team in the Fuyang area, while the enemy had a brigade. It was 2,500 people against 5,000 people, and this was in a situation where there was a huge disparity in weapons. After thinking for a while, he said, "It won't be easy to fight unless you want to burn down the mountain again. That way, you can hide first and then light up the fire. Perhaps you could take the enemy down with you before they know it." However, the enemy general isn't stupid. He's someone who has been learning from Cuckoo for 3 years. Since she put him in this position, it means that he's capable enough. Gao Lisher had also unknowingly let his mouth slip. When he said that he had been learning for 3 years, Zhang Xiaobao knew that the other party wasn't Zhang Shougue. Seeing that his godfather still wanted to say more, he hurriedly stopped him. "Godfather, you can't say any more. That's not fair. Let's just watch." Li Longji was vexed because he couldn't see anything. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any advanced communication tools, so he couldn't reflect the real-time situation on the battlefield. After watching for a while, Li Longji got up and left the room. He walked towards the sand table in the center. When he got there, he was shocked. Just now, he had seen a model of an entire battalion on Zhang Xiaobao's sand table. Now, all that was left on the model was the flag of the regiment and the number of people in the battalion. The rest of the people had spread out. 2 battalions had run to the 2 mountains in front of the regiment headquarters, while less than a battalion of soldiers had hidden in an even higher mountain behind the regiment headquarters. Seeing this situation, Li Longji suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Because Xiao Bao's communication speed is slow, he doesn't know how the regiment is arranged. All he knows is that there's a symbol there. This is the previous arrangement. After muttering to himself, Li Longji was puzzled. Then why is Xiao Bao smiling? Could it be that he knows the current situation of the regiment? When the referees next to him heard the emperor's question, they explained, according to our judgment, Zhang Xiaobao does know, because he was the one who came up with the idea. Wang Wan's troops are the same. They're using the tunnel tactic, and it's not the ordinary kind where they directly dig a tunnel. Instead, they're using a trench. Their people are staying in the trench. When the cannonballs fall, their casualties will be very small, and it will be more difficult for the bullets to hit them. If the two sides are fighting, when they are 100 steps away, their bows and arrows and throwing spears made of local trees won't be in a disadvantageous situation. Li Longji stood there and thought carefully for a while. He nodded and said, if they're looking down from a higher ground, within 100 steps, they won't be in a disadvantageous position. Both sides can attack each other. The difference is that if the battle goes on for a long time, they won't be able to draw their bows, but the other side won't have a problem shooting. The difference between the bullet and the arrow is also different. How do you judge? In reply to Your Majesty's question, we have done experiments, and it is indeed so. The bullet is more lethal, while the arrow is less lethal. Therefore, if the battle goes on for a long time, we judge that Zhang Xiaobao's side has fewer arrows, and it will be disadvantageous for them to snipe. The referees had already done experiments on this problem, so when Li Longji asked, he answered, all right, let me see how they will fight. Li Longji didn't continue to ask about the rules this time. He sat on the chair that someone brought over and asked someone to bring him tea. He drank while watching. The people on the battlefield had different thoughts. Yang Chong, the commander of the 1st Brigade at the vanguard, couldn't wait for the report from the scouts. He anxiously circled the sand table twice and gave an order. On the mountain where the smoke pillar was discovered, the artillery battalion, attack. Plow that small mountain for me. After the bombardment, my 1st regiment will go up and occupy the high ground. Zhang Xiaobao's regiment was hiding in the 1st battalion at the front, which was the mountain where the smoke pillar was lit. The commander's surname was Shi, and his name was Chun Jinxiang. Shi Chun also had a sand table in front of him. After lighting his cigarette, he arranged his own battalion according to what he had learned before. Order all members of my battalion to enter the tunnel and prepare to endure the enemy's artillery fire. When the enemy is done, continue to hide. When we see the enemy's ground troops coming up and entering the range, then give them a good beating. The messenger immediately ran out to report. After a while, he ran back and said to Shi Chun, Shi Zhenxiang, Sir Shi, the enemy's artillery shells have already landed. The various traps that we have placed in front of us have been determined to be almost completely destroyed. Our scouts at the front have discovered that the enemy has about a regiment of soldiers following behind the artillery fire and quickly charging towards the mountain where we are. Shi Chun nodded. He looked at the sand table and shook his head helplessly. That idiot, actually using artillery to open a path. What's the rush? If it were me, I would wait and slowly grind them down. They have such a good weapon, but they still have to attack. The messenger pouted and muttered, they have such a good weapon, but they still don't attack. What do you know? Asked the referees, how did the enemy charge? Shi Chun gave another order. The referees determined that without prior request, the enemy's 1st regiment is running and charging. The bullets are already loaded and ready to attack the target that suddenly appears. The messenger ran back and forth and answered. Distance, Shi Chun asked again. The artillery fire has already passed. The 1st regiment is about 300 steps away from our front line and is still quickly approaching, the messenger replied. At this time, there was not only one messenger, but two. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, so the speed of information transmission had to be fast. Shi Chun nodded. Order, when the enemy is 30 steps away from the 1st line, throw out spears from the trenches. The 2nd line, after 30 meters, use bows and arrows to attack the trenches. The 3rd line, soldiers in the trenches, prepare to become the 1st line at any time. The 4th line to the trenches continue to hide. Understood. All lines of defense have received the order. Report our first and second trenches are engaged in battle. The referees determined that because the enemy's attack formation is too dense, the front line has suffered heavy losses. Report, the enemy has temporarily stopped attacking and laid down on the ground. They have begun to shoot at our first line of trenches and throw grenades. Our side has begun to suffer casualties. Order, the first line of troops, quietly retreat from the tunnel beside the trenches. As they retreat, throw spears without aiming and meet up with the second line of troops. Shirchun stood beside the sand table and gave the order. Soon, the enemy's regiment felt that the enemy's attack strength had weakened and gradually disappeared. If they had not just fought, they would have thought that there was no one on the battlefield. The regiment commander of this regiment was called Kong Lu. At this moment, he was standing in the room. He was not happy at all when the messenger came to say that the enemy's attack had disappeared. Instead, he was very angry. His regiment had more than 1,500 people. Along the way, they had been in front of the artillery fire while they were at the back. He thought that it would be easy for them to go up. Under normal circumstances, if you had already lit up the smoke column, how could you still stay on a mountain? You clearly knew that the difference in weapons was too great, so you should have used your fastest speed to retreat after sending the message. In the end, the artillery fire was pushed over first, and his side followed behind. Why did the referees determine that his side had lost more than 100 people in just one exchange? The explanation given was that the people in front of his side had been attacked by arrows and spears. How is that possible? In the end, he did not need to ask. The messenger said that the people in front had sent back information that the enemy's people were hiding in a hole that they had dug. At a distance of 30 steps, his side had been caught off guard. Kong Lu patted his chest. More than 100 people had been defeated just like that. The enemy probably did not suffer any heavy losses. The battle was too cowardly. His side had the most advanced weapons. Send a message to the brigade headquarters. Say that our regiment has been stubbornly attacked by the enemy. We can't determine the exact situation of the enemy, so temporarily stop the attack. In addition, the enemy has a deep hole to hide in. As for the artillery fire, the casualties are not heavy. We can also organize an attack on the spot. Over. This time, Kong Lu was obedient. Just now, he thought that he could easily occupy this hill and wait for the next order. Who knew that the enemy was completely different from what he had imagined? The commander of the 1st Brigade, Yang Chong, quickly received Kong Lu's message. He was so angry that he slammed the small table beside him. Trash, cover the enemy with the artillery fire. You actually scared them in one exchange. What's there to be afraid of with more than 100 people dead? Charge, this is good. They have made the right choice. Order the 1st Regiment to charge at all costs. Fire your guns and charge. I don't believe that they can stop our attack. Yang Chong did not care about Kong Lu's report that they would temporarily retreat and discuss before attacking. He gave the order to continue the attack. Kong Lu received the order, thought about it, and learned to be smart. My regiment will attack in groups. His regiment immediately showed the formation of waves on the sand table. Report, the enemy is attacking in groups. They are charging towards our position again. The messenger reported to Shirchun. Again? All right, I'll let them know today that in close quarters, long guns are not that useful other than pistols and submachine guns. Men, pass down my order. When the enemy's first group enters the trench, the second row of trenches will fire smoke arrows into the first row of trenches. Large saber squad, charge out from both sides with wet cloths on your faces. Enter the first row from both sides and kill them. Shirchun appeared very confident at this time. He was confident that he could beat the enemy down again. The referee's decision was Kong Lu's 1st Battalion's first group of more than 150 people kept firing as they jogged forward. They did not encounter any attacks, even when they reached the trench. Then they looked down and saw that there was no one in the trench. They all jumped down, intending to use the trench as their own trench and then set up a defensive line. But as soon as they jumped down, they realized that there was a problem. The height was different. When they were watching the enemy fight, they were able to expose their upper bodies. But when they jumped down, Why were they directly above their heads? When Li Longji heard the referees narrate the situation to him like a story, he was puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" Because Shi Chun's group was standing on a stool, they appeared to be very high. That's why the referees decided that after the enemy's group jumped in, they would not be able to climb back up immediately. The referees explained to Li Longji, "That works too. What's the situation now?" Li Longji's eyes widened. Who came up with this idea? As expected of the logistics team, Xiao Bao's sinister style could be found in this. "Your Majesty, the current situation is that the enemy's second trench is firing smoke arrows into the first trench. The top of the first trench is already filled with smoke. The second attacking group has also jumped into the trench while the third group is still approaching. The two defending groups are wielding large sabers as they slash their way from the two sides of the first trench to the center. The referees took into consideration that the first group jumped into a trench that was too high and lacked morale. On the other hand, due to the smoke, their eyes and breathing were affected. In the end, the attacking group did not even use their bayonets, so they were not a match for the defending group at all. The referees decided that the ratio of casualties was 20-1. This was because the first group that came into contact with the first group was not all of the attacking group. Instead, the referees were more familiar with the terrain. The referees continued to explain the situation to Li Longji. Li Longji frowned and asked in disbelief, "The ratio of casualties is that high?" "Yes. One is due to familiarity with the terrain, one is due to psychological changes, one is due to the smoke, and one is due to weapons not being suitable for close combat. This is the ratio given by the referees." "All right, I understand. Continue." Li Longji fell silent and fell in a deep thought. The two armies had just met, but the one with superior weapons was defeated by the other. If the Great Tang's army could do this, how could they invade the other side? Oh, did they use military force to help the other side develop? Kong Lu was also angry. "Attack, attack, this is great. Send out orders and report that the attack was blocked." Order all troops to stop attacking and slowly retreat. Fire at the smoke and don't let the other side rush over. Open up a distance and ask the referees, "How do my men fight? Why is there no specific information sent back?" Reporting Lord Kong, the referee said that because the troops at the front were unable to transmit any information, they did not send back any specific information. However, the third group heard the battle cries, and the two groups at the front of our army should be engaging in close combat with the other side. The messenger gave this answer. Kong Lu said angrily, "What I want to know is, why can't my men transmit any information? Don't tell me they don't know how to escape. Can't they just run back? Are they stupid enough to use guns without bayonets to engage in close combat with the other side? Lord Kong, you have two choices. The first is to continue sending people to investigate. The second is for you to hand over command and go to the center of the sand table to investigate." The messenger said these words again. These words had become the most common thing they said in the past few days. "If I don't hand it over, fine. Send a message to the brigade headquarters. Tell them that our attack has been blocked. The two groups at the front are unsure whether they are dead or alive. The enemy's first trench is filled with smoke, and they are unable to continue attacking. Tell them to retreat and rest." Kong Lu was also going all out. Even if the brigade headquarters ordered them to attack, they could not continue. These were his brothers. How could they just send in wave after wave? In the end, they did not even know how many people the other side had. Chapter 1003. When Yang Chong received the news from the assault regiment, he angrily smashed the cup. They were beaten down again. The first time, more than 100 people died. This time, more than 300 people won't be able to come back. We are the Great Tang's hot weapons army, and they're the native cold weapons army. Who can tell me? How do they end up like this? You know, right? They don't have cannons or radios. They have to expend a lot of effort just to send a message, and they might not even be able to send the message back. I admit that Wang Wan is good at fighting, but she can't be using radios to command, right? Our soldiers rushed up and were beaten down. We should at least know the reason, right? But now, we don't even know the reason. Yang Chang didn't know what to say. His side had fought too badly. Although the deaths of his soldiers were all fake, the judging panel's judgment was based on the situation closest to reality. On his side, other than the hot air balloon troops that were brought down by the enemy at the beginning, his brigade was the first to encounter the enemy. Before understanding the enemy's situation, he had already lost so many people. Once the military selection was over, shouldn't his current position be changed? My lord, you smashed a cup. When the time comes, you will have to compensate. Moreover, the judging panel will give you an evaluation of not being calm. You must consider this carefully. The messenger kindly reminded him that the military selection was held especially for Wang Wan, but at the same time, it was a test for the generals of the court. It tested their performance during command, their ability to judge the situation on the battlefield, their ability to coordinate, and their ability to deduce battle tactics. All of these were included in this test. Compensate. Who can tell me what's going on? I'll compensate him with the money for 100 cups. If I fail this military selection and get demoted, how will I face my wife and children when I get home? Will I tell them that their man and father aren't good at anything normally, but once they encounter a real situation, they will be exposed? Then I might as well just die. This was the first thing that came to Yang Chang's mind. A few days ago, he heard that the emperor went to Zhang Xiaobao in Wang Wan's room. He was very happy and felt that his side's weapons were more advanced. At the same time, no one really died. He even treated the soldiers as data. Now, he finally realized that it was not like that. If he did not command well, his position would be changed after the martial arts examination. He believed that if any of the generals on the sand table retreated at the last minute, the emperor would kill them before the martial arts examination was over. Because if he could shrink back on the sand table, there was no need to mention the real world. The moment you chose to shrink back, you would be committing a capital crime, even if it wasn't a real battlefield. Yang Chang was angry for a while, but he finally calmed down. This was because the referees had already warned him twice. If he could not continue to command, he could choose to hand over his power. Even if in theory, generals could be so agitated on the battlefield, the emperor could not stand it. Li Longji was also not happy. This battle was fought by them. They had guns and cannons, but in the end, they were obstructed at every step. Look at Xiaobao and Cuckoo. While waiting for news from the army, they could still deal with the business at home. They could still send messages to Xiaobei and the others every day and chat with them. However, the results were as good as they should have been. What if they were also equipped with radio stations? He reckoned that they would send out orders one after another, and they would have started a fierce offensive long ago. A brigade was blocked in the Fuyang area by a regiment with slightly more people. Just wait for a while, and they will figure out where your main force is. A regiment cannot take down the high ground occupied by a battalion. At the beginning, you should be more careful and send people to the back of the mountain. So what if the distance is longer? Do you have to take the high ground today? Li Longji looked at the situation in the Fuyang area on the sand table and criticized unhappily. Empress Wang was also looking at it. When she heard the emperor say this, she said, "Your Majesty, you can't say that. You're looking at the sand table. How can Yang Chang's brigade and Kong Lu's regiment know what is going on? You have to consider that the side representing Tang is made up of current generals. They have advanced weapons, smooth communication, and elite soldiers. But you have to think about it. Who are their opponents? They are not indigenous generals. The generals they are fighting are all commanders specially trained by the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, Shi Chun, Shi Zhenxiang, who is guarding the mountain, has been learning from Cuckoo for at least 8 years. He was even sent to Tubo to personally command the battlefield. Wu Huifei was also angry just now. The Tang army was too cowardly. Now that she heard Empress Wang's words, she understood. She said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Sister Empress is right. The opponents the Tang generals are facing are not ordinary people. It is inconceivable that Wang Wan's team could not achieve such a result. What are they learning? This was the way the Great Tang army used their weapons. Their understanding of these weapons far surpassed the Great Tang generals. Just look at how Shi Chun dug the trenches and how he calculated the advantages and disadvantages of the enemy's weapons in the trenches. Also, why was Wang able to bring down the hot air balloons? That's because he is in charge of the aerial troops in Cuckoo's house when they are practicing on the sand table. How can he not understand? Hearing the words of the two, Li Longji blinked and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's like that. The opponents the Tang army is facing are not the natives, but the most elite commanders of our Great Tang. Rather than saying that they are fighting the natives, it would be more accurate to say that the two commanders of our Great Tang are using different weapons to practice. However, when our Great Tang generals command the army, they're always thinking of fighting the natives. Thus, when that regiment charged, they acted as though there was nothing wrong with it and continued to charge up the mountain. After saying this, Li Longji sighed. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. He could only wait for the generals to come to their senses and figure out what kind of opponent they were facing. Those who were unable to react in time would wait for the martial selection to end before readjusting their positions. After all, they were no longer suited to continue being generals. Otherwise, they would cause the deaths of the outstanding soldiers of the Great Tang. Let's see how the 1st Brigade of the Vanguard will fight. I reckon that after a while, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to figure out where Zhang Shogui's main vanguard force is. Li Longji sat back down, picked up his teacup, and slowly sipped his tea. Still guarding the mountain, Shi Chun listened to the reports from the scouts he had sent out. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "Light the smoke signals and tell the main force that the enemy we are facing is not the main force of the vanguard." The smoke signals quickly began to rise from the mountain. Following a certain pattern, they began to rise into the air one after another. When they reached a certain distance, small groups of scouts scattered in various places would light the smoke signals in accordance with the situation in front of them. Along the way, the speed was not slow at all. Furthermore, the smoke was rising from all over the place, making it impossible for the enemy to determine who the smoke was for, nor what the message was for. The only thing they knew was that wherever the smoke was, there would definitely be people from the other side. As for how many people there were, they did not know. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still waiting for news from the front, especially from Fuyang. The true first battle would begin here. If they could not understand the situation of the enemy and complete the mission of containing them, then the situation would become very grim. Reporting. News from Fuyang. Fuyang is not part of the main vanguard force. Based on the number of people, it should be a brigade. Under the expectations of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the messenger finally entered the room and said the words that the two of them wanted to hear the most. Not the main force. Based on Zhang Shogui's calculations, his main force should be on the other side and not behind Fuyang. What is he planning to do? Zhang Xiaobao felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. As long as they found the main force of the enemy vanguard, everything would be easy to deal with. Whether it was finding an opportunity to annihilate them or avoiding them, anything was fine. What else could it be? He wants to occupy Mount Huangshan. He likes to take risks and is an opportunist. If he really does occupy Mount Huangshan, then when we make a move, we will have to worry about him behind us. He might even be planning to lure our main force to Mount Huangshan. When the time comes, he will let me see the power of the artillery network formed by the mountainous terrain. Oomph. Wang Wan's eyes were fixed on the model of Mount Huangshan. Give the order. Our main force is to march toward Mount Huangshan. Xiao Bao, your logistics team, is to follow them. Why are the logistics team moving so quickly? Pass down my order. The logistics team is to fight on their own and raise the flag of our regular army. The logistics team southeast of Mount Huangshan is to be careful of the main force of the enemy vanguard. If they discover them, they are to delay them as much as possible. The other logistics team near Fuyang is to cooperate with our logistics team and eliminate the 1st Brigade as much as possible. Also, let them know that our main force is nearby. Zhang Xiaobao, directly move the logistics team to the front as the main force. In truth, his goal was very simple. He wanted to use this batch of people to exchange for the enemy's ammunition consumption. In this way, Wang Wan's main force was preserved. Other than the sniper battalion that was probably gone, the rest were still there, waiting for an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Pass down my order to the main force of the vanguard. Our 1st Brigade is temporarily unable to take Fuyang and is currently surrounding it. We suspect that the enemy's main force is hiding nearby. The enemy is defending with all their might. Facing our artillery fire, they're not retreating a single step. Yang Chang drank 2 large bowls of cold water. His stomach was cold, so he used a wet towel to wipe his face. After feeling much more awake, he sent a message to the vanguard, following which he looked at the sand table and squinted his eyes. He said to the messenger, "Pass down my order. Our artillery unit continue to bombard the enemy at Highland 535. When the messenger went to pass down the order, Yang Chang said angrily, "I don't believe that your trench can withstand 1 attack and can withstand 2 or 3 more. If I don't shoot you down, you will always be like a nail nailed to this place. How can my 1st Brigade not be able to advance? Also, tell Kong Lu to continue to attack. Even if there is only 1 person left, he must occupy Highland 535. When Kong Lu received the order, he gritted his teeth and scolded, "Motherfucker, there's still 2 groups in front of me whose fate is unknown. If you continue to bombard them, what are they going to do? Men, organize the troops for me. Follow the cannon fire and charge." Reporting, the enemy is continuing to bombard us with artillery fire. Behind them, the attacking troops are once again in a strong offensive formation. When the enemy was firing, Shi Chun received the news. Shi Chun panted heavily and nodded slowly. "They are playing hard with me. Fine, I will give you a battalion. When the time comes, I will die for my country. Do you really think I am a native? Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of meat from you. Pass down my order. Give up the 1st and 2nd lines of defense. Soldiers, retreat to the back of the 4th line of defense and build fortifications there. As for the 3rd line of defense, hand over the spears and bows to the soldiers at the 4th line of defense. The 3rd line of defense is not to engage in long-range attacks. Lie down and wait for the enemy to come up. When the enemy arrives, we will fight them head-on." Shi Chun clearly knew that this was a sand table, but he still stared until his eyes turned red. This was a habit. During normal training, they had to be completely focused. Otherwise, Wang Wan would be very disappointed. The result of disappointing Wang Wan was that Zhang Xiaobao would be angry. The result was needless to say. He would be kicked out of the group. "Sir, are you okay? It is just a sand table. Don't be like this. I will get you a doctor." The messenger was frightened by Shi Chun's focus and asked softly. Shi Chun waved his hand. "It's fine. What can happen to me? I'm an elite among commanders. My mission is to command people to kill others, or let my people die. If I'm the only one left, I won't be captured alive. I know this is a sand table. When I was fighting in Tibet, I also looked at sand tables and maps when I commanded. However, every command I gave decided the happiness of many people. I did not rush to the front lines. Of course, if there's a need, I will rush to the front lines. Therefore, in my eyes, the sand table is the truest reflection of life." The messenger saluted. "Sir, sure, you are a good general. There is no good or bad in a general. There is only victory and defeat. Pass down my order again. Light the smoke signal. Tell the 2nd Battalion to ignore my 1st Battalion and follow the plan." Wei Wei shook her head and gave another order. "Yes, pass down the order. Light the smoke signal." The messenger also started to join in and treated himself as a real messenger. The cannonballs of the artillery battalion once again rained down on Shi Chun's position. The messengers came to report the casualties on their side from time to time. These were the rough estimates given by the adjudicators. Shi Chun listened quietly, but his expression did not change. It was as if the people who died were not his soldiers. This was because he knew that if his emotions fluctuated too much, more of his brothers would die. Therefore, he endured and tried his best not to think about who had died. Kong Lu ordered the troops to charge forward and followed the artillery fire. This time, they did not encounter any counterattacks. However, when the troops in front of them reached the first trench, they sent back a piece of news that he did not want to believe. Reporting, the soldiers of the 1st Squad and 2nd Squad of our 1st Battalion have been discovered. The trench they are in is higher than the height of the human body. When our artillery fell, they were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with approximately 2 squads of the enemy. The 2 small groups of the enemy were completely annihilated. Our 2 large groups of more than 300 people have survived. Most of the survivors are injured. Some are cut by the enemy's swords, and some were hit by our artillery fire. The messenger reported to Kong Lu. Understood. Continue to attack. This time, Kong Lu did not smash anything. He waited for the messenger to pass down the order. However, he did not know why, but tears suddenly gushed out of his eyes. Like a wrong child, he muttered to himself, "Why are the shots so accurate this time?" They died under their own artillery shells. 2 small groups for 2 large groups of mine. On the real battlefield, how can the rest of my attacking troops fight? How much of our morale will be affected? I admit that the Tang soldiers can fight to the death and not retreat, but they can't die like this. The model changes and data summarization in the center of the sand table were not affected by the emotions of the 2 generals. They were still going on. After surviving this round of artillery fire, when the enemy came to the trench of the 3rd line of defense, the soldiers of Shi Chun's 3rd line of defense who were still alive picked up machetes and wooden spears. They jumped out and followed the enemies who already had bayonets on their spears, starting a desperate hand-to-hand battle. At such a close distance, cold weapons finally played their role. The soldiers of the 4th line of defense who were still alive did not stop shooting arrows and throwing spears. The arrows and spears drew an arc, flying over the heads of their own people and landing on the soldiers behind the enemy. The troops of the 1st and 2nd line of defense moved forward through the trench and retake the 1st and 2nd line of defense. Set up camp on the spot. Reserve troops, get ready. Shi Chun listened to the messenger run over from time to time to report the death count of his side. His expression was still calm, giving people the feeling that he was neither happy nor worried. Thus, in the center of the sand table, the referee continued to carry out the plan according to the rules they had previously agreed upon. Moreover, the model on the sand table was constantly moving. Although it could not be said to be too specific, the general idea could be seen. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd trenches who had retreated from the front and moved forward again would fight with the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd trenches who had jumped down to advance through the trenches. Only when Shi Chun also threw in the reserve troops did they manage to push back a regiment of the enemy. This battle began late at night. The referee decided that it was late, and the Great Tang side withdrew. Shi Chun also began to count the number of soldiers. A battalion of nearly 800 people had fought all day, but only 300 or so were left. Including those who were injured and did not leave the battlefield, there were only around 300 people left. I admit that the artillery of my Great Tang is truly formidable, but I have to say that you used the wrong weapon. It's a pity to give you such advanced weapons. After knowing the number of people left, Shi Chun closed his eyes in a daze for a while. When he opened them again, his gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the room and looked at the room where the Great Tang general was. Kong Lu and Shi Chun felt different. The death count was out. The referee said that their regiment of more than 1,500 people had less than 600 people left after the battle, and the position was still in the hands of the enemy. Why? Who do you blame? I said that I wouldn't charge, but the people behind told me to charge. I charged, and it ended up like this? At this time, Shi Chun had already walked to the room where Yang Chang was. He was in the same army, so he could come and take a look because there was a meeting to be held. Yang Chang's face was gloomy. He did not expect the battle to be so bitter, but he knew that the referee's judgment was close to the truth. Perhaps if it had been a real battle, his side would have suffered even greater losses. At this time, he finally said the most correct words. Because we were all wrong. Our opponents weren't the motherfucking natives at all. We were facing military officers that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's families had been training in batches for more than 10 years. Even the ones who had studied for the least amount of time were still many years older than us. Every time a new weapon is made, they're the first to use it and then gradually spread it to the entire army. If it is a very powerful weapon, only a small number of elite troops can use it, and the inspection is very strict. Our opponents are them. They have studied the advantages and disadvantages of the various arms the most. Brothers, this is a real battle. They are not playing with us. If we can't win this time, let's go home and farm together. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, seeing that we are colleagues, I think they can ask the Sea Gnome Temple to give us some good seeds. I believe the output will be very high. Now, there are only two choices. One is to be more serious and not have the mentality of a game. They have never thought of this. Look at the people guarding the mountain. How often do they transfer and allocate troops? Look at us. We don't have the quick change of command on the battlefield. If you still think this is a sand table simulation, when my brigade is gone, let's get together and think about where to farm. We can resign ourselves. We don't have to wait for His Majesty to personally say so. When the generals heard Yang Chang's words, they all lowered their heads. They had to admit that they had thought too simply of this martial arts examination. They had thought that it was just a game for Wang Wan, but now they realized that it was also a test for themselves. Fight the natives, fight the natives. Bullshit natives. How could the natives play tactics to such an extent? Where are the natives from? It looked like they had been more careful. They were not afraid of losing, but they were afraid of losing without knowing why. That way, His Majesty would be very angry. Logically speaking, Li Longji should be sleepy at this time, but he was still very energetic. He looked at the sand table, nodding and shaking his head. He said, "It's 4-1, and the battle is still going on. Tonight, many people will not be able to sleep. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are indeed powerful." Wu Huifei was not sleepy. She hoped that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao would lose, although their status would not be affected by winning or losing, and she also admitted that she could not win against them. She still hoped that they would lose. In the end, any of the generals that they casually sent out to command the battle could make absolutely brilliant tactical cooperation. Their main forces had not even moved yet, and the general in charge of the main forces was someone who had studied for more than 10 years. Therefore, she said with jealousy, if all the generals of the Tang Empire were replaced by the generals of Cuckoo and Xiao Bao, they would definitely be more powerful than they are now. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are indeed powerful, but what is truly powerful is not the ability that they have shown, but the talent that they have cultivated from a long time ago. Sister, don't you think so? Wu Huifei asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang glanced at Wu Huifei unhappily. She was not stupid. How could she not understand the meaning of the words? But she still nodded. Yes, my adopted daughter Cuckoo is powerful, but they have never actively used this ability to attack the people of the Tang Empire, unless others want to make trouble for them. Every time they make trouble for them, they will first retreat, but some people think that they are afraid and want a yard when given an inch. The result is needless to say. My daughter Li Jun is also by their side, and now she is running around with Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, this crazy girl, always does things that people can't imagine. I'm really afraid that she will teach my daughter Panner to be like her. How much will I have to worry about her in the future? What do you think Xiao Bei has been doing all day? She only knows how to play tricks. A child, like an adult, knows how to scheme. It's not good. Wu Huifei listened to Empress Wang's words and became even more jealous of Wang Wan. How could Empress Wang speak like this in the past? What did she mean that Xiao Bei was not good? Was she bluffing? It was true that Xiao Bei could cause trouble, but he knew when to be obedient and when to be cute. Wasn't she saying that she played tricks like a child? If Cuckoo had not taken you away and protected you, would you still be sitting on the Empress's seat now? Li Longji also heard that his two women were scheming against each other again. Why bother? After thinking about it, he decided to smooth things over. Speaking of Xiao Bei, I still don't know about their tax exemption. Seeing that it's late, I don't know if they are asleep. Send a message. This time, use my intelligence network to ask them. Li Longji was not just saying this casually. He found someone, said a few words, and the message was sent out. Xiaobei was about to go crazy from playing. How could she think about sleeping? The last time she came, there was a flood, so she took a group of children to Old Willow Village to seek refuge. Now that the children had gone back, those who were supposed to go to school went to school, and those who were supposed to be naughty were naughty. Xiaobei did not have to be as busy as last time. The market, which should have been closed, continued because of their arrival. During the day, there was a group of people, and at night, when they heard the news, they quickly gathered some goods and sent them to another group of people outside the village. The methane pool had just started to be dug, and the efficiency was already very high. During the day, they started to work at night. However, there was no methane to light the fire, so the people in the market made their own torches to illuminate the market. Xiaobei liked bustling places the most. When she saw that there was a night market at night, she ate too much at noon and did not eat dinner. She followed a group of village children to class for 2 hours and then began to play after school. When it was dark, she took a group of people to the market. This time, the market was not like the one during the day, where there were all kinds of people. Instead, it was specially checked, and the people selling things were very cheap. They were so cheap that they were lower than the cost of production. They were not doing it to make money, but to see Xiaobei and the others. Many people believe that if you had a kind heart, then you would be lucky when you saw Xiaobei and the others. If you had a guilty conscience, the moment you saw Xiaobei and the others was the moment of bad luck. It was just like the bridge that led to the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. If you wanted to swear, you had to stand on the railing above. If you were sincere, you would be very stable unless there was a strong wind. But if you were not, you would fall. It was very accurate and had never been wrong. It was said that there was once a person who swore while riding on the railing. His hands were tightly grasping the railing, thinking that he would not fall. In the end, after he said the oath, he fainted because it was false. If it were not for the people in charge of rescuing him in the river, he would have drowned. The people who came to set up the stall at night had this thought. They did not think that they were bad people. Therefore, even if they were strictly checked, they stood there very obediently and waited. If anyone dared to say something like, "Why don't you believe me?" they probably did not need to do anything. Someone else would take them away first. You're afraid of being checked? What are you thinking? Therefore, when Xiaobei strolled around the night market, there were obviously not as many guards around him as during the day. After the inspection, the knife sellers were not allowed, the ironware sellers were not allowed, and the candy sellers were searched first. Then, they carefully looked at the candy and asked him to eat it first. Then, they found a doctor to examine it. It was so strict, but everyone felt that it was right. Those were Xiaobei and the others. They absolutely could not allow anything to happen to them. How much is this? Xiaobei led a group of children to a girl's stall selling jewelry and asked. No, it's free. The girl shrank her neck in fear, but she wanted to see Xiaobei, so she raised her head, giving people an awkward feeling. Why is it free? Do you do charity too? Xiaobei asked in surprise. What charity? Have you seen people give out jewelry for charity? Ah, when you see people so poor that they can't afford jewelry, you give them a set? Little Yuan said from the side. Little Yuan, you're going against me today, right? Sister, why don't your jewelry cost money? Xiaobei pouted at Little Yuan and turned back to ask the girl selling jewelry with a smile. The girl hesitated for a while before saying in a low voice, I want you to prove to me that our family didn't take other people's gold. No matter how much they took, other than the normal consumption, we didn't steal their gold. That's why I'm here. I dare to face you directly. I'm an honest person. My family did not do anything wrong. When they sent the gold to make jewelry, they insisted that my family stole it. Then, they spread the news everywhere in the village. Xiaobei was taken aback. Steal gold? Your family makes jewelry? Your skills are not bad. Look at this swallow. The golden thread is very thin, but it's very uniform. Is it gold, Little Yuan? How would I know? Whether it's gold or not needs to be tested. Can you tell? And there's even a question of purity. Even if you throw it into water to calculate how much water comes out, it won't work. Unless it's a big piece of jewelry. It's so small, how can you tell? Little Yuan held the swallow hairpin and gestured to Xiaobei's head as she said, "Someone who knows about gold. Come here and let me see." Xiaobei turned around and asked the person following him. Someone really came out. It was an old man who was also from the inner courtyard. Everyone in the family specialized in making jewelry for the master. He took the hairpin, weighed it on the back of his hand, and shook his head. "It's not pure. It's a little too light." "How do you know?" Xiaobei asked curiously. "Having dealt with gold for a lifetime, I naturally know. I touch it every day, hit it every day, and measure it every day." The old man's answer was very straightforward. Xiaobei understood. This was his experience. He asked the girl selling jewelry, "Is it like this?" The girl nodded repeatedly. "Yes, this is only 70% gold. The rest is copper. This one is normally sold for 700 copper coins, but you can take it directly. As long as you help me prove it, all the things in my stall are yours." Xiaobei thought for a moment and pulled little Yuan and a few others together to whisper again. After a while, he returned and said to the girl, "All right, I'll take all the jewelry you want. All right, I'll take all the jewelry you're displaying now. I'll ask about you and see if I can help you prove it. Of course, if you're lying, I'll know. I'm very good." "Really? Thank you, thank you. Take them all. Add them together. And it's more than 50 strings of coins. I know because I'm very smart." Xiaobei helped her name the price of a pile of jewelry. The girl was dumbfounded and asked in disbelief, "How do you know?" "I'm the most powerful Xiaobei in the world. No one can lie in front of me, so I naturally know." Xiaobei puffed out his chest and looked as though he was really very powerful. In fact, she only knew about it after asking the old man who made jewelry for her family. He could immediately estimate the price after touching it and looking at the workmanship. Without this ability, he wouldn't be able to do business in the Zhang family and Wang family's inner courtyard. The girl smiled. "It's like this. My family has been making jewelry for others for generations. Later, it was passed down to my father's generation. My father's craftsmanship isn't comparable to my grandfather's, but he is very serious about it. One day, someone came over and took a small piece of gold. After we weighed it, we began to make jewelry for them. It was a pair of bracelets. They didn't want any patterns on them. They just wanted us to leave our family's mark on them. After they took it back, they came back after a short while. They said that the weight was wrong and that there was less gold. However, it's impossible for my family to steal their gold, right? I don't know about that. Didn't they say that there's a natural loss when it melts? Did they count this in?" Xiaobei didn't give her proof and instead asked a question. "Forget it. They said that it would be missing 0, 2 to 0, 5 grams. Their bracelets were 30 grams, and they even wanted my family's mark on them. They didn't see any scratches from a knife. However, they took it back and got us to weigh it. When we weighed it, we realized that 3 grams were missing. How is that possible? My family has been doing this for generations. It's impossible for us to consume so much gold. However, the mark was still there. They wanted to file a lawsuit and wanted us to compensate. They even said that they wouldn't let my family continue doing this business." Boo-hoo. As the girl spoke, she started crying. It was heartbreaking to hear. Xiaobei was also confused. "Then why are 3 grams missing? It's fine if it's 1 gram missing, right? But your family's mark is still there. Can't you tell which part of the bracelets was scraped off?" "Yes, my father admitted that he made the bracelets, but he couldn't explain why. Now, my father is in prison. They said that they won't let my father out if they can't figure it out. We have to compensate them. Actually, it's nothing much. My family has some assets too. My family even sponsors school. It's just that it's on our side. We don't care about a few grams of gold. But if our reputation is ruined, what will we do in the future? Will our family still be able to survive in the village?" The girl started crying again. Xiaobei turned solemn as he asked, "What did your family sponsor the school for? How many people did you sponsor?" "My family is in charge of the school for 70 people, including their food, clothing, accommodation, and houses. Zhengzheng Construction gave us free teaching houses. They are bungalows, 12 of them. There's also a huge yard in front. I also go to school there. The teacher only taught me in the past. Later, he found 2 more students and then separated them. Our family is actually not bad. We have some money, but it wasn't easy for our family to be looked up to. Now that something like this happened, we can't afford to lose face. The girl was crying and talking helplessly. Xiaobei was in a dilemma. He looked at Xiao Yuan, who was at a loss as well. Xiaohai stood up at this moment. Logically speaking, since your family want a reputation and doesn't lack money, you naturally wouldn't care about 3 grams of gold. You just said that after they took the bracelet back, they said that 3 grams were missing, right? They said that it was only a short time and that they didn't find any scratches on the bracelets, right? Yes. The girl pursed her lips and nodded. Then did they weigh the bracelets when they took them back? Xiaohai asked again. Yes. It was normal when they took the bracelets and weighed them, but there was no contract signed. There was also no evidence. At that time, I told my father to get them to write a written agreement. My father said that there were no bad people, but that was it. We got it. You don't have evidence to prove that you didn't steal their gold, but their gold was indeed missing. Your family also admits that the mark was correct, right? Xiaohai asked again. The girl kept nodding. Yes, that's right. My family's gold is different from the others. You're fake. Unless you're very familiar with my family, you can't do it. There's a small part that's missing a little bit. Xiaohai was also confused. He pulled his sister, Xiaobei, and the others together to discuss again. This was a very small but very big problem. It involved not only money, but also reputation. In the end, the discussion was fruitless. This matter was too difficult for the 9 of them. Xiaobei was both helpless and angry. Is there no way to prove it to both sides? Why don't we capture both sides and torture them? What are you talking about? Go send a message and ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Mother believes that no matter who is the liar, if we hand over to Xiaobao, Xiaobao will know. At this moment, Zhang Wang clan walked over from behind Xiaobei and the others and said to Xiaobei, Yes, I'll look for my brother and sister. We'll know who's the liar soon. Xiaobei's worship of her brother and sister had reached a blind level. When she asked someone to send the message, Li Longji's message came first. Xiaobei took a look at it. I'm not free. Why are you asking so many questions? I'm worried. The message was sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan looked at it and did not even let Zhang Xiaobao see it. She said directly, send a message to Xiaobei. Capture the person who requested to make the jewelry. He's not working in the Ministry of Works, but he knows how to do chemistry. He doesn't want a pattern on the bracelet, and he wants someone to put a mark on it. His motive is not pure. Capture him and send him to the Ministry of Works. He could be considered a talent. If we teach him well, he might be able to make something better. He's capable, but he's not using it in the right way. Xiaobao, don't you think so? What do you mean it's not? I don't even know what's going on. Zhang Xiaobao snatched the piece of paper and looked at it. He smiled. Send him to the Ministry of Works Smelting Department. Give me his smelting formula within 3 months, and I'll consider him innocent. Otherwise, if Xiaobei catches him, he will play with him in prison. Chapter 1004. The news of Xiaobei's message quickly reached Li Longji's ears. Just as Zhang Xiaobao placed the letter to the side, Li Longji snatched it over and read it from top to bottom. She didn't tell me anything about the tax exemption. She actually cheated others by 3 grams of gold. This merchant's character isn't good. Li Longji was disappointed. He thought that Xiaobei was replying to his question, but it turned out that she was asking for his help. Shaking his head, he commented, how could she cheat others by taking 3 grams of gold? The person who requested the bracelet to eat the gold in the bracelet with a chemical solution. She can be considered a talent, but she didn't use it in the right place. What's the use of cheating 3 grams of gold? If I were her, I would ask for a job from the Ministry of Works. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't think that there was a problem with the merchant who made the bracelet. After all, this was Great Tang, and merchants couldn't do whatever they wanted just because they were rich. Wang Wan thought the same as well. If the merchants of Great Tang were to have a high status, they wouldn't be so obedient. They would provide the funds for the Chaiyang operation, and they would fork out the money to build the roads. They just wanted to gain recognition and use money to exchange for inner pleasures. This could be considered as a form of business. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Wan nodded in agreement. That's right. I hate being cheated, especially by those who play petty tricks. In the future, as Great Tang's economy grows better, there will be all kinds of conflicts and problems. We have to get to the root first. Hearing that, Li Longji thought about it and agreed. If a merchant who made the bracelet stole 3 grams of gold, would he still be able to do business in the future? If he were to be sent to the authorities wouldn't treat him well. In that case, the problem lies with that person. Capture him and punish him severely. Li Longji was about to give the order. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly stopped him. We don't have to punish him severely. We have to capture him, and on the surface, we have to let others know that he has committed a grave crime. However, it would be a pity to send him to the Ministry of Works and lock him up. Xiaobao, we do not agree. We know very well what kind of talent you want. However, if every talented person makes a mistake, the final result will not be severe punishment, but more people will make mistakes. What is this called again? Oh yes, it's called the cost of crime is too low. Li Longji raised an objection. I know, but what can you do by locking him up and throwing him into prison? Since his craftsmanship is useless, it's better to let him continue with his work, but restrict his personal freedom. Zhang Xiaobao thought about how it was like in prison. At that time, he and Cuckoo were paid to work in prison. You were paid according to how much work you did. Then, you could buy daily necessities in prison. The price is very expensive. If you have more money, you can ask the outside to send it in. Even if you don't work, you can still live a comfortable life in prison. However, if you were not given freedom, it was easy to get into fights and get injured accidentally. The goal is to let you have a way to use your skills. Otherwise, if you were to be locked up in prison, it wouldn't be beneficial to society. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Longji about this matter. After hearing it, Li Longji nodded and said, "That's true. Locking a carpenter in prison and making him do manual labor isn't beneficial to our Great Tang. However, we are worried that if they are as comfortable in prison as they are outside, will they continue to commit crimes after they get out? If they are caught, wouldn't it be a good thing for them to not be caught? Yes, there will be a portion of such people. They will be given a lighter sentence the first time they are caught, but the second time they are caught, their sentence will be heavier. Then they will promote their morals and not the economy. It will make others feel that being in prison is a very shameful thing. They won't say that they have been in prison before and that they are impressive now that they are out. Don't give criminals this kind of soil," Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. She was implying that he still had the face to say that. You're the one who's always in prison, and you'll always be able to buy official identification. Zhang Xiaobao retorted with a look that said, "What does this have to do with me? It's everyone's responsibility. I'm just a user." Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan exchanging glances. He coughed and said, "Why don't we find a place to test it out first? Maybe in your Sanshui County? My Sanshui County's prison is empty. Who would dare to cause trouble in my Sanshui County?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Yes, Sanshui County won't do. It's too special." Li Longji remembered that Sanshui County was the best county in Great Tang. Not even Luzhou could compare to it. The people of Sanshui County were hardworking. Naturally, their income was high as well. Their benefits were good as well. Since the neighbors were proud of being from Sanshui County, they had a good relationship with each other. There would not be any haggling between the buyers and sellers in the market. This was because if the goods sold were not good, the buyers would not have to pick them out. The sellers would deal with them themselves. Everyone in the county worked together to protect the dignity and status of Sanshui County. That's the real paradise. When will my Great Tang be like Sanshui County? Li Longji was lost in his thoughts as he muttered to himself. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. That's impossible. The smaller the place, the easier it is to govern. Great Tang, that's a dream. Sanshui County has its fair share of competition, but it's on the surface. No one dares to play tricks behind the scenes because they're afraid of me and Cuckoo. However, it can make the people of Great Tang better off than they are now. Wang Wan said, as long as Great Tang maintains its absolute ruling position, the people will protect this superiority. For example, if a citizen of Great Tang goes to Japan and is slapped in the face, Great Tang's fleet will go there and force Japan to give us a satisfactory explanation and suggestion. Then, this citizen will be willing to protect Great Tang's interests and listen to the guidance of Great Tang's officials. He will do his best because he knows where his dignity comes from. Yes, Cuckoo is right. Zuzan appeared at the door and said calmly, in the past, Nunu's status was not very high. Sometimes, I couldn't take care of her and she would be ostracized. Even if I knew, I couldn't get rid of all the people who bullied Nunu. I have my own difficulties. Later on, you guys fought. In the palace, I didn't have to deliberately protect Nunu, and no one dared to do anything to her. Now, her status is even higher. Just because you guys are afraid of bullying her, you guys brought your soldiers over. Zuzan had been listening outside for a while. The more he listened, the more emotional he felt. Listening to the words of the emperor and the minister, they were all trying to think of a solution for Great Tang. Princess Jincheng looked at Zuzan very gently and leaned her body against him. Her man could say such words. It meant that he wouldn't think of creating a new Tubo royal family. In the future, there wouldn't be a war. The lives of the people would be good, and so would she. At the same time, she also understood why Xiaobao and Cuckoo had such a high status in Great Tang. It wasn't just because one of them could fight and the other could handle economic matters. Also, they could chat with her emperor brother and come up with ideas that would benefit Great Tang. In the past, Tubo didn't have such people. Li Longji saw that many people came in and didn't talk about this matter. Then let's change to Wanyan County and try it out. After that, we will promote it. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, the two of you continue to command the battle. I will talk to them about the future development of Tubo. After speaking, Li Longji brought the others out to look for Zuzan to talk about Tubo. The main reason was to talk about the problem of the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Under the special geographical environment and climate of Tubo, there are also special medicinal herbs. Zuzan, come sit down and talk. You will be in charge of Tubo. They still lack things, so I will send them over. There's no problem. They are all citizens of Great Tang, and their living conditions are slightly worse compared to Tubo. However, you can't always expect us to send resources for free. We have to produce, for example, the various medicinal herbs at your place. Encourage your people to cultivate them. Also, raise more cows and sheep and sell them back. If you need anything else, you can use money to buy it. It's better than directly managing people, right? Li Longji gestured for Zuzan to sit down and said. Zuzan really didn't think about this problem. He was only thinking about how to raise chickens. Zhang Xiaobao's initial plan was to raise chickens. But now that there was no war, raising chickens wasn't a disaster. Instead, it was a benefit. Highland barley wasn't as delicious as rice, and it couldn't be compared to wheat flour. Thus, he was trying to develop poultry farming. Now that he heard Li Longji's words, it seemed that he should adjust his thinking. Your Majesty, I am raising chickens now. If I change, what should the people who have chickens do? Zuzan asked. If it was in the past, Li Longji really couldn't think of a good idea. But now, he had learned for a long time. Thus, he didn't think much and told Zuzan. Those who are already raising chickens can continue to raise them, but don't raise chickens that can lay eggs. Control it. If you let Tubo raise chickens, and they really develop, the people who raise chickens will lose money. If you do this, won't your place be cold? Use snow and ice to make a few more ice houses. Then, use your own government to buy a portion of the chicken at a lower price. Don't let the people who raise chickens lose money. Set the rules and decide which part of the country to raise and which not to raise. If there is a lack of chicken, take out the frozen meat to lower the price. You could still earn a little. Zuzan's eyes lit up. When he looked at Li Longji, he was very surprised. Your Majesty, you are too tired. You even have to think about such a small matter? What's there to be tired about? I am idle all day now. Do I need to think about such things? It's so simple. I feel that the most tiring thing is to guess what Xiao Bao, Huan, and their younger siblings came up with. That's the hard part. Until now, I still haven't figured out why Xiao Bao and the rest can still earn so much even after they're exempted from paying half of the profits. Li Longji said proudly. Zuzan nodded. He felt that he was really stupid. He shouldn't have asked such a question. When others felt that they were very idle, there was still a group of people who didn't dare to relax. Night fell. As the 1st Brigade's commander, Yang Chong looked at the 535 Highland model on the sand table and said to his subordinates, "We still have to fight. If we don't take down this Highland, it will be considered a failure. We have to fight, but my 1st Brigade only has 600 people left. We don't know how many people there are on the other side of the mountain. My 600 people have been attacking for a long time." The referee said that the morale of the enemy is low. Kong Lu was worried that his brigade would continue to charge up, so he reminded himself of the difficulty in front of them. Then let the 2nd Brigade go. Yang Chong looked at the 2nd Brigade commander. This person was called Li Gong. Li Gong nodded firmly. "I promise to complete the mission. Even if my brigade has to fight to the last man, I will personally charge up and take down 535 Highland. Okay, pass down my order. The artillery battalion will attack. The 2nd Brigade will follow." Yang Chong had no other choice but to use this tactic. Shi Chun didn't rest at all. He knew that the enemy would definitely take advantage of the night to attack. His battalion didn't plan to return alive. If they could use up all of the enemy's artillery, then the rest of his brigade would have an easier time. When a messenger reported that the enemy's artillery was covering the area, Shi Chun stood in front of the sand table. He didn't give any orders. He just watched. He had given all the orders that he needed. The only thing he could do was to wait for the referee to make the right decision. Li Gong returned to his room. The 2nd Brigade, attack. Full force. Don't wait for the enemy to appear. Advance while firing. Take it down in one go. Report. Our attack force has been blocked. The referee has determined that the death toll is more than 60 people. After Li Gong gave the order, not long after, the messenger ran in to report. Huh? Li Gong was stunned. Our army is under fire? Guns? They are natives. I know the commander isn't, but the rules say so. Why do they have guns? Sir Li, I can't tell you this. You can continue to command, or you can give up command and go to the sand table. The messenger repeated what he always said. I'm not going to look. Attack, attack. I'll know what happened after we take them down, Li Gong said angrily. However, he knew what happened before the battle started. The enemy's first line of defense had retreated when they were about to attack. They took over the trench. Then, the news came back. Report, our army has taken over the enemy's first line of defense. We found that they fixed the barrels in front of their guns. They copied how he fired and loaded the bullets. They didn't aim properly. However, because our army is full force and we have more people, we suffered a lot of losses. The referee has determined that our brigade has lost 170 people. Li Gong nodded. I understand. Their guns are the guns of our 1st Brigade. It's easy to learn how to shoot. The hard part is to aim. That's why they fixed the barrels and didn't aim. In other words, when we attack, if we avoid that line, we won't be hit. It's my order to full force that harm my brothers. Yes, the messenger replied. He's so capable. He can even take advantage of this loophole. If he didn't lead the natives, but his family's protection team, will my brigade have been eaten by him? After Li Gong said that, he suddenly thought of something. Our artillery is useless. We've already fought 3 rounds. Why do they still have fortifications? The messenger ran out and hurried back after a while. Report, it's useful. Every time, our artillery can cause a lot of damage to the enemy's fortifications. However, they haven't stopped building. We've destroyed the ones above, but they still have places to hide below. Why? Don't they fight? Do they specialize in digging holes? Order, continue to attack. Tell the soldiers to avoid the enemy's straight line of attack. I don't care if I jump or crawl forward. Li Gong knew that he wouldn't be able to get an answer, so he gave another order. Since they knew how the enemy was attacking, they should hide. If they hid, they wouldn't be afraid of being hit. Report, our vanguard is attacking. We found that the enemy target has been shot several times, but hasn't fallen. He's scared and doesn't dare to move forward. The messenger didn't take long before he reported to Li Gong again. I'm convinced. Anything can happen, right? Order the attacking members of our regiment to continue forward. If they stop, shoot them on the spot. Li Gong didn't ask why this time. It was useless to ask. Report, when our army reached the enemy's third line of defense, the enemy counterattacked. Our army shot and hit 5 times. The enemy only has 1 person down. They're already entangled and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The messenger reported. Before Li Gong could react, another messenger ran in. Report, the enemy used their own bodies and ours to block in front of them and counterattacked. Our army has suffered heavy losses. I know. Okay, when the time comes, I must see who the enemy's commander is. They don't even let the dead go. They're really unscrupulous. Send a message to the brigade. I request the artillery battalion to continue attacking. Don't care about our casualties. All of our soldiers are to fight on the spot. No one is allowed to retreat. The artillery battalion's cannons sounded again. The battle continued. They fought until dawn. A day and a half had passed on the sand table. In a while, it would be 2 days. The vanguard of the Great Tang army took down the 535 high ground. In fact, it wasn't that high anymore. It was blown up by the cannons. Commander Yang Chong looked at the results, but didn't look happy at all. A total of more than 1,700 people had died. After taking down the high ground, he found that the enemy was only a battalion, a logistics battalion. His artillery battalion had run out of ammunition. General, please. Yang Chong looked at Shi Chun, who was escorted over, and said, Shi Chun hadn't died yet. In theory, he had killed 3 people at the last moment. The enemy was aiming to capture him alive, so they didn't kill him. Hearing the strong emotions in the other's words, Shi Chun Wei smiled. If you have something to say it quickly. When a battalion was broken, I took poison. I don't have much time to live. Your military doctor's equipment is not good. Now, ask me something useful. I'll answer you selectively. How long have you been studying? Are you in the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family? Yang Chong asked. You flatter me. The inner court can't be in charge of the logistics battalion. The main force is 100,000 people. The commander is in the inner court. I'm the one who applied to join the inner court. I think after this martial arts examination ends, with my battle results, I can enter. Thank you. Shi Chun was still smiling. Chapter 1005. Hearing Shi Chun's words, the faces of the generals around him darkened. Yang Chong exhaled slowly. Where does your battalion belong to? Where are they? How many are there? Is the main force nearby? I belong to the left vanguard of our main force. They are to the west of us. They have a legion of 30,000 people. The main force you're talking about is Cuckoo's Central Army, right? She's not here. She's in the Yellow Mountain area. Shi Chun's eyes were full of sincerity as he answered without hesitation. Why did you come here? Why did your logistics battalion move forward? Yang Chong asked again. I'm an independent logistics battalion. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. Okay, let's stop here. Theoretically speaking, it's time for me to take the poison. I'm the last one to die. I'm going to the central sand table. After Shi Chun finished speaking, he walked away, leaving behind a group of generals staring at each other. He said he's an independent logistics battalion and belongs to the left vanguard. Their vanguard has 30,000 people. If we continue to move forward, we'll meet them soon. What should we do? Li Ji, whose entire 2nd Regiment had been destroyed, said worriedly. He meant that they only had 1 brigade, and it was already so difficult to defeat a logistics battalion. How could they fight against the enemy's main force? Why did you believe what he said? Logistics battalion? Do you think his battalion looks like a logistics battalion? The logistics camp had brought bows and arrows, broadswords and shovels to dig holes to come here first. Where are the provisions? Yang Chong didn't believe him at all. But the logistics battalion of Izhou had already rushed to the front. Kong Lu, whose troops had also been destroyed, said softly, "This is not Izhou, and the soldiers are not the elites of the few forces. We don't have advanced weapons either. Send this news to the vanguard. Tell them to rest here and wait for the vanguard's orders." Yang Chong was in a bad mood. He had thought that they had encountered a powerful general and had a lot of defenders. However, after a fight, the artillery battalion had used up all their cannonballs. I've suffered a huge loss. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have attacked. It turned out that using cannons to bombard a mountain was not very useful in a situation where the enemy had trenches and underground shelters. Guns would not work if they were too close to the enemy. Pistols were still passable, but using a long spear with a reload of bullets would not show any advantage. Even if they were equipped with a bayonet, they would not be able to fight against the enemy's broadswords and spears. At this time, Yang Chong was dejected as he pondered. He concluded that even if he lost, he still had to provide useful information for his troops. At the very least, he had to send back information about the trenches. Shi Chun didn't care what the other party thought. His mission was complete. As he walked towards the center of the sand table, he recalled the battle that had just ended, thinking about what he could have done better. When he entered the center of the sand table, he was greeted by Li Longji's applause. Come, little Shi, come and sit down. You fought well. With a battalion of soldiers, you defended the high ground and calculated every step of the way. You fought until the enemy had 1,700 soldiers and exhausted their ammunition. Tell me, how did you fight? During this period of time, Li Longji did not sleep much. He always closed his eyes for a while, then got up and continued to watch the sand table. When a battle was over, he would wait for Shi Chun to come and look at the sand table. Shi Chun did not dare to be presumptuous. He clearly knew that the emperor had been watching the sand table and should know how to fight, but he still sat on half of the stool and said, "The enemy thought that their weapons were more advanced, so they underestimated the enemy. They should not have sent troops to attack bit by bit and played with the tactic of adding fuel to the enemy. Instead, they should have covered the sand table with artillery and directly launched a general attack from all directions. This way, their losses would have been smaller than mine. Moreover, at the beginning, the artillery should not have stopped after a single push. Instead, it should have formed a hindrance for our command and support so that our troops at the front could not retreat and our troops at the back could not rush up. Also, we clearly knew that they were fighting with cold weapons, so we should have prepared in advance. Also, when their troops rushed up, there was no command at the back. I reckon that they will learn to be smarter next time." Good, well said. They thought too simply of you. It's Cuckoo's fault. Usually, when she teaches them, she doesn't mention trenches. Instead, it's more about the theory of battle and not much about the actual situation. Li Longji did not care whether what Shi Chun said was true or not, but since the other party had won, it was worthy of praise. Thus, he pushed the blame to Wang Wan. They haven't learned for long and haven't come into contact with the real battle. Young lady, you first talk about the theory, and when they've learned enough, you will have us fight on the sand table. At the same time, you will point out the analysis and judgment of the various situations. Shi Chun spoke up for Wang Wan. In truth, Wang Wan had mentioned trenches and various bunkers, but she did not mention that after the trenches were blown up, they should immediately carry out civil engineering work. Wang Wan felt that the great Tang's army would not encounter too much trouble if they bullied others, so she did not emphasize that the artillery plows would be used once, and they would have to see the situation and judge if they needed to fight again. If they really fought, there were still troops in the air to help, responsible for reconnaissance and throwing down explosives. If they were too detailed, it would easily limit the creativity of the generals, making them lose their own uniqueness. The commander of the vanguard, Zhang Shogue, also received the report. This time, the report was very detailed. After reading the report, Zhang Shogui pondered for a moment before saying, "Send an order to the 1st Brigade. Tell them not to slack off and be prepared to face the enemy's attack at any time. No matter how thick the fog is, the scouts have to explore the entire area as quickly as possible. I don't want to hear another report of them being careless and causing more losses to our army." Soon, Yang Chong received the order from the vanguard. After reading it, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. That Shi Chun intentionally let us capture him so that we can keep thinking about whether there is a left vanguard with 30,000 men, so that we can judge whether he is really from the logistics camp. In truth, he can be from the logistics camp, but he can also not be an independent camp. We only want to take down 535 Highland, but the surrounding area is all mountains. Men, pass on my order." Reporting. Yang Chong reacted and shouted at the messenger. Without waiting for him to give the order, the messenger reported first. "Our Highland 535 Highland has suffered a fierce counterattack from an enemy camp. They are charging at us from the other side of the relatively steep mountain. Our army only has one group resting on the highland. Continue to attack, continue to attack. Aim and fire. Don't be afraid. Their weapons are not good enough. Kong Lu, Li Gui, take the rest of your troops and go up from this side to reinforce 535 Highland. Our 3rd Regiment, Zhang Fan, take your 3rd Regiment and surround them from behind. Don't let a single one escape." After giving the order, Yang Chong sneered. "This time, you are the ones attacking the stronghold. Let's see how you will charge up. Do you think you can bring a trench with you? A camp, I'll eat it. Order the scouts to continue expanding the search area. The enemy is not a camp, but a regiment. Find their regiment headquarters. I want revenge." Yang Chong's judgment was very fast this time. He guessed that the enemy could not have too many people. Otherwise, they would not have just watched as a camp was eaten. They were planning to exhaust the enemy's troops and at the same time use a camp to exhaust their own artillery. Reporting, there is thick smoke to the west of our army's provisions unit. It is being blown by the wind and is spreading. The provisions unit is requesting support. The messenger ran over to report again. Yang Chong slapped his forehead. He felt a headache coming on. He had made a mistake. When they encountered the enemy, they did not set up camp first. Instead, they relied on their superior weapons to directly attack the enemy. In the end, the enemy used a camp to delay them while the rest of the troops were looking for opportunities. "Send my guards over." "No, I will personally lead them. Think of a way to wet their clothes and block the smoke. Shoot at the smoke. Don't care if there are people inside." Yang Chong was worried that if he sent his guard away, the enemy would rush out and attack his main tent. He could only follow. This way, the referees would not judge that he was unable to defend and would be captured alive. The messenger took the model and moved it slowly on the sand table. Yang Chong watched. When they moved to a place with smoke, he would get more specific information. At this time, another messenger ran in, reporting, "When our provisions unit was firing at the west side of the smoke, the enemy probably had a camp of soldiers with wet cloth wrapped around their heads. They rushed up from the ground. When our troops turned around to attack, the enemy did not retreat. I think they have already started a hand-to-hand battle." "Ah, Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao, I hate you all. You must have given special treatment to your own troops. Otherwise, how could they be so strong?" Yang Chong roared, cursing with all his might. Only now did he understand why the enemy had sent a battalion to counterattack the 535 Highland with no regard for their lives. They wanted to draw away his strength, and even if they had to sacrifice another battalion, they would still be able to take down his army provisions. Looks like the enemy is really a logistics unit. Otherwise, the counterattacking camp would have been wiped out. Similarly, this camp would not be able to return alive. It was not easy to gain the advantage in numbers, but it was all lost again. A brigade deputy general next to him said to Yang Chong. Yang Chong nodded. Indeed, when one's own personal guards are sent out, their firepower will be much higher. Coupled with the troops guarding the provisions, they will be able to take down the attacking camp. As for the other camp attacking the 535 Highland, they will not have a good time either. Daring to fight like this and willing to fight like this, the enemy is definitely not their main force. They want to take down my brigade. But I am puzzled. Why do they cooperate so well? Because they are together almost every day. After many years, who likes to command and how to command, they already know each other. The deputy general guessed. Fight, fight, I also threw caution to the wind. Did they think that my brigade would be finished if they burned the provisions? Yang Chong said, unconvinced. The battle continued. This time, Yang Chong's weapon was at a disadvantage. It played its role, and the referee gave him a lot of slant in his judgment. However, the 535 Highland was determined to be taken back by the enemy. This was because the soldiers guarding the Highland were very tired. Although they killed many enemies, the enemy rushed up and cut them down. Furthermore, the survivors jumped into the trenches again and waited for the enemy to rush up from all directions. Then, they jumped out and fought hand-to-hand, while Yang Chong was commanding his men to attack the camp that had ambushed the provisions troops. He didn't forget to pass down orders to the other troops. Don't rush up and fight with the bayonets. Throw all your throwing weapons into the trenches. I'll let them hide. The battle continued for another day. The camp that Yang Chong was in charge of sniping retreated with less than 200 people, leaving behind more than 500 corpses. The troops on the Highland were completely annihilated. Yang Chong only paid the price of less than 300 people. 300 people killed more than 1,200 people, but Yang Chong was not happy at all. The total loss of both sides was about 2,000 against 2,000. However, his side had run out of ammunition, thrown away most of the throwing weapons, burned the provisions, and killed most of the transport animals. This is too unfair. How did the ammunition I carry get blown up? Do they know how to use hand grenades? Yang Chong was the most upset about this. It was impossible for everyone to carry ammunition at all times, especially hand grenades. However, after 6 hours of fighting, it was determined that his ammunition had been completely destroyed and he had exploded. The messenger hesitated for a moment and finally said, I know what happened. They didn't use the hand grenades to make a sound. They used hammers to smash them. When one of them made a sound, the others all went off. The natives only knew that our weapons were powerful, so they wanted to destroy them. The referee's judgment was reasonable. What's reasonable? I don't believe that the enemy's commander doesn't know what the hand grenades are. Why didn't he let people smash the bullets? I want to see what are the chances of causing an explosion if the bullets make a sound. Yang Chong snorted angrily and said, we've smashed it. The enemy's commander said to smash everything, including our backup guns, the messenger said. Yang Chong was so angry that he laughed. Fine, you guys are ruthless. You clearly know what the hand grenades are, but you still went one round and blew up my ammunition. Even the referees couldn't say anything. Admirable, truly admirable. Everyone fell silent because this was very normal. If they said that they pulled the grenades or snatched the grenades and used them, that would be strange. They were natives, after all, and they were natives who were very good at fighting. They were natives who could fight on par with them and not be at a disadvantage at all. This was an eye-opener. They had never heard of such a thing before. Yang Chong looked at the sand table again. Don't let a single one of them go. Find the enemy's headquarters and capture them alive. I want to see who it is this time. Do I know them? Reporting, we found 3 pillars of smoke rising from Highland 7222 ahead, followed by 2 more. A messenger came in and reported to Yang Chong. Orders, gather the troops and charge down. I don't believe that they still have a battalion guarding up there. We'll retreat after the battle. It's too dangerous here. Yang Chong did a quick calculation and gave the order. Reporting, we found 4 pillars of smoke about 5 kilometers southeast of our army. Reporting, we found 3 pillars of smoke about 5 kilometers west of our army. Reporting, about 15 li or 18 li to the east of our army. There's a very thick pillar of smoke. Reporting, 2 pillars of smoke rose from Highland 7222 again. Before Yang Chong's troops finished gathering, for messengers came in one after another, and reported to him. Yang Chong was shocked and said in a panic, "Quick, quick, gather. Gather as fast as you can. Don't rest. I know what's going on." The smoke from Highland 5355 at the beginning was a message to the surroundings. "We've been fighting for 3 days, and they've already surrounded us. Run, no, we can't run. Find me a mountain. The rest of our army will go up and defend." "No, don't go up. Find a place with water and order the troops not to fire and waste bullets." Yang Chong found a scout and finally found a place that was not too far away and could temporarily not fight with the enemy. There was a water source here. There was a small pool that kept the water flowing out of the spring. However, it was in a depression and there were mountains on both sides. Orders 500 people on both sides of the mountain and guard it. As for the rest, 1,000 people will set up a temporary camp. As for the other 1,000 people, those who are injured will recuperate first. Those who are not injured will be responsible for guarding. Yang Chong finally gave an order that he thought was smart. He did not rush up the mountain to defend. Li Longji, who was at the center of the sand table, nodded. "Not bad. He knows to find a place with water. If he really rushed up the mountain, I'll remove him from his position right now." Empress Wang laughed softly. "He must know how Ma Su died. Fuyang is full of small mountains. What's the use of him guarding them?" Yang Chong still didn't know that his decision had allowed him to avoid a calamity. Standing in front of the sand table, he was constantly wiping his cold sweat. Although he knew that everything was fake, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. It was mainly because of the constant reports from the messengers that made him feel like he was in command on a real battlefield. Send a message to the vanguard. "Our army has lost all of its provisions and gunpowder. We are surrounded in the mountains of Fuyang. We don't know how many soldiers the enemy has, nor do we know which division they belong to. Our army can only hold on for 5 days. After 5 days, if there are no reinforcements, our army will break out of the encirclement. If we fail to break out, the vanguard's 1st Brigade will fight to the last man. Brigade Commander Yang Chong will die for the country." Yang Chong's tone was resolute. He understood that even if he was in a real battlefield, if he couldn't break out of the encirclement, or if there were too few people who could break out of the encirclement, he wouldn't have the face to live. After receiving the report, Zhang Shogui frowned. He carefully looked at the sand table and compared it to the map. After standing for a while, he ordered, "Send a reply. The 1st Brigade will rest for half a day and break out immediately. Head north and enter the forest fire area. It has already rained. If we rush in, we might have a chance of survival. If we wait for reinforcements, we will definitely die." Zhang Shogui's order was passed down, but Yang Chong didn't receive it. This was because the scout in charge of hiding and helping to receive and transmit information had been killed. He had been killed by Wang Yi's sniper battalion that had been sacrificed to delay the enemy's advance. He had just led his battalion out of the encirclement in the rain when the messenger told him that they had discovered a few enemies. Since the people on both sides couldn't reveal any information and could only fight to the death, he didn't have anyone interrogate them and directly killed them. Once these people died, the communication between the north and the south was naturally cut off. Wang Yi actually knew what the enemy was doing. It was just a small team of a few people. Other than being a radio station messenger on the battlefield, what else could they do? However, his messenger didn't tell him that they had discovered the radio station. This was a decision made by the referees. Once they said it, he would immediately know what it was. If they brought it to him, he would probably use it. That wouldn't do. Thus, they didn't mention what they had discovered. Wang Yi sat down and looked at the sand table. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he laughed. "Haha, let's see what you guys are going to do now." Chapter 1006. No one can accurately predict the outcome of a battle, no matter how great his advantage is or how good his plan is. Wang Yi looked at the sand table and recalled what Wang Wan had said and what Zhang Xiaobao had added. Yes, because we can never calculate everything. Some things are due to environmental factors, while others are due to human factors. Therefore, what we need to do is to think hard and persevere. Even if it's just one soldier, he has the chance to change the fate of the entire battlefield. Therefore, when you're on the battlefield, never give up, even if you're fighting alone. Yes, I can. I'm not fighting alone. I have brothers. Call the team leader of the first team here. Wang, he waved his fist and ordered the messenger. Soon, 13 people entered the room. They represented the 13 team leaders of the sniper battalion. None of them had died, but their organization was not full. Some soldiers had died. Come here. Just now, we killed a few enemies. A few. I think they're the mobile radio team responsible for the transmission of information. Why are they here? Wang, he pointed at the sand table and asked the 13 people. Only 2 of the 13 people had the surnames Zhang and Wang. Like Wang, they belonged to the inner courtyard of the Zhang and Wang families. They were all quite young. They looked to be in their early 20s. There was a number 4 on the chest area of their clothes, which meant that they were students of the 4th batch of the family military school. Wang Yi's number was 2. I think that they're here, which is the place where the fire didn't burn, because their vanguard divided into 2 groups. One group went to Wukong, and the other group went to Fuyang. They needed to communicate with each other in between. At the same time, they were also responsible for the transmission of information to the troops that came from Hangzhou. A young man with a baby face was the first to speak. Wang Yi nodded approvingly and asked the young man, Xiao Dong, how do you think the vanguard will divide into 2 groups? Where will the main force go? Where will the feint attack and control troops go? Why? The young man, who was called Xiao Dong, had a serious expression on his face. He furrowed his brows and put his hands together, circling his thumbs around each other. After a long while, he replied, logically speaking, the main force should have taken the Fuyang route. Although there are hills in Fuyang and the road is not easy to walk on, it is much easier than the Wukong route. If they took the Wukong route, they would have passed through the Tianmu Mountain. If they continued to head west, besides Mount Huangshan, there's also Mount Jiahua. The main force will have more supplies and cannons, so it won't be suitable for them to travel too many mountain paths. However, the enemy's vanguard is Zhang Shogui, and his style is to take the enemy by surprise and scheme for his own success. Thus, I believe that the enemy's main force must be on the northern front, while the detour to the south is their main force. Is there anyone who disagrees? Wang, he asked the other 12 people. The 12 of them shook their heads in unison, and one of them stood out. Even if we guessed wrong, we still have to guess according to this. We don't have much time to hesitate. General Wang, please make a decision. If you want to stand, then stand. If you don't, then be crippled. Wang nodded and said, okay, according to the judgment of the referee group, there are still 541 people in my camp. Each of you will lead 30 people and leave this place. Each of you will fight for yourself. I want you to try your best to find the enemy's radio team and destroy them. None of the 13 people said anything agreeing with this idea. As for the remaining 151 people, they would naturally be led by Wang Yi. Since there are no objections, when we depart later, you can discuss among yourselves who will follow behind the enemy's main force, who will follow another route, or move in another direction. I want to lead people straight into Hangzhou Harbor. I want you to stay calm no matter what difficulties you encounter. You can't rush into the enemy's gun muzzle when you find yourself surrounded. If there is a way out, take your people and run. Try your best to stay alive. Wang Yi lectured. Because he was a second-year student in the family, his status was higher than the others. The 13 people listened carefully. Xiao Dong stood out again. General Wang, I understand. We are the elites of the family. We will never do anything stupid. We have already completed the mission of delaying the enemy, and we have also forced the enemy to divide their forces. We must think that if we kill one, we will break even. If we kill 2, we will make a profit. They are not elites. We have the ability to fight independently. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are in the same camp. They have arranged 14 inner courtyard commanders, including you. They definitely don't want us to die so easily. What we need to do is to fight a classic battle and let everyone know that the inner courtyard of the Sanshui Zhang family and Wang family has their own abilities to be proud. Okay, dismissed. Fight for the dignity and glory of the main family. Wang Yi saluted. Fight for the dignity and glory of the main family. The 13 people returned the salute in unison. Fight for the main family. A messenger also shouted. You are? Wang Yi turned his head and asked. The messenger lifted his outer clothes, revealing the pattern on the chest of his inner clothes. It was a small rice seedling with 2 circles around it. I am from the outer courtyard, 2nd class. I will soon become 1st class. I believe that I will definitely be able to enter the inner courtyard, although I know it will be difficult. The messenger raised his head and puffed out his chest, speaking with a firm tone. I believe you can. Let's work hard together. Fight! Wang Yi encouraged. The 13 of them dispersed. Immediately, another messenger from this room came to the center of the sand table and reported to the referee group that one of the messengers was actually with them. He even repeated the words of Wang Yi and the others without missing a single detail. Li Longji hadn't had a good rest in the past few days. His work and rest schedule were irregular. When he heard the messenger report, he waved his hand and said, I know. You did well. Your Majesty, do you want to change people? Empress Wang asked after the messenger ran back. What people? Many of the messengers are from Xiaobao's family. For example, the messengers in Xiaobao and Cuckoo's room can't be found from other rooms. Otherwise, if I go over, I will be really worried about whether or not someone wants to harm me. But did you see which messenger gave the 2 of them additional information? They still care about their reputation. What if they are caught cheating? Those outstanding commanders are loyal to the main family. That's good. How can people who don't love their families be patriotic? If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of the generals objecting, I would have reformulated the rules so that the commanders of the Zhang family and the Wang family can also use guns and radios when they get their hands on them. After all, they know how to use them, and they are very proficient in them. Li Longji expressed his thoughts, which meant that he didn't care at all. He showed absolute trust and generosity. Wu Huifei, who was beside him, opened her mouth but didn't say a word. Empress Wang saw her action and asked, Sister, what do you want to say? I'm afraid that if my words are heard by others, they will misunderstand that I want to frame Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It's better not to say it, Wu Huifei said very softly. It's okay. Sister, just say it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are no longer afraid of being framed. Empress Wang insisted. Li Longji was also very curious and looked at Wu Huifei. Seeing this, Wu Huifei could only nod. Then I will say it. I remember that Lord Zhang said that because there were no soldiers in the capital, he used a method of recruiting soldiers. Then, he used the weak to fight against the strong. That was when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were partly in favor of it, but there were also some who strongly opposed the recruitment of soldiers. Now it seems that it was right. The soldiers will listen to whoever takes out the money to raise the soldiers. Therefore, the Tang Empire now has a compulsory military system. When the soldiers are given benefits, it is not because of their labor, but because of the extra rewards given to the soldiers. In this case, the generals can't directly take out money to give the soldiers and let the soldiers know that they are only fighting for the Tang Empire, right? Hearing Wu Huifei's words, Li Longji understood. What Wu Huifei meant was that since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo knew about this, why didn't they mention the guards raised by the noble families? Should they follow this idea and make the guards of the noble families in the Tang Empire the compulsory military system? Empress Wang was relatively stupid, but she understood after thinking for a while. She said, that won't do. Sister Huifei, you should know the power of the noble families in the Tang Empire. If His Majesty really wants to do something to them, he may force them to fight a civil war. Will your family support him? Empress Wang's last sentence was to ask Wu Huifei if her family could guarantee that they would support His Majesty when he took action. If Wu Huifei said yes, she would start with her family. If she said no, what was her intention? Wu Huifei wasn't afraid. She continued, my family probably can't support it. What I want to say is that many families don't have the same number of guards as the soldiers on their books. They should be investigated thoroughly. Start with my family. If there are any extra guards, they should be fired. I'm not afraid that the noble families in the Tang Empire have private soldiers. No matter how powerful they are, can they beat Xiao Bao's protection team? Now that it is so convenient to send messages, they can't rebel even if they want to. Unless it was Xiao Bao and Wan who rebelled, no matter where it was, as soon as there was a sign, it would be extinguished by the two of them. I believe that it would be easy for them to take care of a family. But as we all know, if they had this idea, they would have succeeded long ago. Therefore, what I want to say is that if there are more guards, there will be fewer farmers and workers. It's not good for the development of the Tang Empire. This time, Li Longji and Empress Wang nodded together. Li Longji said, "It's true. Even if the guards are paid and can go out to buy things, when they do nothing at home, it's a waste. It's a waste that belongs to their family. If they go out to do something, it will be helpful to the investment and output of the Tang Empire." Empress Wang said, "Yes, in the past, when the noble families raised soldiers, they would send them to fight when there was a war. But now, the Tang Empire doesn't need to do that. Their guards have no other purpose except to serve as ceremonial guards. It's not like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's guards. The people who want them dead are the rulers of the countries around the Tang Empire. Many people know that as long as the two of them die, the Tang Empire will be in chaos. Because the Tang Empire is developing too fast, so fast that the officials in the court can't understand it, let alone control it. Only Xiao Bao can handle it with ease. Everything is under the control of him and Cuckoo. In that case, I'll go and ask them." Li Longji felt that the problem was not easy to solve. He got up and walked to Wang Wan's room, followed by a group of people. In Wang Wan's command center, Zhang Xiaobao was busy arranging the expansion of the family's business according to the sand table and map. Wang Wan curled up and slept on the bed. She was sleepy. When Li Longji and the others came in, Zhang Xiaobao was still talking to himself. "My family should give up the farming industry in the various regions and give the locals a chance. The logistics of water transportation can't take up too much of a proportion. The best combination is the industry that provides technical guidance and consumes the local resources. In the case of precision processing, we don't need to use the Chongping position. The price of our precision processing industry fluctuates to achieve the goal of suppressing prices and balancing the profits of the people who provide the raw materials. Then, the problem comes. Should I reduce the trade links and reduce the cost, or should I allow the trade industry to flourish, thus increasing the cost and giving some of the trade groups more profits? If I were to reduce costs and reduce the number of links, would there be a situation where the traders would lose their jobs? If I allowed them to exist, would they continue to raise the price with the resource consumers after they gain control of the resources in the resource lands? Would they continue to exploit the local resource producers, thus obtaining more profits in the middle? This matter is troublesome. I can't relax it, nor can I tighten it. Do I have to use the country's protection mechanism? Can't economic matters be economic matters? The hearts of the people in the world. When Li Longji and the others came in, they happened to hear Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Longji was immediately touched. Xiao Bao is such a good person. Look at Xiao Bao. Look at how difficult it was for him to develop his family's business. Not only did he have to consider how much money he could earn, but he also had to consider how much space he could leave for others to earn money. He even had to consider who was being squeezed when others were earning money. Zhu Zan was also moved because he felt that Zhang Xiaobao didn't kill them all back then. He always left a chance for them to live. Otherwise, who knew what kind of impact Tufan would face? Princess Jincheng whispered, "Just as the E-hexagram shows, even if you seal the 7 gates, only one gate will survive. Unless you don't know how to retreat and walk into a dead end, the heavens will be clear and killing will not be satisfying." When Zhang Xiaobao heard Princess Jincheng's movements, he turned his head and looked back. He smiled and said, "Do you all have nothing to do? If there's nothing, I'll look for you. Unless I'm hungry and want you to make something to eat, I'll ask you a question and you answer it properly." When Li Longji came, He was afraid that he would disturb the two of them arranging the battle. However, one of them was sleeping, and the other was thinking about his family's business. It wasn't that they had nothing to do, so he was relieved. Zhang Xiaobao was very dissatisfied and said, "Be quiet, Cuckoo is asleep. If you have something to say, say in the corner. Someone, arrange a place for us." Everyone's footsteps woke Wang Wan up. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Foster mother is here. Have you eaten dinner?" "Oh, His Majesty and concubine Hui are here too. Princess, you all are here too." Empress Wang loved Wang Wan most. She quickly walked over and covered her with a quilt. "Cuckoo, go to sleep. It's long past dinner time. It's already 4 o'clock in the evening. You haven't eaten, right? What do you want to eat? Mother will get someone to make it for you. It's 10 o'clock. I'm not sleeping." "Xiao Bao, you're not sleeping yet? Did something happen at home again? Let's put it aside first. We'll talk about it after we win this battle. There's no hurry." "Foster mother, don't worry about me. I'm going to sleep. I'll just get up and arrange the defense of Mount Huangshan. I'll take a bath and eat something later." Wang Wan turned over and sat up. It was obvious that she was not in the right state. She greeted everyone and went out to take a bath. Zhang Xiaobao also went out. They could take a bath together. Li Longji was very depressed. He muttered, "What am I doing here? Waking them up to take a bath? It seems that I'm really idle. I'm meddling in more and more things." After a while, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came back. Zhang Xiaobao was holding dry tofu rolls with spring onions and bean rolls with chili sauce. He was eating happily. Wang Wan was holding a big jiamo with minced meat in one hand and a bowl of clear soup in the other. Empress Wang pulled Wang Wan to sit beside her. She watched her adopted daughter eat little by little. She felt more comfortable than eating herself, even though she had her own son and daughter. Li Longji was not so polite. He watched Zhang Xiaobao eat the last bit of bean rolls and asked, "Is it delicious?" "It's okay. It's not delicious, but it's not bad either. It has its own flavor after being cooked and fried. It doesn't lose its original color, even if it's coarse. When you're hungry, you can eat chaff. When you're full, you can eat honey, but it's not sweet. I used to be afraid of starvation. It has nothing to do with money." Zhang Xiaobao took another sip of tea and said, "I don't understand. I have money. I ordered a table of dishes. I spent money. I'm willing to throw them away. Why do you care?" Li Longji was very energetic. Zhang Xiaobao put down the teacup. "I don't care. You can throw them away if you want, but don't talk business with me. Otherwise, I'll be very willing to refuse and attack your business. You're wasting survival resources. If you buy 100 crystal cups and throw them on the ground, few people will say anything about it. If you order a table of dishes and you know you can't finish them, you'd rather throw them away. Naturally, there will be hungry people who will rebel. Do you expect people who don't have food to reason with you? There are different kinds of wastage. The people who really waste food are poor, at least in terms of cultivation realm. The really rich people demand quality of food, not quantity. If you order a table of shark's fins, all kinds of shark's fins, and release them to attract flies, that's because you have the ability. If you order 20,000 pounds of steamed buns and throw them to the ground, the people who rebel because of hunger will want to kill you first. Your Majesty, you came here to talk to me about the problem of food? Then I'll have to tell you why I'm eating dried tofu. It's because this thing has a lot of protein in it. After I eat it, Xiao Bao, I know. What you said is very reasonable. I will never buy 20,000 pounds of steamed buns and throw them to the ground. What I want to ask you is how to get the guards of the various families and rich people to form a labor force in production. Li Longji was really afraid that Xiao Bao would talk to him about food. He knew that the food of the Zhang family and the Wang family was indeed good, but most of it was eaten. They didn't take out millions of strings of cash to buy food and throw it to the ground. Money wasn't used that way. In Xiao Bao's words, it was a lack of responsibility to society and wasting food. It was an inferiority complex that poor people showed when they were moving towards the stage of becoming rich. Xiao Bao said that if you have money, you can buy jade and throw it for fun. Like his sister, You can throw big pearls on the marble floor. They look good when they bounce, and roast duck with agarwood. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Your Majesty, you don't want to talk about food anymore? My family just sent a few abalones. Cuckoo, and I bought them when we were young. They've been there for many years. After they're done, they're worth 9 taels a head. They'll definitely weigh more than 1 pound. Li Longji swallowed a few times and glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, what I'm asking is how to solve the problem of the wasted labor force. Oh, I see. Okay, Your Majesty. To be honest, labor force isn't wasted, and social resources aren't wasted. This is a process of increasing resources and subsidies. You want to suppress this process and then generate more social taxes, right? That's easy. Zhang Xiaobao had already understood what was going on. Li Longji's question was so classic that even Wang Wan, who was eating a jiama, had several ideas to deal with it. Chapter 1007. Li Longji perked up when he heard this. Actually, he knew that the quality of the guards had nothing to do with him. As long as he didn't overstep his boundaries, it wasn't like the guards were spending his money. However, since he had nothing to do, he might as well find something to do. No matter who the guards were, they were all laborers. If they stayed in other people's homes, they would be missing out on social activities. Take care of your own home. No matter where they are, the rich and powerful will send people to manage the city and countryside. In short, they will be the city enforcement officers. Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger and said. Li Longji thought about it carefully and said, What's the difference between them and the bailiffs? If they really do the work of the bailiffs, the rich and powerful will be willing to send them. It's an opportunity to participate in the work of the bailiffs. It's a symbol of status and identity. How can they be bailiffs? They will gather together and be assigned to different areas. When they see uneven roads, they will help to fix them. When they see muddy rivers, they will clear them. Zhang Xiaobao counted with his fingers. Also, if anyone's fence is falling, they will help to fix it. When they see children and elders falling, they will help them up. Of course, if they see bailiffs arresting people on the streets, they will also stop them. Although it's a small matter, someone has to do it. For example, if it's raining heavily and the rivers are rising, or if there are puddles in the fields, they will organize themselves and help. This way, the imperial court won't have to fork out extra money. Li Longji was very happy when he heard this. He realized that if he followed Xiao Bao's instructions, the atmosphere would be better. The roads would be easier to travel, the transportation would be more convenient, and the flow of goods would be faster. There would be less mud, and the rivers wouldn't be blocked easily. The risk of the dam collapsing would be reduced. If he helped those who were busy with work and didn't have time to fix their houses and fences, it would be safer and would save them a lot of effort. However, Xiao Bao, have you been so busy organizing logistics that you've lost your mind? This is called doing chores, not managing them. The masters of the guards aren't stupid, so why should they work? Not to mention Xiao Bao's reputation. Even if I issued an imperial edict, it would be useless. Do you believe me? Li Longji woke up from his dream of Debang and happily told Xiao Bao that he had been angered. Zhang Xiaobao waited for Li Longji to finish before he explained, Of course we can't work for free. We can give you some benefits. If you give me money, where can I not find people to work for me? Xiao Bao, I've realized that you're not as smart as Xiao Bei. The older you get, the stupider you get. When you're busy with logistics, your brain isn't as good. Li Longji finally found an opportunity to attack Zhang Xiaobao, and he began to mock him. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. He sympathized with Li Longji. Didn't he just lose a few times in the past? Was there a need to think about revenge all the time? Money? No. Who gives them money? Give them a chance. A chance to participate in the local government's plan every year. For example, the big families have a lot of cows. The cows need to eat grass. The government wants to use a lot of land to grow rice this year. In that case, the cost of the large families would naturally increase by a lot. When he was involved, he could bring up that if the cost of raising cattle increased, it would be detrimental to the local economic development and unity. This is because other than renting cows to the local people to farm, I still have cows to sell milk. If my costs increase, should I pass this cost to the people who rent the cows or put it on the sale of milk? Zhang Xiaobao suggested a new idea and even gave a simple example. Li Longji's eyes lit up. He felt that this idea made sense. After thinking for a while, he slapped his thigh. All right, I think this idea is feasible. The large families pay high taxes, and we should give them some preferential policies. But will they be able to control the local government's annual plan? Li Longji also had his own worries. What if the local government started to give preferential policies to the large families because of this? It would protect the interests of the ordinary people. There was already a problem. The large families and aristocratic families were very aggressive in acquiring land. Li Longji had previously allowed them to do so, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo strongly opposed it. Furthermore, when they were working together, they checked the amount of land each other had. If they had a lot of land, they would not be allowed to work together. This was why they were able to suppress them. This was because the money they earned from owning land was not as much as working with them. According to what Xiao Bao said, wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Longji was afraid of, but he wasn't. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. They can only participate in the local government's plans and give their own ideas. They can't help the local government make a decision. The local government will weigh the pros and cons. For example, if the large family with a lot of cows signs a contract with the local government, it means that the local government will give a big discount to the people who rent the cows as long as it doesn't affect their ability to raise cows, or if they don't increase their costs or even reduce their costs. You see, if I'm the county magistrate of certain county and I see that the yield of one kind of crop, such as wheat, is getting lower and lower, then I have to change the crop. If the conditions permit, I will change it to a paddy field and plant rice." If you sign a contract with the person who raises cows, I can move out a piece of land that doesn't have a good yield. I can ask the Sinong Temple for good grass seeds and plant them for you. Your costs will be reduced, and the lives of the people in my county will be better. Wang Wan ate the jiaoma and also agreed, Xiao Bao is right. In the future, we should find more people like him to come to the capital and participate in the meetings. We can treat them as representatives of the people, although they don't directly represent the interests of the common people. Xiao Bao is just a bait for the urban management team. The real purpose is that whoever wants to participate in the local government's plans and who wants to obtain more benefits must first pay the price. After the martial art competition is over, Xiao Bao and I have already discussed and will propose a tax distribution system. The more money you earn, the more tax you have to pay. This money will be used for the welfare of the common people and public welfare. This is not harming them, but protecting them. Otherwise, if the gap between the rich and the poor is too big, the common people will rebel. Not to mention the money, they might not even be able to keep their lives. This proposal is very difficult. Your Majesty, you must support it." Li Longji listened and suddenly shivered. He felt that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan was very big. It turned out that the problem he raised was just a part of their plan that could be easily solved. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei also looked at each other. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted to leverage the fundamental interests of a large number of people. The backlash could be imagined. Would the two of them be able to withstand it? Gao Lisher broke out in a cold sweat. He was very clear about how many ministers in history had ended up when they touched the interests of the noble class. His godson and daughter-in-law were challenging the entire class. Li Longji stared blankly at a certain spot. The entire room immediately fell silent. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had indifferent expressions on their faces. This was because the two of them had long thought of a solution. The power of the nobles could never be eliminated. Even if there was a change of dynasty, it was just to get rid of a batch of nobles, keep a portion of them, and raise another batch. After a full 15 minutes, Li Longji finally returned to his previous state. He nodded slowly with a solemn expression and said, "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I believe that what you're doing is for the betterment of Tang. After the martial art competition is over, I'll give you the military authority of the Two Rivers Basin. You can transfer more troops from the Luzhou, Shuzhou, Tubo, and Bo High Commanderies to the capital in Luoyang. Li Longji had made his decision. The Two Rivers Basin was naturally the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. He wanted to use Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's hands to make a move on Tang's current aristocratic families. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other in surprise, but they were also touched. Li Longji's action was no different from giving up the country. What was the difference between giving up the military authority of the Two Rivers Basin and letting his private soldiers enter Chang and Luoyang? Both of them stood up and bowed deeply to Li Longji. They said at the same time, "Thank you, Uncle Li." Li Longji sighed happily. "It's not easy to get you to give me a sincere bow. Don't thank me. I should be the one thanking you. Keep the military authority for now. When things settle down and nobody dares to make a move on you, I'll take it back." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat back down. Zhang Xiaobao returned to his usual playful self. "Your Majesty, there's no need for you to hold the military authority. We didn't say that we'll make them pay a lot of taxes in one go." Naturally, they won't be willing to take things for free. We can exchange benefits and make them pay more taxes on their own accord. "Oh, no need for you to hold the military authority? Can they take the initiative? Xiao Bao, what are you going to use in exchange? It can't be the advanced technology of the Ministry of Works, right? If that's the case, I'd rather let you hold the military authority. If they hold the technology, can I still control them? If they take the technology and run outside to develop, how should I deal with them?" Li Longji spoke the truth. He had always been afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the nobles, not the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families. Over the years, he had already thought it through. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo weren't interested in the imperial authority. They just wanted to build up Great Tang. He didn't know why the two of them, or perhaps the two behind them, thought this way. They seemed to treat everything as a game. They wanted to have a good time, but they definitely weren't willing to be the judge. The reason why he wasn't worried about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan was mainly because they had the technology and capability. Even if they wanted to become the emperor, they could just find a place overseas to develop. However, they chose to remain in Great Tang. As such, they were the most reassuring power. If it were any other clan, they would have long rebelled. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Right now, I won't let others have the technology. I'll only be at ease if it's in my hands. Exchanging technology is indeed the best method, even if it's advanced civilian technology. However, I won't give them this either. I'll give them the authority to use the technology in a period of rapid development. I'll use this to exchange for a voluntary increase in the tax rate. Those who aren't willing, I won't force them, but they can forget about getting a chance." Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Wang Wan was also full of smiles. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was up to no good again. Li Longji was puzzled. What nonsense was this? "Xiao Bao, be more specific. Give me an example that I can understand immediately. I want to see how many people will fall for it." Empress Wang and the others nodded. They loved to see Zhang Xiaobao use schemes. It was so satisfying. Chapter 1008. Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight and greeted everyone with a smile. Then he coughed softly. "For example, Your Majesty, you are the head of a rich family. Your family does business, and there are people in your family who are officials in the imperial court. You are prominent in the local area. The tax you usually pay is 15% to 20%. I want to charge you 40% of the tax. Therefore, the imperial court issued an edict saying that the Tang Empire will raise the tax from 20% to 40%. Those who agree will go to the Ministry of Works to receive compensation after signing the contract. Will you go?" "No." Li Longji shook his head. "If you compensate me with a bunch of light bulbs, I definitely won't be able to get back the tax money. Besides, the tax is long-term. The compensation must be one time. I have to consider for my descendants. I'm not done yet. Your family's annual turnover is 1 million strings of coins. Based on the tax your family paid last year, if your family's turnover exceeds 1 million strings of coins, if you agree to pay 20% more tax, you'll get permanent distribution rights to the 4 train carriages of the Jingluo to Luoyang Railway and the Jingluo 002 train. Wait, Xiaobao, you're even giving out the distribution rights of the train carriages? There are only 4 trains in operation now. You're giving out 4 carriages of 1 train just for 200,000 strings of coins. Even if you're willing, I'm not. With 4 carriages of goods, you can earn more than 600 strings of coins a day, right? A carriage should be able to carry about 20 meals. For carriages is 80 tons. 200 strings of coins is no more than 200,000 copper coins. 1 ton of goods can't earn 5 copper coins? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking, Li Longji became anxious. He was only calculating the price difference between the capital and Luoyang. What if he transported more valuable goods? Wang Wan hurriedly persuaded, Your Majesty, what Xiaobao means is the distribution of carriages. It doesn't mean that you don't have to pay the fare. That is to say, there are 4 carriages under your control every day. But whether you use them for yourself or others, you have to pay the fare. If they only transport grain and pay the fare, they won't be able to earn 200 strings of coins. Of course, it's impossible for them to transport grain, but the price difference between the 2 places is high. For wagons is just an example. In reality, it might be 2 wagons. Xiaobao, with a turnover of 1 million strings of coins, it's not much to give 2 wagons, right? Yes, it's not much. Because it's a short journey from the capital to Luoyang, it only takes 2 carriages to make a profit of 500 strings of coins a day. I believe that many people will be willing to pay more taxes. Zhang Xiaobao calculated in his mind. Li Longji still shook his head. That's still a lot. You said that it's permanent. If I ask for an extra 200,000 strings of coins, it'll still be 200,000 strings of coins a year. Besides, he arranged a carriage for others, so there are naturally other benefits. Zhang Xiaobao felt extremely helpless. Why was Li Longji's brain not working properly? He turned to look at his godfather and asked, Foster father, what do you think? Gao Lishur pondered for a moment and said, If the carriage is given away, that person's influence will increase, and the benefits it will bring to them will definitely far exceed 200,000 strings of coins. As long as they aren't stupid, they will be willing to take the carriage. There are times when one loses money in business. Presumably, no matter where the price of the goods is, the carriage will be able to generate profits. However, since it's Xiaobao's idea, I believe that you naturally won't let them off so easily. It's just that I haven't thought of a reason yet. Gao Lishur was very honest and approved of his godson's way of doing things. Doing business that lost money was not his godson's style. Many thanks, foster father. Zhang Xiaobao thanked Gao Lishur with a smile. Of course, there was no sincerity in it, but Gao Lishur didn't care. He gestured for Zhang Xiaobao to continue. Your Majesty's thinking is very correct, but there is a prerequisite. That is, the carriage from the capital to Luoyang will only run 4 times a day. If I increase it to 40 times a day, running once every hour or so, giving you the management rights of 4 carriages, you will immediately feel a lot of pressure and the competition will be fierce. In the future, there will be even longer distance railways. Didn't we agree this year that I will be in charge of the money and you will be in charge of the workers? We will build 30,000 kilometers, and I will use the management rights of these 30,000 kilometers of railway carriages to exchange for the majority of people who are willing to take the initiative to raise the tax rate. As for the minority who don't support it, what can they do when the time comes to enforce it? The later they support it, the fewer benefits they will receive when the time comes. We have to think of a way to spread this news as a rumor. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he gestured and told everyone what he had envisioned. Wang Wan laughed happily at the side and added, Don't look at how it's powered by the steam engine now. After we increase the number of carriages, we will immediately share the profits of others. The faster the development of technology, the smaller the profits of investments that don't consider the technology in the short term. A year later, they will realize that the profits they take out every year are far less than the figures they once imagined. The extra money will become the tax of our great Tang. When the time comes, there will be more leeway to choose whether to use it for medical treatment or education. We can even subsidize the farmers. Yes, subsidize the farmers. It's not obvious now, but in the future, the land tax will gradually be abolished. This is the law of social development, but in the process of buying and selling food, there's a need to levy taxes. No one can resist this trend, and we can only seek more balance in the rise and fall of the trend. Yes, Zhang Xiaobao continued. In this world, the internal stability of a country will always be based on the proportion of tax and land. With land, the problem of survival will be solved. With tax, the problem of welfare will be solved. As for the carriages, they're all fake. If you have them today, you might lose them tomorrow. If you give away the management rights of all the carriages, I will one day let the Ministry of Works catch up with the development. I will change all the steam engines to diesel engines, and the number of carriages will naturally disappear. Li Longji was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words. He felt a chill down his spine. He felt that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were good people. If they were talking about land, they usually did not occupy it. The Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County, Zhuangzi, were still as big after so many years. The land in Tubo that was closest to the pass was also nominally given to the imperial court. They went to Qinghai Lake to occupy it again. There was also the northern part of Hebei province that was nominally also under the imperial court. They had to pay more rent every year. There was also Luzhou. Although the Zhang family and the Wang family were the absolute rulers there, they still did not claim a piece of land for themselves. They only occupied it outside and would return it to the Tang Empire when the Tang Empire's forces passed. They knew the importance of land. Hence, they did not touch it. Wu Huifei felt the same way as well. She said, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about what you said today. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a smile. It's fine even if you tell them. They still have to raise their tax rates voluntarily. I have compensations and backup measures. I'm only asking those who earn more to pay more tax. I'm not going to kill them all. As for the land, I'll slowly take it back from them. I can give them other things in exchange. Land is related to the stability of the country. I won't compromise. I'll force them to make a decision willingly. Wang Wan chimed in. My family is the first to be willing to raise the tax rate. Money is only a burden to a certain extent, not a blessing. Moreover, my family doesn't have to pay 40% tax. It's 60% tax. 60%? What kind of compensation do you want? Li Longji was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. He was shocked by Wang Wan's words. 60% tax? Would there still be profits? Perhaps the restaurant between the clouds and the water could, but wouldn't the other businesses suffer losses? If they ran out of money, their intelligence network wouldn't be able to support them. If the Zhang clan and Wang clan lost their intelligence network, it wouldn't be a good thing for Great Tang. Thinking of this, Li Longji waved his hands. No, 60% is too much. You have your own matters to attend to. You aren't pure merchants, so you have to ensure that you have sufficient guards. Every year, your family takes out a lot of money to do things in the name of the royal court. We can't bully your family anymore. Zuzan and Princess Jinsheng glanced at one another. The two of them tacitly thought of the same thing. Great Tang had to ensure that the interests of the Zhang clan and Wang clan were guaranteed. Under normal circumstances, the two clans were a power that every ruler feared. However, in Great Tang, not only could they not suppress them, they had to support them. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's talents had already determined their positions in Great Tang. Wang Wan's smile remained unchanged. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. This is a matter of 300% of the cost and 500% of the profit. So what if we have to pay 60% tax? If an item that costs 10 copper coins is sold for 40 copper coins, we have to pay a 60% tax of 24 copper coins. I still have a net income of 16 copper coins, and a portion of this 16 copper coins will be used to subsidize other industries. The profits will still be there. What kind of toy can earn so much? Your family's luxury goods? Li Longji thought a glass. Cement used to be a luxury item, but it wasn't now. He just didn't hand over the formula for cement, and he didn't allow others to buy and sell it. However, the price of cement had become very low. Your Majesty, you have forgotten. You promised us that you would let us establish the Great Tang heavy industry. We control the entire industrial system of Great Tang, and the profits will naturally come from the industrial side. Technological products are the most profitable, and luxury goods are just small toys. In the future, I will compensate those who are willing to pay a high tax rate for technological products. I will allow them to earn money, but I won't allow them to touch anything that involves the foundation of Great Tang. This is because money is something that can be lost at a crucial moment in the country. Zhang Xiaobao brought up the words he said on the ship to Jili province. Li Longji suddenly understood. So that's what he was waiting for, right? It was agreed that the Great Tang heavy industry would be handed over to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Only by letting them manage it would he be at ease. There were too many crucial technologies in it. Gao Lisher interjected, Xiaobao. In other words, when you make deals with others, you will suppress them every time. When they don't have enough profits, you will compensate them in another way. Yes, it's easy to ruin the business of one family, but I don't dare to ruin the business of all the major families in the Great Tang. But in the early stages, as technology develops and people become smarter, their competitors will gradually increase. Every time I make a change, I will compensate them so that they have a chance to increase their competitive advantage. However, when there are too many choices, there will be a large number of people who will not be able to manage their businesses well. The faster society develops, the harder it will be for them to make a choice. Only a small number of people can stand in the noble class. The rest will be buried in the tide. Perhaps it won't take long. 10 years, 20 years. Today, the families that we use to exchange tax rates will drop by 90% or even more. This is because the development and application of various technologies in Great Tang is too fast. This is a development speed that Cuckoo and I expect and push forward. However, to me and Cuckoo, not only do we not find it abnormal, we find it slow. Zhang Xiaobao said another result, which was that those who agreed to pay more taxes would gradually be squeezed out in the process of technological development. So what if they were a millionaire? A person with a net worth of several billion yuan could collapse overnight. There were many cases of giant enterprises collapsing in an instant. Even countries could go bankrupt. What else cannot happen? Li Longji and the others finally witnessed the ruthlessness of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They seemed to be willing to sacrifice many things for the stability of Great Tang, including the people abroad and the rich in the country. They would kill anyone who stood in their way. Zuzan had a deep impression of this. He had personally experienced it. The civil and the martial were working together to achieve the same goal. Just like the snow on a snowy mountain, under the calm surface, there was a power that could turn the world upside down. Revealing even the slightest loophole and giving others a chance would result in an avalanche. This was how Tubo collapsed. They had sent people to cause trouble once, but they suddenly got in the way of Xiaobao and Cuckoo leading the development of Great Tang. Thus, the two of them were forcefully removed, regardless of how many people died in the process. Zuzan Chide no longer felt resentment. What he felt was more helplessness. Tubo did not have Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Tubo did not send people to kill them in advance. No, they had already sent people to scout Sanshui County to find people and things worth killing. In the end, they sank by the small river beside Zhuangzi, where the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family lived. That river, that small bridge, and those two Zhuangzi seemed to be filled with mysteries ever since they were born. Other than Xiaobao and Cuckoo's relatives, the people in the inner court were the ones who understood the situation the most. They could not get any information from them. The only one who could be considered an outsider was Song Jinggong. It was said that he used to be a swindler and was very good at swindling people. He had never failed in his swindling for many years. In the end, when he went to someone else's manor, he failed miserably and even lost his capital. Later on, when people asked him why, he kept it a secret. Every time he got drunk, he would only sigh and not say anything. He was the number one on the list, but he never challenged Zhang Xiaobao, much less left the Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. Why was he so afraid? As he thought about it, Zhu Zhenchai suddenly thought of something and asked, Xiaobao, you said that you feel that your development is too slow? Does that mean that you are not worried about encountering any problems, such as developing too quickly and exceeding your control? Li Longji was also thinking about it. When he heard Zhu Zhenchai's words, he reacted, That's right. Xiaobao and Cuckoo, you don't seem to be afraid at all. What are we afraid of? Where are we going now? It's just that after a period of time, the use of industrial investment in the people's livelihood will cause a portion of the handicraft workers to lose their jobs. It's not a big deal to find a new job for them, right, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. Wang Wan replied, Yes. In theory, it's impossible for people to lose their jobs. The so-called unemployment is not working because they can't find a job with the same income as they want. The contradiction is that how much money you want to earn, what kind of job you can do, and what kind of job you want to do. The faster the development, the more opportunities there are for employment. Careers are always relative. If a country has too many people with careers, it can only mean that there are problems with the country's economic structure and industrial technology. It's definitely the responsibility of the ruler. He or she did not manage to balance the country's income, so he or she has to support the people with careers. What if they don't support them? Li Longji felt very uncomfortable with the responsibility being pushed to him, so he asked in a loud voice. Zhang Xiaobao followed up and said in a loud voice, Then they're not loyal to the emperor and are not patriotic. As long as they are given a chance, they are willing to betray the country for more income. Li Longji was at a loss for words. As the emperor, he still cared about the loyalty of the people. He didn't want to need a lot of guards when he went to a construction site like Beijing one day. He didn't want to treat the people who were supposed to protect him with their lives as enemies, just because he felt guilty. He felt that, as the emperor, it was too sad to live like that. If that was the case, he wouldn't be as good as Xiao Bei and the others. At least wherever Xiao Bei and the others went, they would be loved and respected by the people as soon as they revealed their identity. Xiao Bao, you keep saying that there are problems. Do you have any ideas to solve the problem of career? Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao angrily after being frightened. What was the use of always finding problems? The main thing was to find a solution. I do. Zhang Xiaobao became serious. Actually, Your Majesty has already done a good job, so there's no need to worry. I'll solve the problem of career. It's not a big problem anyway. I'll use the money you gave me from the bank to set up a long-term training class. Whoever has a career, I'll give them living expenses first before teaching them survival skills. If those who have a career aren't willing to do manual labor, I'll teach them simple mechanical operations. Once they learn how to do it, they'll naturally be needed by other industries. I can teach them simple accounting, and they'll be able to find similar jobs. I can even teach them how to edit words. In the future, Great Tang's industries won't be based on production, but entertainment and services. After they learn how to edit words, they can find a small newspaper office to work for. Of course, you'll be the one paying for it. If they can't learn it in the first period, they can continue to learn it in the second period. If they can't learn it all the time, they won't be able to withstand the gazes of others. Our Great Tang is a country with dignity and backbone. The same goes for the people. They have their own pride, and if they can't learn it, how can you be so shameless as to refuse to pay for their living expenses? Wang Wan added, Xiao Bao is right. There are many jobs in society that don't require too much skill. I don't require everyone to know how to calculate calculus, probability, and psychology. Ordinary jobs don't require that. What a normal industry actually needs is a skilled worker, especially for private businesses. In that case, the country can help to nurture the worker's proficiency. The country has to pay for this. Right now, it's the money that Your Majesty left with Xiaobao to support it. It won't be used for the time being, but Xiaobao already has a plan. As long as they have a career, Xiaobao will fork out your money. So, you don't have to worry. Xiaobao and I are more than capable of handling such matters. Then, what if I'm not willing to fork out this money? Perhaps Li Longji felt that he was too afraid and embarrassed, so he asked. Chapter 1009. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan coughed and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaobao also coughed and said, "That's simple. Your Majesty, if you don't want to pay, someone else is willing to." Li Longji didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao would be able to stop him from arguing. He asked in disbelief, "Who's so nice?" "They're merchants. They're willing to pay to set up a relative skills training school. No matter how old you are, you can go and learn." Zhang Xiaobao said. "Oh, they're good merchants too." Li Longji nodded happily. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "They charge money. In the past, the school also charged money. All of the schools set up by merchants also charged money. Then, they said that after graduation, they would recommend you to various places to work. Listen carefully, it's a recommendation. After the recommendation, the other party said that he would be paid 80 copper coins a month. When he heard that it was too little, he thought, I spent more than 200 copper coins a month when I went to school to learn skills. I spent more than 10 copper coins a month studying for a year, and then he was paid 80 copper coins. Why should I study? You didn't go and work. Some went and found out that others were being paid 400 copper coins a month. Then you asked why, and they said that your demands were too high, so you were fired. They dare? I want their heads." Li Longji was furious. Why wouldn't they dare? They even help you train them. You have to praise them. You have to think about it this way. Now you don't have to fork out any money. If they train 100 people and 20 of them end up working for low wages, won't that solve 20% of your employment problem? Zhang Xiaobao smiled and explained to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded in shock. How can they be so shameless? Yes, this is called having a superior obey. Take the money. I have so much money in a year that I can't use it all up. Take it out for me. You have to prepare. Once they have a career, send them to the school for training and give them living expenses. We are not a fatuous ruler. We are not so thick-skinned that we can sleep peacefully knowing that there are people waiting to be fed. We don't want to hear curses behind us. That's it. Your Majesty, don't worry. The money won't be spent in vain. I will make arrangements according to each age group. The older ones will be skilled workers, and the younger ones will continue to work and learn at the same time. And in the future, for those who will do the same kind of mechanical work, I will also let them receive different kinds of training in order to avoid the impact of the workplace they are familiar with closing down, and it will be difficult for them to find another job. As an experienced person, Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with this matter and felt that it was not a big problem. Of course, he did not think that some leaders did not know. They just thought that they would not be able to stay for long and would retire. Therefore, when they were in office, they would only benefit their own family. As for the lives of the people, that was another story. Li Longji had no idea what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. But when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's reply, he was extremely satisfied. Look, our great Tang has Xiaobao and Cuckoo. What do we have to worry about? As long as that country, the people are rich, we believe that there will be a day when great Tang will not fear any place in the world. Li Longji almost said that country in front of so many people. This was a thorn in his heart. Fortunately, Great Tang's situation had been good, and its industrial development was very fast. He hoped that he could catch up to them and compete with them in terms of military strength. Empress Wang also said, Xiaobao, it's fortunate that you did not play any tricks in Great Tang. Otherwise, with your ability, the people of Great Tang would probably be counting the money for you. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? When Wang Wan heard Empress Wang's voice, Wei Wei smiled and did not say anything. Only she knew how capable Zhang Xiaobao was. Liar, big liar, you actually have the face to sue others. You are finished. Tell me honestly, and I might be lenient with you. In Old Willow Village, Xiao Bei and her group found the person who was still pestering the girl in the village. That person was actually very young, in his 20s. At the entrance of the village, he was telling a group of onlookers how it was not easy for him to earn some gold. He wanted to get a jewelry and marry a wife, but in the end, he was cheated. When Xiao Bei saw him sitting on a tree stump, she rushed up and grabbed his collar with her right hand. What are you doing, little brat? You don't shoot. When this person heard someone call him a liar, he was frightened. However, when he saw that it was a cute little girl, his face immediately darkened. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the little girl take out something from the right side of her waist. It was golden. That's right, it was something coated with gold. This was because he knew that this little girl would not be able to hold pure gold. He was also very familiar with gold. At a glance, he could tell that it was a handgun with a golden sand surface. A child, gold, and a handgun. When these three things were combined, he wisely raised his hands. He knew that he had provoked someone he should not have. You recognize a handgun? You're quite knowledgeable. Take a guess. Is my gun real or fake? Can it kill people? Did you just call me a little brat? Xiao Bei gestured with the gun. She was currently using a wooden gun, and the outside was indeed covered with gold dust. She put the loaded gun on her left side and held it with her right hand to feel comfortable. That was the last thing she had to protect herself when all the guards were down. Normally, she would not take it out. This brat did not know the situation. When he saw that she was holding a gun, he trembled. He was afraid that the child would impulsively shoot, so his hand was still raised. He looked behind Xiao Bei and found that there were many people, all dressed differently. There were also adults. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He said in a trembling voice, "No, I'm not calling you. I'm talking about myself. You're a cute little girl. Hold the gun tight. Who's your little sister? You liar. You can fool others, but can you fool me? I sent a telegram to my brother, and he told me to come and catch you. I also discussed with him and said that 3 grams of gold is not worth much. Would a businessman who can open a school and provide food and shelter for 70 people for free ruin their reputation for 3 grams of gold? You underestimate the people of the world too much. We calculated that 3 grams of gold is not even enough to pay for a meal for 70 children. Tell me, why did you frame me? Be lenient if you confess, and strict if you resist. Do you know the consequences of the 2 choices?" Xiao Bei felt that she represented all the justice in the world at this moment and questioned the other party. This brat did not know who the other party was. His words were scary, but he thought that the other party was right. 3 grams of gold was not enough to pay for a meal for the children in the school. His voice was still trembling as he asked, "Well, what consequences? How about confessing?" You finally confessed, right? Confess, yes. Confess, confess. Drag him out and shoot him. Xiao Bei continued to scare him. What about resistance? The brat asked again. Resistance? Resistance will be shot on the spot. Ha! Look at how scared you are. Your face is pale. Weren't you very bold when you framed me? A fake gun can scare you like this. Ha! Xiao Bei loosened her grip on the brat's hand and threw the gun to the ground. She covered her stomach with both hands and squatted on the ground, laughing. The brat's face turned from white to green, and then from green to red. His eyes were about to burst into flames, but he did not dare to do anything to the little girl in front of him. This was because he saw that the fake gun was indeed fake. The muzzle and the grip were embedded with gems. The muzzle was a cat's eye stone, and the grip was a broken jade. The outside was coated with gold, and there was a very comfortable light fragrance. If he guessed correctly, it was definitely the smell of agarwood. This toy gun represented too many things. If he touched the owner of the gun, he would be doomed eternally. Xiao Bei laughed for a long time before he slowly stood up and put the gun away. He tilted his head and asked, "My brother said it was you, so it must be you. Tell me, how did you get the gold down? There's no trace of it." The brat gradually regained his composure and knew that trouble was coming. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, I'm not lying. Their family stole 3 grams of my gold. It wasn't easy for me to save up that little bit of gold. They can't do that. I want to see an official. I want justice. You can't just beat me into a confession." "Huh? You know how to beat me into a confession?" Xiaobei saw that the brat was still not admitting to it. She recalled what her brother said in the message and continued, "You didn't scrape it with anything, nor did you burn it with fire. But you concocted a potion and then dipped the unmarked bracelet in it. As a result, you dipped 3 grams of gold in it. Then you got the gold out of the potion. There are at least 2 ways. One is to use the displacement reaction of wet alchemy, such as spicy powder, heat it up, and then separate it. The other is, if you use this method, my brother and sister said that will give you a chance. You'll serve in the Ministry of Defense and learn other techniques there. If you use the first method, you'll be sentenced to death." But you have to think carefully. If you're caught by us, the lightest punishment is exile. We'll send you to a remote place. If you die on the road, it's your bad idea. Tell me, what did you use?" The brat felt that all the pores on his body were open and a chill was coming out. He trembled and asked, "What's the second method?" "We're asking you. You won't tell us, right? You want to get lucky, don't you? You think we're tricking you, right? You don't believe that we can exile you, right? Come on, take him away and send him to the government office in Guo province. We'll sentence him directly." Xiaobei had been coerced for her own business and was full of anger. She finally found a place to vent her anger, so she kept asking questions. "I said, don't arrest me. I made a generator myself. I found that many interesting things can happen when 2 poles are put in a liquid. I used this to make some gold and put it in a specially prepared potion. Then I added something to it to make it look like before." The brat was very straightforward this time. He saw the embroidery pattern of rice seedlings on the chest of the person who came over. He was not stupid enough to not recognize what it meant. He immediately guessed who the little girl in front of him was. He admitted that he was too unlucky and did not think too much. He immediately reacted and confessed. He did not think that he could get away with it by chance. That would not work. As soon as he confessed, the surrounding villagers, who had been listening to him talk about how he had suffered and how he had been cheated, were in an uproar. Some even wanted to rush up and beat him. Generally, such people were the ones who had complained about the jewelry seller in the beginning. Now, they felt that what they had said before was wrong. They were sad and blamed themselves, so they planned to beat the brat to vent their anger. "Don't move." The little girl who sold the jewelry stood up and glanced at the surrounding people with a cold face. She said, "It's fine as long as you can prove my family's innocence. The bad guys will naturally be punished by the authorities. My jewelry shop will continue to operate from today onwards. Uncles and aunties, if you have any jewelry that you want to hit, please do me the honor." The villagers were immediately speechless. Hearing these words was even more uncomfortable than being beaten up. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. He had met a powerful sister. He reached out and tugged at the girl's clothes. "Sister, how about this? I'll get the Ministry of Works to make something. It's a mechanism. We can put it on the doll, and the doll can move. Let's cooperate. Your family happens to have craftsmen who are good at it. I'll leave the business to you." The girl smiled at Xiao Bei and said, "Xiao Bei, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, my family would not be able to turn over a new leaf. I'll make it for you for free. As long as my family can make it, it's fine." "That won't do. Free things don't last long. Just like the people in your village, I believe some of their children are still studying in your school. You can collect some money in the future, or you can chase all of them back home and not let them study anymore." Xiao Bei gave his idea in a loud voice. His eyes scanned the faces of the surrounding villagers, and he realized that no one was blushing. A villager who was close to him lowered his head and said, "Uncle was wrong. Uncle will wait for your father to come back and apologize." He then said to Xiao Bei, "You're Xiao Bei, right?" Xiao Bei turned away and ignored him. Wasn't this nonsense? He had already called him that just now. That person didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and continued, "The village is about to start fighting over this matter. The families of all the children who study in her school are all protecting her family. If I can't get her father to forgive me this time, I'll have no descendants. Then why didn't you believe it in the past? Xiao Bei's expression improved when he heard that this person had such a heavy oath. He asked, because her family is too rich. Among the surrounding villages, only her family is rich. I don't know what I'm thinking, but I just want her family to be unlucky. This person spoke his mind. Xiao Bei was dumbfounded. She's rich, so you want her to be unlucky? Since my family is rich, do you want me to be unlucky too? No. Who dares to think about it? Your family is standing on the clouds. It's too high. You don't even dare to think about it. Her family wasn't so rich in the past. They only had a small shop. Later, her family didn't just make gold and silver items. They also made copper, iron, aluminum, and lead items. They weren't expensive, but they made a lot of them. They became popular in 2 years. It was the same in the past, so why did her family become rich? Although I don't say it, I keep thinking about it in my heart. It's very uncomfortable. The person continued speaking. The surrounding people listened as well. Some nodded, while others sighed. Xiao Bei turned around to look at Xiao Yuan and the rest. Xiao Yuan stood up. Brother and sister have talked about this before. They said that we should wait for a while before the overall conflict will manifest. I didn't expect to see it today. I have to report it to brother and sister so that they can prepare in advance. All right, report it. Send it now. Why? There's a rich family in the village who can bring you along to earn money. At least your children don't have to spend money to go to their school. You're not like us. We have brothers and sisters at home to teach us. It's really like what brother said. A person's heart can't change completely. Corrupt officials can't be killed. It's really too difficult to maintain the balance of a country's citizens. Xiao Bei recalled what her brother and sister had said. She still remembered that her sister had listened to her brother's words. She could only sigh in response. The telegram was sent out very quickly. Xiao Bei didn't leave. She wanted to figure out how to solve this problem. When they received the telegram, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sleeping. The two of them were fine. They already knew where the enemy's vanguard was and were just waiting for them to arrive. Li Longji and the others hadn't left yet. They also knew that there was still a period of time before the main forces of the two sides would meet. So they found a corner in the headquarters where Wang Wan was. They gathered together, drank tea, and chatted softly. Li Longji and the others were shocked by what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just said. They didn't expect that the two of them had actually thought of such a big plan and were implementing it bit by bit. When Xiao Bei's message was sent, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already asleep. Li Longji said to the person who came to wake them up, "Did Xiao Bei send news over?" The person who sent the message nodded. Li Longji said, "There's no need to wake them up. Xiao Bei must have sent me a message. Give it to me." The person who sent the message didn't refuse and directly handed it to Li Longji. In fact, he already knew what the message was and wanted to see how the emperor would solve this problem. Li Longji thought that Xiao Bei had answered his question about why they had to fork out half of the profits, even though they were tax-free. In the end, he happily opened the piece of paper with the contents of the telegram and was immediately dumbfounded. He looked at the people on both sides and passed the piece of paper back to them. He said, "Xiao Bei, you're bound to come back with a lot of trouble every time you go out. We haven't even solved the previous issue, and now we're talking about internal conflicts among the people." Empress Wang took the piece of paper and looked at it. She said, "What Xiao Bei said seems to have always happened. It depends on how the local rich families handle their relationships with others. For example, Xiao Bao's family is from Sanshui County. Everyone knows that their family is rich, but no one in the county wishes for their family to encounter any misfortune." Gao Lisher also took the piece of paper and looked at it. He said, "In the past, this problem didn't seem serious because there were very few rich people in a village. Usually, it would be good to meet someone with a little bit of money in a county. However, in the future, many hard-working and smart people will inevitably become wealthier than others. Of course, Xiao Bao will also collect more taxes from the rich, but I'm worried that this kind of thing will become normal and no one will pay attention to it. That will be the main contradiction in a good society like Xiao Bao. It's better to wake Xiao Bao up. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were woken up. Zhang Xiaobao looked around and gestured to Wang Wan to let her continue sleeping. He got up himself, took the piece of paper, and looked at it. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's easy to solve the problem in only one place. We just need to get the family that sells jewelry to another place, and then get the rich people from that place to come here. It's best if they are also jewelry makers. This way, when the local people see that the rich people are not from their village, they will have less of a comparison with their previous lives. Therefore, it will be easier for them to accept the new people. But in the long run, this won't work, so we can only use one method." "What method?" Li Longji and the others asked almost at the same time. "Publicity," Zhang Xiaobao replied seriously. Chapter 10:10. This time, Li Longji didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to give a more specific explanation. He said clearly, "I will let the Ministry of Rights take care of it. You guys should hurry up and make the film for me. Use it for publicity. It's convenient and direct. Then, I'll go back to sleep." Zhang Xiaobao threw down this sentence. Without waiting for Li Longji's permission, he fell back to sleep. Li Longji yawned. He was also sleepy. He took a sip of the tea on the small table and said softly, "Find a place to rest. These past few days have tired me out." Empress Wang also felt tired and got up. Cheetah and Zuzan were still energetic. Gao Lishur didn't show any signs of fatigue. Only Wu Huifei was reluctant to leave. She turned her head to look at the sleeping Zhang Xiaobao. She really wanted to go over and wake him up so that she could ask him about the doubts in her heart. Yes, it was doubts. Wu Huifei once had a wish to be empress, but it was later ruined by Wang Wan. Not only did she not do anything to Wang Wan after scheming against her several times, she also caused her own side to suffer great losses. If it wasn't for her status, she would probably have been dealt with by the two of them. No one would be willing to cause trouble again and again. It was with this thought that Wu Huifei came to watch the show. In the end, when she came in contact with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she discovered something even more interesting. That was, even if she couldn't be an empress, she could be a powerful economic leader. She also had to be involved in politics. The two aspects of politics and economics actually had such interesting interactions. Moreover, a change in a small aspect could have a huge impact. When one saw through the surface and saw the essence, there was a special sense of achievement. Therefore, Wu Huifei always liked to listen to Zhang Xiaobao give ideas and analyze what he said. Politics and economics are truly mysterious and wonderful. Your Majesty, when you go back, you must find a few books written by Xiao Xiaobao for people who study economics. I want to study them properly. Wu Huifei said to Li Longji as she walked out of the room. Her eyes flickered as if she was yearning for something. Li Longji glanced at Wu Huifei in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That's fine. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao's use of this Tao has already reached perfection. If he uses it for good, the people will be in good health. If he uses it for evil, the people will not be able to make a living. I hope that after you come into contact with them, you won't use harmful means to the people just to earn pocket money for yourself. Learn from Xiao Bao. His family has a lot of money, and he's also willing to invest in public welfare. It's not that he can't earn more money, but he's worried that the impact on the people will be too great, so he's been holding back." Li Longji had money, and he was also willing to spend it on the palace. However, he also knew that Empress Wang and Wu Huifei liked to earn money themselves. Empress Wang's method of earning money was to take the women in the harem to do embroidery in their spare time, and then take it out of the palace for Gao Lishur to auction. She didn't earn a lot, but it definitely wasn't a small amount. The auction price of embroidery in the palace wasn't low, but Empress Wang was more willing to play with the palace maids, such as playing badminton and shuttlecock. Now, she was also infatuated with soccer and wanted to form a women's soccer team. Wu Huifei's power in the palace wasn't as great as Empress Wang's. She cared more about her status, so she rarely got along well with the palace maids. She could only help to organize poetry and other gatherings behind the scenes and let the merchants advertise for her to earn money. From the looks of it, she wanted to learn more skills. She might even want to invest. Li Longji was afraid that she would earn too much money and disregard whether her actions would cause losses to the people, so he told her in advance. Otherwise, if Xiao Bao found out about the problem, he would take strong measures. Wu Huifei nodded obediently. Your Majesty, rest assured, your subject wife knows what Xiao Bao is doing. He has always kept his bottom line. He is doing this for Kong Long's remorse. It's good that Kong Long's remorse is known. Don't be like Zhang Shogui. Even though the news was cut off, he still rushed to Mount Huangshan without a care. Cuckoo is currently setting up a trap at Mount Huangshan, and her sniper camp is also following behind them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If they really do as they are doing, we can only hope that the natives they meet in the future won't be smart. Otherwise, how many good men of our great Tang will lose their lives? While they were speaking, Li Longji's group had already returned to the sand table in the center. Sweeping his gaze over the sand table, Li Longji was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Shogui. He had sent out quite a few scouts, and they had covered a considerable distance of 30 li. However, why didn't they clean up the traces left behind by the cannons? How dangerous was it to be targeted by the enemy's sniper team from afar? Once the sniper team received news of their main force, they would immediately use smoke signals to call the police and expose the enemy's position. At that time, it would be useless even if they killed everyone in the sniper camp. Your Majesty, who is a commander of the group following behind Zhang Shogui's group. His goal was very clear. He was not like a normal small team commander who would lose focus and panic when they were fighting alone. From the way they're leading the group, it feels like they know what's going on in the center of the sand table. Their sense of the big picture is too strong. Zhu Zhenchide also leaned over to take a look, looking at the sand table and the various orders given by the referee. He couldn't help but praise. Li Longji also wanted to know who that unhurried and confident commander who had been tailing Zhang Shogui's army this entire time was. He glanced at the referee. Someone from the referees immediately reported, Your Majesty, the current commander leading the 30-man group is a fourth-generation cadet from Wang Wan's family. Similarly, there are also the commanders of the 12 other groups in Wang Yi's camp. No wonder. The fourth-generation cadets are all nurtured and competed against one another in the inner court. How could they be easy to avoid elimination? Oh, we understand now. Cuckoo was afraid that the enemy would be too close and wouldn't have time to make arrangements, so she sent out a group of elite commanders to delay the advance of the enemy's vanguard, even if it meant sending them to their deaths. But in the end, man proposes, but the heavens disposes. That day, when there was no wind, he saw the enemy hot air balloon team. So he ignited the entire mountain fire ahead of time and brought down Zhang Shogui's air vanguard. Formidable, Wang Yi. Well done. When Li Longji heard this, he immediately understood the strength of the sniper battalion's commander. The sniper battalion was usually used for sniping and sneak attacks, and was considered a special force. In order to complete the strategic deployment, Cuckoo had reluctantly thrown them out. But elites were elites. If they were given the slightest chance, they would cause endless trouble. Once the enemy's air force was eliminated, Wang Yi would have completed his mission. Without the scouting team, he wouldn't be able to find anyone, so he would naturally hesitate, giving the Central Army more time to prepare. Your Majesty, how should we train them? Back then, this subject rejoiced. At this moment, Zuzan understood how important an outstanding commander was. Wang Yi of the sniper camp had used his actions to show everyone what it meant to disregard the orders of the emperor. In a situation where there was no communication, he could fight on his own and even form a faint pattern of cooperation with his allies. If Xiaobao and Cuckoo had led the logistics team to Tibet back then, they probably wouldn't have needed Xiaobao to follow the economic strategy closely. This kind of commander who was a chess piece but still had the big picture in mind was too rare. Li Longji wasn't sleepy anymore. Thinking about how Xiaobao and Cuckoo were sleeping, he suggested, "Let's go and take a look at Wang, Yi, and the others." The group of people excitedly strolled to other places. "Everyone, follow me. Wait at a concave area in front of the cliff. Prepare the crossbows and shoot at the enemy's small group at any time." When Li Longji and the others arrived at the door of the person called Little Dong, they first heard the voice coming from inside. Usually, such a small group wouldn't be given a room. However, under special circumstances, if one person was in charge of delivering important information, he could be given a room to talk about how to avoid being chased and tracked. Little Dong was currently in such a situation. Li Longji was at the door, and when he heard this, he chuckled. Empress Wang also covered her mouth and laughed. She knew what the small group Little Dong was talking about was. It was Zhang Shogui's communication team. Each team only had a few people, and they specifically found a place to hide. For example, on a dense tree, in a patch of grass that was at least half a person's height, near a pond, in a concave area on a cliff, or beside a mountain cave. They didn't hide inside because the enemy would usually search inside. And Little Dong didn't say that they would attack the enemy's communication team, but a small group. He was acting as a native. As for why the natives were so smart and familiar with the enemy's formation and hiding spots, it meant that someone had been to Great Tang and had specially learned about it. Or perhaps it was just a coincidence. This was what Little Dong had done. He had already removed the 2 communication relay points behind Zhang Shogui's vanguard. He had found one accurately, and this time, he was waiting for the enemy to ambush him. When the messenger saw Li Longji and the others, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded to Wei Wei, indicating that he knew that they were here. "You can see very far. Have you discovered the enemy?" Little Dong was very engrossed. Even though there was only a sand table in front of him and a few small models on it, he was lying on the back of the chair with his head lowered, afraid that the enemy would discover him. This was a habit. During their training, they would always be pulled into the wilderness and have each of them hold a map. Next to them would be 1 or 2 people with a radio behind them to evaluate the situation. If you were to hold a map and follow the route on it while advancing or dodging, you could easily be seen by the enemy nearby if you stood up. What was the point of playing then? The person with the radio behind them would just tell you that you have been discovered and eliminated. He was completely engrossed in the task, as if he was really dodging the enemy on the battlefield. To him, the sand table was no different from reality. In a real battle, if he had the chance, he had to personally observe the terrain. During the process of giving orders, he had to control the advantage and concealment of the attack spots and units. For example, if he had the time on a small mountain, he would first observe which spots were suitable for an ambush, such as whether there were dense grass or potholes, whether there were large trees nearby, how tall the trees were, and whether he could arrange snipers there. Then, when he returned to the command center, he would complete the map and arrange for people to go there. If a battle really broke out, he would immediately be able to determine which position had been lost and who was next to that position. This was what Wang Wan required of a commander. Even if you were only leading a small squad of 5, and I gave you a squad machine gun, after you had observed the terrain, even if your eyes suddenly went blind, you had to provide the necessary firepower at the crucial moment. After learning this, you could then continue to command more people until you learned strategic arrangements and deployment. Little Dong had been promoted step by step like this. He was already qualified to command a battalion, but because there were too many talents in the Inner Courtyard Military Academy, he could only command a small squad in this military test. Right now, because of Wang, Little Dong could only command a small squad. Otherwise, in the Middle Army, he could command a large squad. The Middle Army's sniper battalion was the best, and a second-year student was the battalion commander. It was a fact that this battalion was elite. Everyone, Hide well. I'll ask again. Have you discovered any members of the enemy squad? Little Dong asked again. His hands formed a circle in front of his eyes, representing the binoculars. The messenger took a pair of binoculars to Little Dong and said, "For now, we haven't found any traces of the enemy. We're still observing. Captain, do you want to hide a little?" The messenger was very dedicated at this time. On one hand, he was responsible for sending messages to and from the central sand table, but on the other hand, he had to play the role of the scout for Little Dong's squad. Li Longji was excited. This Little Dong was really too fun to play with. He snatched the binoculars of others and even insisted that they were things that could see very far. Yes, in theory, the radio natives shouldn't know how to use it, but if they snatched the binoculars, they could use them. With this thought in mind, Li Longji whispered to Empress Wang, "Zhang Shougue is in trouble this time." Based on Little Dong's command, the referee panel will judge that Little Dong led his team to easily break through the scouting nets set up by Zhang Shougue's scouts. Then, with the binoculars in hand, the referee panel will have to show him the situation of Zhang Shougue's army within the range of the binoculars. At the crucial moment, he will think of a way to send the news to Cuckoo. What do you think Cuckoo will think? I think Cuckoo will be very sad. She knows that when she sees this news, a group of soldiers will be sacrificed. Just like what Cuckoo said to Xiao Bao when the Bureau of Military Personnel went over during the imperial examinations, a shooting star will shine. Empress Wang suddenly felt that soldiers were so respectable, that war was so heartless, that soldiers were so insignificant, yet they were like shooting stars that illuminated the night sky. Wu Huifei looked at Little Dong lying on the ground, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. Even though she knew that everything was fake, she was attracted by the devotion and perseverance of the commanders of the Inner Corps Zhang Shougue and Wang family. She whispered to Li Longji, "Our great Tang needs to prepare more air forces and artillery shells. We can't let the good men of our great Tang die so easily." Just as Cuckoo said, for the sake of a single soldier's safety, we would rather throw down tens of thousands of artillery shells. Money can be earned back, steel can be mined and refined, and shrapnel can be picked up from the battlefield. Explosives don't matter, but when one of the men of our great Tang dies, this subject wife's heart will ache with it. In the past, whether it was Wu Huifei, Empress Wang, Li Longji, or even Zhu Zan, his wife, and Gao Lishir, none of them had ever been so close to a battle that wasn't actually a battle. They had seen many dead people, but this was the first time they had felt the spirit of the great Tang army assaulting them in the face on such a heroic sand table. This was because the commanders of the Wang Wan family were too engrossed in the battle, making it impossible to tell that it was fake. If I had known this would happen, I would have just surrendered in the past. There would have been no need for Cuckoo and Xiao Bao to bring people to kill each other, Zhu Zan lamented. Zhu Zan said with emotion. He felt that only the great Tang was worthy of having such a commander and army. As for whether he would have surrendered before the Tufan army lost their resistance, that was another story. Anyway, it was impossible for him to go back. He was not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Reporting to the captain, "We have discovered the enemy. There are a total of 5 of them, and they are heading towards the ambush location of our team." The messenger was very professional. He listened to the emperor and the others, but he didn't get distracted. The moment the sand table in the center gave a judgment, he immediately reported to Xiaodong. "Lower your head and don't observe. Don't think about killing people. Think about the rake in front of you. We're just doing what we do during normal training. Pay attention to your breathing and relax." Lil Dong's order to the messenger was actually to give his team of 30 people. However, it was impossible to assign 30 people to each one of them. He was the smallest combat unit at the moment, so he could only let the referees decide through the order. The reason why he gave this order was because Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had said that although many people had always denied the sixth sense, it would always be there at crucial moments. Anyone who had survived the battlefield understood the importance of sixth sense. In a moment of life and death, one would find that time passed very slowly. One could even have a process of judgment, but because one's physical condition did not meet the requirements, one could not avoid it. Because in their era, the surveillance system was already very well developed. People discovered a problem. When a person fell from a building, no matter what their initial speed was, the normal 8 meters per second would cause their speed to reach nearly 20 meters per second after 2 seconds. However, the surveillance system had recorded many such situations. Some of the falling people's pupils would become lax, and some of them would suddenly shrink and reach out. In other words, when the falling people were so fast, they would feel that time was passing very slowly. They could see the protrusions around them and wanted to reach out to grab them. At close range, moving at a speed of more than 20 meters per second was impossible for normal people to distinguish, but sometimes humans could do it. This was the sixth sense's time domain. Of course, some people also had this feeling when they were sleeping. It could be that time passed very quickly or very slowly, or it could be when they were doing something. Most of the cases happened to animals. It could be explained by the vibrations underground that affected the magnetic field. Then, the animals reacted first while the humans deteriorated. This was also the case on the battlefield, especially for snipers. They could even feel the instant when the other party aimed and pulled the trigger, and then make a judgment. The purpose of Little Dong's order was to prevent the enemy from sensing their hostility when they approached, so that they could take precautions in advance. At this moment, the messenger played the role of a soldier. Understood. The enemy is within 10 meters of us. The messenger reported to Lil Dong after he ran back. Kill! Lil Dong jumped up from the back of the chair and shouted, "Annihilate all the enemies." The messenger hastily hugged Lil Dong, who had thrown himself into the battle, and said to him, "Oh, what's my team's losses?" "No losses." "Oh, collect the enemy's thing that can see very far. I have to think of a way to send it to Miss Cuckoo and young Master Xiaobao. This thing is very useful. It's 5 times. Ah, it feels like it's 5 times closer. No, it's 1/5 of the same thing." Lil Dong was very happy. He chuckled and turned his head. Suddenly, he saw a few people standing at the door. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Your Majesty, Empress, Concubine Hui, Princess, Lord Gao, Lord Cheetah, why are you all here?" Li Longji was stunned. "You know us. When I went out to pick up Lord Cheetah a while ago, I was with the guards. Why are you all here? I wonder how young Master and Miss are doing." Lil Dong naturally spoke to Li Longji and the others. "They're asleep," Li Longji replied. Oh, Lil Dong heard too much from these 2 words. The enemy's vanguard was still some distance away from the main force of the army, and Miss had already made arrangements. By the time they woke up, the battle between the 2 armies would probably begin. Then, shouldn't he speed up? Li Longji instantly understood that he had leaked the news. Can you not be so smart? Zhang Shogui, look at what kind of people your opponents are. How could Zhang Shogui hear Li Longji's thoughts? He was still estimating the distance when he said to the messenger, "Inform the Central Army that my vanguard will arrive at Mount Huangshan in 3 days." Chapter 10:11. When Zhang Shogui said that they would arrive in 3 days, he didn't mean that all of the remaining 15,000 soldiers of the vanguard would be there. The supply troops couldn't travel that quickly. Instead, he was referring to another brigade that had been mentioned as the vanguard. Just like Yang Chang's brigade, they had 5,000 soldiers. They would first arrive at Mount Huangshan and set up defensive fortifications there. After passing down the order, Zhang Shogui began to wait for the reply from the Central Army so that they could work together. This wait lasted for 15 minutes. An hour had passed on the sand table, exactly 4 quarters. Zhang Shogui paced back and forth around the sand table. Sensing the passage of time, he suddenly stopped and asked, "You still haven't received any news?" Reporting, "We haven't received a reply from the Central Army," the messenger replied. What happened to the vanguard brigade that was surrounded in Fuyang? Zhang Shogui began to worry. He felt like something was wrong. Reporting, "We haven't received a reply from our vanguard brigade in Fuyang." The messenger said something that Zhang Shogui didn't want to hear. Zhang Shogui, stood there and thought for a while. Then he ordered the person in charge of the radio station send out a reply. This time, it was done very quickly. After the messenger left, he returned and reported, "I am a relay station of the radio stations." The most recent reply came from the 4th radio station, which is located 160 li from here. It started from the 5th radio station and was interrupted. Sweat began to seep out of Zhang Shougui's forehead. He definitely didn't think that the people of the 5th radio station had been eaten by wild beasts, nor did he think that the radio station was broken. This was because a 5th radio station was equipped with 2 radios. If one was broken, the other would send a message. The only explanation was that it had been destroyed by the enemy. That's right. They also used the radio station, so they naturally know where the relay station should be. So they found the location and destroyed it. This is too unfair. How could they do this? Zhang Shougui muttered to himself. He finally realized where the problem was. After complaining about the unfairness, he suddenly shivered. Not good. The enemy has troops behind our army. Scouts, investigate. Find the last position of the 5th radio station. Be careful not to be ambushed by the enemy. Zhang Shougui hurriedly ordered. Unable to stand any longer, he walked over to the chair and plopped his butt down. Leaning his head back, he raised his head and sighed. The generals in the room also realized how serious the consequences were. They stood there in a daze, guessing how the enemy had circled around to the back of their troops. Zhang Shougui lay down for a while, then clenched his teeth and sat up. Looking at the others in the room, he said, "Let's begin the meeting. Based on what you've said, Yang Chang's brigade can't be saved. He must have encountered many enemies, at least after being surrounded. What should we do next?" The other generals looked at each other. They also wanted to know what was going on, especially the troops that Yang Chang had encountered. It was just like what he had said when he had last sent back the news. They were even the main forces of the enemy. If it was the former, then where was the enemy's main force? If it was the latter, how could our vanguard lead the enemy's main force to Mount Huangshan? He believed that Wang Wan was not a fool and was not easy to fool. Everyone was silent for a while. Then a general said, "Lord Zhang, I guess that Yang Chang encountered the enemy's main force. If it was the enemy's main force, they wouldn't have sent their main force to first contact Yang Chang's brigade at Fuyang. They wouldn't have allowed Yang Chang to fight so smoothly and successfully switch between offense and defense. They wouldn't have given him the time to do so. But looking at his last call, he should have had the time to complete the defensive steps. What kind of smooth? We killed more than 2,000 of the enemy's people, and more than 2,000 of our own people died. We ran out of cannonballs, and we also ran out of provisions. That's how it went smoothly? Our army is already fighting so smoothly, so it's better to surrender early. Wasting time in the hibiscus garden is not as comfortable as returning home. We'll also delay the people coming to play." Zhang Shougui was disgusted by the behavior of not admitting defeat, even though they had clearly lost. What he wanted was not to find countless excuses, but to muster up the courage to take responsibility. Because this kind of excuse was useless to the emperor. The emperor was not stupid. Why would he go to the grave and burn newspapers? Who was he trying to fool? Thus, his words were very impolite, causing the general who had spoken earlier to lower his head. Another person stood up. "Lord Zhang, I estimate that Yang Chang encountered the enemy's main force. Perhaps the enemy's main force has already arrived at Shanin County. Coincidentally, when our air force was destroyed by the enemy, they circled around from the south. And Fuyang is their main force, preparing to send supplies to the front line at Shanin at any time. In the end, they encountered Yang Chang's brigade. That regiment sent out the news, and the enemy mobilized their forces and surrounded Yang Chang." That's right. Another person agreed. The most important thing right now is how to send the news back to the Central Army. The Central Army has probably already landed and is advancing toward Yuezhou. A portion of them might have already reached Hangzhou. If the Central Army thinks that our vanguard has already explored the path ahead and is not on guard, it will be very easy for the enemy to catch us off guard. Pass down the order. Send out our reserve signal soldiers to move out and move toward Hangzhou. Every platoon will be assigned a scout team of 10 people to ensure their safety. In addition, don't hide like before. Contact the Central Army at all costs. Zhang Shogui felt that this was indeed the case, so he immediately passed down the order. Returning to his senses, he said to the people in the room, "Everyone, take a guess. How many people are in the team behind our army? Which part of the enemy do they belong to? How much of an obstacle will they pose to our army?" After these 3 questions were asked, the crowd fell silent once more. Who knew who had killed the relay personnel, how many there were, and which part of the enemy they belonged to? In theory, there shouldn't be such a group of people. Of course, the generals were well aware that their own theories were one thing and their own practical theories were another. In theory, anything could happen. An excellent commander could come up with inconceivable tactics. So now that the referees had determined that the enemy was behind their army, the enemy would definitely have a way to get there. Reporting, our vanguard brigade has arrived. They are asking why our Central Army sent out the relay station reply order and whether our army has encountered any problems. At this moment, a messenger entered and reported to the crowd. Tell Cui Shi that behind our army, an unknown number of enemy troops have appeared. At least 4 of our relay stations have been destroyed. Starting from Station 5, we have lost contact. Tell him to be careful and expand the scouting range. After Zhang Shige finished replying to the messenger, he harumphed and said, "I estimate that behind our army, there is at least 1 enemy battalion missing. Their commander is definitely not easy to deal with. Our Central Army must slow down and send at least 3 battalions to carpet search the rear. The prerequisite for our supply troops is to not give the enemy a chance." Supply troops? Supply troops? Wheel tracks. Oh, this general understands. They must have followed the wheel tracks of the supply troops to be able to follow so far behind us. Exceeding the range of our scouts by 30 li, Zhang Shogui's analysis caused the eyes of the other generals to light up. One of them said, "Lord Zhang, since that's the case, why don't we send out a few battalions to search the rear? Our Central Army will station here and order the supply troops to continue forward, leaving behind wheel tracks. We can create a pocket and wait for the enemy battalion to come in and then surround and annihilate them." Zhang Shogui nodded in agreement. "That's right. Let's follow this plan." Compared to Zhang Shogui, the besieged Yang Chong was even more uncomfortable. It was not only the pressure from the sand table that made him uncomfortable, but also the fact that he could not rest in peace. Because, surrender, you've already been surrounded. If you continue to stubbornly resist, only death will await you. Surrender. You've already... Commander of the enemy, do you dare to come out and fight? Don't be a coward. Aren't you very formidable? Don't you have guns? Come out and fight. Commander of the enemy. Kill, kill, attack, kill, kill, kill. The messenger was constantly shouting in Yang Chong's ear. His voice was not too loud, as if it was loud enough to disturb others, but it was still loud enough for Yang Chong and the people in the room to hear it clearly. Yang Chong had not rested for 14 hours now. He felt that the enemy was very shameless. They had already surrounded him, and if they wanted to fight, they would fight, but it was the enemy commander who ordered his subordinates to take turns shouting. They clearly knew that no one on either side would surrender, but they were still shouting such useless words. Their goal was to disrupt the morale of their own side and prevent their soldiers from resting. This won't do. They're probably covering their ears and sleeping. We don't dare to sleep. If we sleep, they'll attack us from behind. We want morale, but we don't have morale. If we sleep, we won't be able to personally command them. How can they do this? Kong Lu looked at the soldier who was stubbornly speaking and felt extremely indignant. The soldier also had a helpless expression. After shouting for a while, he would have to rest and be replaced by another soldier. He was also annoyed, but he had no choice but to do as the referee said. Li Gue squinted his eyes and tilted his head, his eyes soulless as he stared at the sand table. He also said, "They're playing for real with us. They're willing to do anything. Why don't we counterattack? The officers of the army who surround us are now sleeping with their ears plugged. They're playing a scheme with us, but they don't care. If they drag us down until we're out of energy, they'll have other soldiers charging up from behind. Since we can't rest well, we can't let them have a peaceful life. Let's organize our men and harass them a few times. I hate them. Yang Chong looked at his two commanders and shook his head. If they shout again, we'll charge. They'll be prepared immediately. Should we shoot or not? If we use up the last of our bullets, can our bayonets win against the machetes and spears? How about this? We'll take turns to rest. If they're willing to stall for time, we'll wear them down. At the very least, we'll be able to hold them back, even if they outnumber us by more than 10 times. Yang Chong's words received the approval of the others. They gathered together and assigned who would sleep first. Just as they were done, a messenger came in, reporting, "The enemy has released smoke from the wind in the west. The smoke is floating towards us." What? That's too much. The referees won't judge that their actions are valid and want to smoke us in our houses, right? That'll kill people. I don't believe that the fire they lit earlier will also cause the people they command to burn in the forest fire. Yang Chong was shocked. His ears could not calm down. Did they want to light the smoke? No. Sir Yang, don't be nervous. We don't mean that. Even if you're willing to let people light the smoke, the referees won't do it. We're just informing you of the situation. Your lookout found out that the smoke is floating over from the wind. You can do as you see fit. The messenger smiled and explained to Yang Chong. Yang Chong was stunned. He slapped his forehead. Right, I almost forgot. My head hurts from their noise. They're used to using smoke. Then, their troops will attack in the smoke. Quick, get people to prepare wet cloths to cover our mouths and prepare for the enemy's attack at any time. After the messenger left, Yang Chong could not sleep again. The main reason was that he did not dare to sleep. He was afraid that the enemy would use the smoke as a cover to organize a large-scale attack. Kong Lu got up and wet a towel by the side of the basin. He wiped his face and said with a sigh, "They're also ruthless to their own people. Even if they use wet cloths to cover their mouths and noses in advance, they'll still feel uncomfortable in the smoke. If it's a little longer, they'll faint. They have no choice but to use smoke to attack. Once the smoke is released, both sides' vision will be affected. By releasing smoke, they'll make the battle environment of both sides the same. In this way, our advantage will be gone. In fact, we'll even be at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat." Yang Chong was very impressed with the enemy's commanders. They were actually able to think of such a method. As long as the terrain was suitable and the wind was suitable, they could use it. Once they used it, they would not be able to aim and could only shoot blindly into the smoke. If the enemy crawled forward, not only would it reduce the damage to their bodies from the smoke, they could also avoid the bullets. When the distance was close, it would become a hand-to-hand combat. How'd they end up like this? It was too inconceivable. If they all did this, the advantage of firearms would be gone. Unless they had enough artillery shells, they could use them to block the enemy's charge. Thinking of this, Yang Chong became even more worried. He said to the others, "The enemy's strategy is very powerful. We have to think of a way to pass this information to our vanguard or middle troops. Tell them to be careful of the enemy's smoke hand-to-hand combat. When they're in formation, don't be too concentrated. It's best to split up a few parts. This way, when the enemy uses smoke to cover their attacks, they can have room to retreat. Otherwise, in a fight, it's easy to not only not gain an advantage, but also suffer a lot of losses." Everyone nodded. They admitted that Yang Chong's words made sense. In a situation where they were prepared in advance, it was very easy to break through the smoke attack. They were just afraid that their vanguard and middle troops would not think of this problem. In a crucial battle, they would be hit by an asymmetrical strategy and suffer heavy losses. How can we pass this information out? I think our transit troops have been dealt with by the enemy, Kong Lu asked worriedly. Since you asked, then this mission will be handed over to you. We'll cover you. You take people and rush in the direction of the first fire. With the rest of our people and ammunition, it's still very easy to break through, especially in that direction. As long as you go, all of our sacrifices will be worth it. Yang Chang looked at Kong Lu and said solemnly. Kong Lu took a deep breath. Really fight? Then you guys? It's our turn to be heroes. Is she the only one in the limelight as Wang Wan's military academy commander? Li Ji said loudly from the side. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.